And ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. We got ourselves the second series of the day. Now, of course, I've been looking forward a lot to see Maus play here, as Maus are one of those teams that if you live in Germany, everybody has met one of their players or managers, everybody kind of knows them. And with me, of course, because while it should be Maus being the stronger team, Level Up have definitely been looking really good lately. And to help me make sense of how they stand a chance is the one and only Costa Benz. So what do you think of these openers? I hear him. Um, we're having some technical issues with Costa's mic, maybe? I can hear him loud and clear, so it should not be on his end. Costa, check if you've muted yourself in vMix or refresh. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so production is doing some production stuff, but I think that's okay, because the draft is moving along really, really slow anyways. Though we have one hero that we don't see every day anymore, the Techies, and he's being paired up with one of the modern new supports that has been making such headways, the Mirana here. Tidehunter is gonna come out next.
Okay, I'm back. I can see that you pointed out Tidehunter. That's really interesting. It got immediately countered by Razer. I really like this thought process coming out from Mouse. Well, I just wanted to appreciate the fact that how you introduce Mouse. It's really that because you're from Germany, you definitely know that Mouse is one of those old school. Can I call them clans? I can call. I think
Yes,
I can call
they
them.
started as a gaming clan,
Yeah.
so I think it's appropriate, even if they're an orc nowadays. In the Warcraft 3 days, they were the biggest German clan, and I miss those days.
Razer comes out immediately and deal with the Tidehunter issue. Um, the problem is the problem with Razer in this particular session that okay, it might be good against the Tidehunter, it can survive the laning stage, it can have a decent farming pattern, but Storm is one of those heroes that you would like to see against Razer. What do you think about the Storm versus Razer matchup in the mid game, for example?
I mean, in the mid game, it should be fine, provided Storm has a good early game. But the previous Storm game in the last series that we saw, Storm just kind of got himself destroyed. So we saw Storm Spirit get ganked twice in the lane, and no matter how good Storm is in the matchup, it depends on can you get those galvanizers in the laning stage, take the galvanizers to the jungle, farm your first item, and then you destroy the Razor. But that's three things that you need to do against the Razor, who only needs to do two things, and that's avoid the arrow and make sure you don't overextend, basically.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad that finally we have arrived in the patch to a point, or we have arrived in the patches to a point where Earth Spirit is a hero and Earth Spirit is a hero on the mid lane. And I'm really glad to see this because a lot of players were relying on their mid Earth Spirit gameplays back in like 6-7 years ago when Earth Spirit was first considered as a mid laner, and a lot of players were just first phase, first pick Earth Spirit top 200 players. They have just been picking Earth Spirit countless times after one another. Slark gets banned.
I hate this. I'm a Slark player myself. I love Slark. This patch, Slark is in a really weird spot where you can't pick him unless it's the last pick. Because all the Slark counters are really good. But because of that, I think Slark was a really good pick to have available. Because you're not sure, like, if it's a good Slark game, if it's a good PL game, any last pick can change that. Because if a Sven comes out, you can just trash that PL anyways, and it's a waste of a ban. But I think Mouse, they're just trying to keep the best options open, so they make sure that the two carry heroes that you need to counter no matter what you do are removed. You don't have to worry about them. What do you think Level Up can do with this? Because, like, the carry options look really meager, even though I like the synergy between Tidehunter and the Mirana.
Um, Getting the Underlord out of the question as well, it really makes me think that Level Up might be focusing on a melee based hero kind of suspecting because of the Slark ban and the fact that the mouse draft already included 3 different melee heroes. Bane. How do you feel about Bane? Bane has been really popular nowadays.
I mean, you did just point out a really big weakness of the mouse draft, that being 3 melee heroes, and having a Bane to set up and allow those to go in is very important. On the other hand, though, this means Razor is gonna be a 1 position and the only real source of damage for mouse. So now they're super reliant on this Earthbird getting a good lane as well. And I think this entire game, unless level up really throw off the dynamic with the last pick, is gonna be mid laner versus mid laner. Because if one mid lane stomps the other completely, it's going to be GG from there, regardless of who it is.
I completely agree. We got 1 minute and 50 seconds left for level up to decide what they want. I personally would suggest Shadow Fiend, but in a game like this, when there are multiple objects can get on top of you, Razor is really fast, First Beast can roll onto you, Undying is really annoying on the laning stage. I don't know, it's a bit of a tough situation, isn't it? Terrorblade, maybe
Yeah.
Drow Ranger?
I think Terrorblade is a nice middle ground, because I agree you want. Oh, Morph. Okay, fair. That's
That's
also
the best.
tempo. Because I was gonna say you want the tempo from the SF, but you don't want an SF. And Morphling kind of fits the same power curve, but do you think there's a good reason why we hardly ever see Morphling picked? Or do you think, like, oh, Morphling isn't counted here, so he's actually still a good hero?
I would say morphing is like nowadays really situational. I just checked quickly that in EPL Masters, morphing has been picked 4 times and it has a 100% win rate. Because you, Joe, morphling is being picked because of a reason or multiple reasons. In this particular game, you cannot pick Joe, you cannot pick Shadowfin, which I mentioned stupidly, because there are just players. I like to call them getting on top of you, like Spectre. What Spectre does, for example, with his ultimate, he gets on top of you. He's annoying. You cannot escape him. With Drow Ranger, with Shadowfin, you have to get Hurricane Pike. But with Morph, you just wait for him out and problem solved.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, one thing I see the Morph struggle against, well, two actually. The Bane, but if you get your Morph attributes off, at least you can kind of survive through the Fiend script. But also the Supreme initiations, because Supreme on the Earthbird, you talked about like how long it took players to reinvent, to rediscover that hero. But now that people know how you change the new lockdowns, like get that instant silence off on people, that could be the biggest issue for Morphling I foresee. Because if there's a level 6 or level 7 Earth Spirit that just decides, hey, it's 5 minutes in the game, let me visit the enemy hard carry. I hate it. I play carry myself. It has ruined so many laning stages for me. That's kind of what I expect on how you deal with the Morphling, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be the skill sets you apart. The Crystallis. Oh,
Cast is cursed again.
It's your fault. It's your fault. You had to curse him.
This time, I was about to say, this time it's 100% on me, but BB3PX with the tombstone, they really want that kill, but Mirana is definitely gonna get the tombstone money for it. And I think that's still not bad for Toby, because you shut out the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, Tide Hunter down. I don't think even the Tide Hunter minds resetting his mana pool, so he's gonna be back. It's early on, it's not that big of a deal.
Storm, not the worst of lanes for him. Very favorable against the Earth Spirit in terms of like harass. Not super favorable in terms of farm, of course, because Earth Spirit does have like the option of getting a Quelling Blade, a little bit more right click damage. But I do think Storm being ahead of Lastits right now means that he's gonna have such an easy time ganking when he wants to.
I'm so curious. I'm so focused on this mid lane. Earth Spirit versus Storm.
Like, Storm's supposed to win the lane for, like, until level 5 or so, but he's not supposed to win it this hard. 2 lasts and 2D nice lead is already pretty good. Hatred, meanwhile, he really wants level 3. Not even level 6 or whatever, just level 3. He's holding 1 skill point already, and then at level 3 he can put both of them in the blast of try for a kill.
Yeah, I really like that small details that he's including in his gameplay, that holding on to a level, not sure what to do just yet, it's gonna get level 3, holding on to 2 levels, and as you said, blast off can be a big surprise.
Well, Undying is not very surprising, but he's still not fun to lane against, because Morphling is literally just free farming while Undying is laning against 2 people, basically, and...
Might have a problem.
Oh? This is why he wanted to hold that skill point, though. It's just not enough damage at level 1, but with Fairy Fire, at least he gets the kill before dying.
I think he even bowed out. Let me double check. Jeez. Yeah, he bowed out. It was a really smart move from Hatred. Immediately, as soon as they got the kill, he bought boots, brown boots, and literally lost like 30 unreliable gold. Nice move.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a huge difference maker with this much of a back and forth going around.
Just the usual we can see on the morph. Band of Alamein skin, double circular. Magic Wand or Dawn. Gonna go for the power trance. Hatred on the bottom lane might be a surprise. Let's see.
I mean, he's trying to line something up, but no 2-man blaster presents itself just yet. Let's see how patient he will be, because Razor's terrifying, but if you get him and shut him down in the laning stage, it makes for a huge lead because of that.
Action-packed game so far. I mean, 5 kills in 5 minutes. We can say so. It can be slower. It can be faster. I think we are still having a lot of information on our hands. 1J though. It's scary.
Boom, doing his best to deal with the slow and harass, though. The levels aren't there yet. Thankfully, I guess, this time around. But mid lane, they are about to approach level 6, and we're gonna see Bane rotate over to the mid to try and finally give Earthspirit some relief against this terrifying Storm, now that Earthspirit is kind of ahead in timing. Hatred instead goes on the Bane, return rotation over to the mid lane, 1 galvanized generator, the Storm tries for the second one immediately.
A lot of credits goes in favor of Hatred. That he is appearing on the mid lane. He was just, hiding in the shadows, waiting for his opportunity to save that Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit got ganked just before level 6. I think he was like 2 creeps away from hitting level 6 to be able to escape with the ball lightning. They ganked him, obviously, but Hatred, I mean, the Protector, he's there. He's there to save the day.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A quiet laning stage, but not a good one for Mouse thus far. Woe is gonna start having a big target on his back, and while they still have a couple minutes to shut down this Morphling, it's really gonna become a priority. Crystal is meanwhile trying for the kill, but I don't think he expected Storm.
Yep. He's gonna get double kill as well, and the tombstone. That is just really beneficial. He's even living in the tide, so he can get his face boost faster.
He
Profitable.
even, yeah, he even left the tide, one of those kills, too, for the fishy, because Storm gets the stacks as long as you're nearby, and if you get
Yeah.
an assist, you still get galvanized. So you may as well wait, like just with the slowed enemy, and wait for your tide hunter, like, hey, you make sure you kill him so you get a fish. Darknia making sure to share, and Magnetize is gonna hurt.
Oh, he's just borderline almost enough, and he has a fairy fire as well, so no need to worry. Apex is gonna make a travel back home. It's not that big of a deal. No, you're not in the meta of where you would call this kind of move the walk of shame. It's completely fine to go back home sometimes. It's better than dying, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a walk of shame if you use, like, all of your resources, got 2 fish stacks and a creep wave worth of farm.
Absolutely. Push out the lane as he did. Yeah.
I'm really just waiting to see these mid laners in action more, because Storm Spirit revealing himself the first time over on bottom lane was so huge. And level up, they're doing surprisingly well against Mouse. Of course, they're supposed to be the faster team, but Crystallis isn't gonna get a free comeback. They are gonna have to work for that. They are gonna have to get some, I don't know, a mid lane rotation, or the other way around. Group up around the mid laner with the supports and go hunting while the carry farms.
With your spirit, it can be both ways, right? You can gank the mid lane, but in most of the situations, it's gonna be the earth spirit. Oh, might still kill.
Oh, not just one. This Earthbird, he's definitely dead. Bane gets a nice brain sap at least. Hatred, though, almost guaranteed to die to Cass, and Stormspirit just barely jumps to the back lines. Definitely a great fight for Darknia. Boom, I think he felt really sad there. Just a lack of resources to really commit in with yet. And BB3PX almost got killed in the bottom lane as well.
That was really close for BPX, but focusing back on the mid lane, that was a really smart move from Darknia. Zipping fast forward to get out of the attack range, so he's not gonna get his bottle charges cancelled, only being hit by the tower, and we know that 11, 12 years ago was the last time you got the bottle charges removed by getting hit by the tower. Crystallis might find himself alone. Oh, Toby's here.
Yeah, he's got the Undying backing him up, and I think even threatening the Tombstone, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he is in 30 seconds, okay. So 30 seconds, that Undying just kind of wants to sit here, try to push the tower, and if they fail to push the tower by, then have the Tombstone again. But I don't think Supreme wants to stick around that long. Because if he falls behind the Storm too much, it's really gonna cost him. And Storm already has Galvanizes, so plenty of mana to farm the jungle with.
Boom is stopping the network charge. He's number 1 with 5.2k, and immediately after him comes the Morphling 4.8. He's going for the casual, usual build with the Blades. And Darknia already 8 galvanized charges, looking really good. 3-0.
Yeah, Largo, I mean, he's so good in terms of net worth, but let's see if this teamfight he can actually do something with it. Nice frog stomp, but Earth Spirit has to run away right after that Magnetize comes out. Darknia decides to not go in anymore, and there's the Ravage they have been holding till the bitter end, making sure to get another fishy drop. Tombstone forces everyone to level up back, but they have not lost a single hero despite this team fight being so chaotic. At least Boom, the top of net worth that he had, is paying off here, keeping everybody alive. But the moment that he walks away, Toby gets gone on once again, doesn't quite die. Mirana arrow on the Bane to keep the Storm Spirit safe though.
Oh, that was really risky from Darknia. He was a bit greedy, wanted to go for that kill on Toby, but in the end he decided to zip back out. That was a really strange team fight. Oh, I will be getting back to that. Yeah, some action here.
Morphling with the silence. This is what I mean. Earth Spirit, he has such a free time killing the Morphling throughout the early game. This is the first time he died, so Mouse is gonna have to do that several more times to really shut down the Morphling. But it is the start that they have been looking for a while now.
I'm really surprised about this decision making on the Morph. He TP'd bottom, maybe taking up on the opportunity that the Razor was alone and on half HP. I know, it was a bit weird for me to make this move.
Agreed, agreed.
Like, he was completely fine on top. There was nothing bothering him. He could just, situate himself in a good farming pattern. There's no need to rush for kills or anything like that. So, I don't know. Maybe he thought it otherwise. Oh, top.
So that's gonna be another beautiful initiation. Just Boom, getting caught, getting executed. I feel bad for Boom because he's been farming well. He has been laning really well. And later on, Largo is going to be huge, but these teamfights aren't happening later on. They're happening right now when you can't out-heal all of that burst damage yet.
Hater is doing the hustle. This guy is insane. He's appearing on multiple lanes, especially on the mid and the top. 5 kills, 2 deaths only, and 4 assists already. He has participated in 9 kills out of 12. That's insane. That cheese.
Techies like, I just like the Techies. I think we don't see him picked enough for how good this hero can be in the current patch.
Yeah, I feel like people are still scared of him. Like, the fact that he doesn't have enough utilities in the early stages. Oh, let's see a smoke from level up though.
3px immediately gone on by the Razor, but the smoke exactly where it needs to be and when. They make sure Mouse are the ones that try to team fight before level up trying to turn things around, but at least the Techies will die for that. Still not worth it for Mouse because his positioning is just horrible, and even Morphling gets brought into the fight once more, but what? How?
That was a misplay. Well,
I have no idea what the hell. Like, that was so quick. He went from full to nothing. Did he like morph back? Yeah, he morphed back into his regular form at 250 health.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I mean, mistakes have been made. I mean, it even happens to the best of us. Even happens to the top tier players. I mean, sometimes you just make a mistake. You just make a wrong decision. It can happen.
I think the idea was, like, he was gonna go for the double morph play, where it's like, go into the morph lane, because he had a 7-charge stick. So if he could have gotten, like, swap with the ultimate stick, swap back with the ultimate, he's back to full health Earth Spirit, right? But, yeah, he got killed, bursted, while he was at 250 health in a single ability, which looked so silly.
Why don't we have some further action? Toby is gonna be killed. Beepex tanking the lane is gonna go for the consecrated wraps.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
2 failed morphing rotations, but the third one is paying off. They can push the lane, potentially deal fatal damage to this tier 1 tower, and there's a fresh steal that they can just take just under the tower.
They're making sure to bring in everyone towards the bottom lane as well, just for maximum pressure.
Yeah, I really like that you pointed this one out. Because you see Hatred, you see Darknia farming the enemy jungle. They are making sure that no one is going to be smoking out, no one is going to be bothering them onto the bottom lane. I really like that, how you pointed this one out. And they will get the reward. Your tower taken down.
Now the real question is, what does Crystallis do to come back into this game? Because step 1 is obviously that BKB, and he's already farming it. But what do you do here? Like, do you build BKB, then just keep farming and press BKB and teleport if the enemy tries to kill you? Or do you join these really aggressive smokes for the Bane ultimates?
Razor is a really complicated hero when it comes to farming from behind. Oh, I will take it. Oh, we might have some kills here.
Storm, nicely taken down. Queasy. Already dead. 3 for nothing in such a clean fashion. Oof. Boom's finally online.
Crazy damage coming out from the Largo and the Earth Spirit together. It was insane to see them just disappearing.
Crazy healing as well. Largo healed over 1,000 points of health in that fight, and Earth Spirit did all the damage. Like 2,000 damage from the Magnetize is also really ridiculous.
Is that an Octarine core on Largo in 1545?
Yep.
This man.
He had it for like almost a minute. It's insane. So now he's almost got that shard already, and boom, he's been looking really poor because they forced him to fight too early when he wasn't ready yet, but now he is gonna be ready for the following engagement. Maybe not this one in the mid though. Fish number 5 for Tidehunter.
Yeah, fish number 5 and potential chance to either push mid or back up onto the bottom lane, but I don't think they have the idea of the Morphling might be in trouble. Let's see.
Oh no.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
not trouble, my man. That's like another execution just instantly evaporating that pit of water.
That was quick. And that was the first time that the morphing goes down. And
Dire's bottom tower is under
No, he has,
such a boost.
he has 3 left. There was one where they failed to protect him on the top, 1 instant kill before, and 1 instant kill just now. 2 instant kills for Morphling is really painful though, because now we're at that back-to-back death timer. You can see how Earth Spirit is out farming him.
Oh my
It's
god.
getting dark
tell
yeah,
me.
as a bonus.
That was insane. Just, casual rolling up to cosplay a ward. You find Darknia just sitting there.
Dire's
You
middle
got the AD
tower is under
Haroon.
attack.
So that's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, for sure, as 1J doing his best to at least get a little bit more progress towards that level 2 Fiend script, but I think on the mid lane, it's no longer time for supports to stand there. Supreme decides not to turn, and that's the smart move for sure, because without the magnetized half of Earth Spirit's damage just isn't there. I like Earth Spirit. I think it's really fun to have him like momentum-based, spellcaster-based hero. Makes him so much more valuable, makes him work so much better as a mid laner. But it also means, like all the other mid laners, it's, oh, you don't have an ultimate? Walk back and wait.
Dire's bottom tower
This is something that I was imagining. And this is another case. They can just kill
Oh,
the
no.
storm. You made a mistake, and this is getting immediately silenced. The amount of damage coming up from boom, Supreme together, it's just insane. And that leaves a lot of room for the Razor to farm and to catch up.
Well, the catch-up timing is what Mouse have been looking for, and now Razor actually enjoying that space is going to be pretty nice.
Dire's middle tower
I think you got your answer. You were asking the question how the Razor can get back into a game like this. This is how. Your friends are just gonna carry you.
Well, that's, I mean, yes, they have really been carrying him. But it's also just insane how, like, Crystallis has been joining these team fights, right? He has not just been farming, saying, okay, guys, carry me for another 10 minutes and I join the game. Nah, he's been there. He's been sitting, like, on top of people every time they have Fiend Script, every time they have Tombstone, because he knows the chances of him dying are really, really low. And, oh boy. 1J almost dies to the mines there, but they make sure not to walk in the last one.
I really like how you pointed out this BKB thing on as a second item for the Razor, because this is something I've been teaching a few of my students as well. If you do not feel comfortable in a game, if you have been suffering on the laning stage, and you are not a farming hero, the only thing you can do is buy a BKB and be active with your team. And this is basically what Crystal is thinking about.
Makes sense, makes sense. I'm not a big fan of like buying the early BKBs. I've regretted it so often, but it's not like Razor has any other combat condition in a game like this, because you're never gonna outfarm the Morphling if you both go jungle as Tidehunter. He has a Ravage. He's just calmly walking. I don't even think he minds Nightmare.
It's a big one to deal with. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
BKBs are being held just for the Ravage, but Toby, he does not have anything that he can use to defend against Storm.
Radiant's bottom
Quick
tower
cheeky
is
moves from
under attack.
Drachnia, applying the Witchblade, using the Cavernous charges to quickly mana regen up, and more than enough mana to get that kill on Toby. This is scary though. Toby should be investing in some sort of protection.
What though? Like, I agree completely, and we have seen him die often enough that I think everybody should be on the same page on that, the people in chat as well. But what protection do you get on the Undying? Because look at this insane levels of aggression that Level Up are now putting in their own jungle, saying, oh, you want to gank our Morphling? Nope, it's our Morphling that's gonna hunt you down, Mr. Razor, and...
Oh, it doesn't have
Oh.
TP. It's on cooldown. This is dead.
Yeah, the Morphling last pick, it's working really well against Razor, if nothing else. Well, over on the mid lane, 1J, oh no, the next one is going to get hunted after by the Tide, but I don't think they're gonna get more. Still really good fight for Level Up once again.
Yeah, nice pickups from Level Up. They were really lucky about the Razor as well, having the TP on cooldown, so he couldn't like BKB TP back home. Two very opportunistic kills. Oh my god! Oh,
Three
three.
opportunistic kills, I
My
guess.
bad.
That was beautiful from the Mirana, though.
And with the old chat Pamagiti to top it off.
Man, I've been enjoying a lot of these Cyrillic voice lines because there's a lot of funny ones every time there's a TI. Eastern Europeans, you guys just are way better at the whole BM and flaming your opponents than us
Absolutely.
Western Europeans are.
Radiant's middle tower
Thinking about Roche. Is this gonna work?
It shouldn't, but it may.
Oh, got
Level
the
up.
AD rune again.
Level up, they
Decent
don't
level.
quite have an idea of what happened. Like, they have two wards, and they didn't see anyone walk into the Roche pit. No way. Click the vision. You'll see what I mean.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Well, that's gonna be Roche and Aegis for Supreme.
That should not happen. They literally misplaced their ward and gave away an Aegis because of it. Like, if you look at both of the wards near the Roche, but there's a small little edge that everyone can walk around the corner without showing up on the map. 1J, though, will get picked off for that. As level up, they're saying, you got the Roche, then at least let us have the Tormentor or die trying.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Tormentor for level up. I agree. They kind of misplaced that ward. It could have been the Roshan for the other team as well. But level up, running away with a 4K lead. I think they will consider this position quite okayish.
Oh, more than okayish. Gabengraf even agrees with me when I say 80-20. Because Morphing is such a good Razor hard counter, and well, look at the Earth Spirit over on top. He has been having a great start, but
He's dead for sure.
yeah, BKB is gonna buy him a lot of time, but not enough to BKB TP. Second life at least. Razor and Undying come on in, scaring everybody away. Mouse, they want to fight actually.
Oh, don't tell me he got him. Darkia
Yup.
is in trouble. He's gonna be killed. The Razor found him.
And there's gonna be more in the backlines. They want the Tide Hunter as well. Now that Storm Spirit has been taken out, they will not quite find Tide. Still too tanky.
Radiant's bottom tower
But Mouse, beautiful job on the Storm Spirit there. Chaining the stuns almost perfectly, but most importantly, not giving him that one more attack that he needed.
Radiant's middle tower
I was
is
about to
under
say,
attack.
Supreme made a mistake. He gave away BKB information. He's gonna respawn. He might be in trouble. But all of a sudden, Mouse is just turning it around by appearing, by making 4 heroes appear together. So a nice turnaround.
Mouse. They're headed to the bottom lane. I guess that is gonna pressure these side lanes, but 1J. Oh, he's playing it spicy. Trying to demine for his core so they can teleport.
Bpeg's got the consecrated preps. He's gonna make his way towards the tags now. Looking at the others, don't see anything that might be surprising.
Yeah, same. Like, that's the one thing, even though I kind of like this patch and the games being either really fast or really slow, but I don't like how static the itemization feels on a lot of heroes, where it's always the same build, basically.
Yeah, absolutely agreeing with that. 35 kills later, we are still not closer finding out which team is going to be taking this game number 1. 3k gold lead for level up. Both teams are trying to be a bit defensive. I really like the position of the Mirana, like standing on top of the mines, waiting for the prey.
And Supreme is gonna take the bait, but very quickly realizes what's up as the first mine explodes and just walks away. That's a fun little interaction for a support to bully other people with, though.
Easy is still, guarding those bombs. Toby's being aggressive. They are respecting this movement from level up. They are immediately withdrawing their forces. And this might be a tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
It should be. Mouse, they don't have good enough push that they can like prioritize farm over objectives or anything. Even if they don't get the whole tower, you gotta damage it. You gotta take every free tower damage that you can. And then figure out how you can keep it free, how you can make sure that it stays free.
Yeah, I mean, they're just reacting of what level up has. 1J, that was really off position. I don't think he's supposed to be there.
Yeah, he wanted to D-ward because they knew that there was wards there, but one ward gone for one support gone doesn't seem fair.
That wasn't really a good idea because they were showing two heroes still on the mid lane. There was one hero showing on the bottom lane, pushing the lane out, and him being there alone was a bit of a mistake. Well, got punished for it, so
Level Up, they're really good at punishing mistakes, and I do still think their draft is looking too sick. But Mouse, I don't know, like, if they get the tempo in their favor, they can do it. I just think it's still like 80-20 according to the Gaben graph. So it's a really uphill battle to find that team fight against the Ravages, to find that team fight against the Mirana ultimates. You kind of need to make sure that all of that is not gonna, you know, stop you after you've already committed to a team fight, basically.
game is really slowing down now. We are only getting one kill per 2 minutes. I think both of these teams are trying to figure out what the next objective might be, or the next objective, or what kind of objective the next one should be. So we might see a smoke here. I think more than likely sooner or later, at least from one of these teams. Trying to fizz them 1-1.
I mean, I do think that's why the Bane went to the bottom lane and died as well, because you don't have the vision to even try and smoke up on the side of Mouse. But the other way around, like you said, if they do get a smoke, it's really good, it's really valuable. So I guess let 1J die 2 more times so you can finally get a 5-man smoke, and if it kills the morphing, it's still good enough.
Mana issues is the one that level up is battling, not just the enemy, but mana issues. Not just only on the Storm and the Tide, but also Patches is constantly running out of mana, so... Oh, finally the smoke. Let's see.
There it goes, but the positioning is really good from Mouse, and they know what's up. However, Largo walks straight into all of that damage, and that's gonna be not 1 but 2 kills, 250 for Tidehunter. And now they can go and hunt for anyone they want. 1J already dead. Toby, the next one. For nothing once again.
The chain reaction, not only losing 2 heroes, but also 2 additional afterwards. 1J and Toby were not quite sure whether to back out, or maybe they can buy back on Supreme and maybe fight. Well, in the end, they're losing 4.
Hesitation is expensive.
And the BKB forced down to Crystallis too. Level up, stacking their gold up on 10k now. Looking good, looking confident. You know what's necessary next, Mr. Roshan. Might be available in 30.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, or in like 2 minutes and like maybe even 3. Who knows? Definitely a lot of RNG component to that with a draft like this, because if Morphin gets the Aegis, he has his BKB, he can just go in, waveform on top of some support or a backline and press the BKB, and guaranteed delete 1 hero before you even have to worry about getting away or teleporting or whatever.
Oh, these kills are just so quick. 1J immediately deleted. And now level up, you can see that they are controlling like 60-65% of the map now. And they are not stopping.
Yeah, they're just getting more wards removed, and every time they do, they will immediately try to charge in after. Ravage isn't there at least, so one of the 2 big ultimates not there. Well, both of the big ultimates aren't. A minute left on the Moonlight Shadow, 30 seconds left on Ravage.
Really opportunistic level up is gonna go on to do this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. You can take the outpost afterwards. Here comes the counter smoke though.
In comes a teleport and 1J. He manages to scare 4 people away from the outpost. as the reinforcements are trying to come in behind him. But Ravage is there now.
Ravage available. Everything is ready. Both teams smoked up when the Storm Spirit is being left out of it. The bomb might give off the information if they are paying attention. Multiple bombs are free blown up so far.
Oh yeah, now they're gonna do something with that information. So they left Bane as a living ward. That's just gonna mean your Bane is dead.
Poor Bane. 1J is constantly being out of position. He's definitely having some difficulties synchronizing his movements towards the game. Oh god. So quick. And deliberate.
I think Level Up got this. I really want Mouse to take it. I'm a Mouse fanboy, but I'm impartial, and they have so much better of a draft. Double kill for WoW.
As you said, basically, they are just continuously snowballing forward. Anywhere they go, they just find a hero, kill it, and go for the next objective. Well, next objective is going to be Roshan. Let's just shove that arrow into that pit, and I think Roshan is going to be secured for the entire team.
Yeah, most definitely, because even Supreme, the one person that was still nearby, hoping for a really good roll in and magnetize on everyone, will not quite be getting the chance right now.
Problems on the horizon for Mouse. They have to figure out how to get back into this. They should sacrifice the outstanding 2 tier 2 towers and think about the mechanism. Think about something that can get them back into this game, and this something should be on the high ground.
Yeah, for sure, because fighting off the high ground is impossible, but we've kind of mentioned this during the draft, where the biggest weakness of this Mouse draft was they have one hero that deals damage, so if Razor doesn't get an angle, nobody can actually kill people. And that's what we're seeing now. Because here, Razor is gonna steal some damage, is gonna make Haten's life hard. Ravage will come out, but BKB immediately forced in response.
This is their chance.
Ooh, nice Fiend script, keeping him alive on the Storm Spirit, but Razor is being healed for so much. Put into the Tombstone and make sure WoW goes down the first time. Crystallis, though, only has 1 life. It's turned into a fishy. Tombstone will be dealt with. WoW, meanwhile, on the chase for more. BKB's there, but I guess that Doom, at least until the BKB's over, he's gonna be fine.
I think Boom still should be dead. They got the anchor. Boy is gonna be following up with a lot of racking damage. That Scott is hurting a lot. And of course, WoW, unstoppable with this Morphling.
That is way too much. Like, you cannot have an unstoppable Morphling just do whatever the hell he pleases. Because we're only 35 minutes into the game. Like, the Morphling, he still has a lot of scaling left in the tank. And Razor is never gonna outscale him, because you can just morph into the Razor and steal your own damage back.
Mouse has to be kicking themselves, because you remember that those 3 mistakes that the Morphling has made in the first 15 minutes. Like, giving free heals towards Mouse, and still he's just showing up. Got the Daedalus now. Like 4 or 5 slotted?
Yep, though Razor is similarly slotted and in terms of net worth, doesn't have to worry about that. I think the main issue with the Razor is, other than the Morphling countering him, he's the only source of damage. Every single teamfight he joins, there's gonna be lockdown galore on him, so either you press your BKB super early or right before you die, but neither of those two feels good. Storm Spirit, meanwhile, just says free Galvanize. Hell yeah.
Continuously picking them apart. 1J and Toby dying way too much together. Another kill. Another free kill, rather.
Yep, 1J taken down with extreme ease. Whoa, wicked sick. He's probably gonna get beyond godlike, because Morphling is so hard to kill. Like, he needs to give away another one of those 250 max health kills or whatever. Other than that, they're not gonna go back into this game anymore.
This is looking really rough now for Mouse to get back. I'm trying to figure out some situations where it can happen, but it's so tough.
Like a 3 hero or more Ravage into Taggy's jump? Is there any way you can counter that? Because with the Ravage, with the Taggy's jump to follow it up, usually they're just forced to press their BKBs. And Pipe feels so good to have for games like these, but you never want to build it on an offlaner anymore, right?
Yeah, pipe nowadays is really, I don't know, it's a bit too expensive, right? And doesn't provide as much as it used to do. It's not
Like
really something that you pick up.
I always categorize it as a luxury support item. Supports really like building the pipes, but you still only get it if you're super far ahead, like level up is right now.
Yeah, mouse. They are just completely disassembling the mouse's defense, and they are not even high ground just yet. Here they come now.
Whoa. Doing very solid work on the tier 3 tower. We are going to see Largo uses BKB to make a lot of space, but nah, as long as there's a Ravage, as long as there's the level up follow-up to the Ravage, I don't think that'll ever happen, like Tidehunter getting contested or anything, just no.
And I really like how Level Up is not rushing, right? They are respecting Mouse a lot. They know that they are here for a reason. They have been invited for a reason, so they are not pushing this. Okay, Roshan Banner will place it down. Tier 3 tower is enough. Let's get back. Let's wait for those mistakes where 1J and Toby is out of position. Let's get those kills, and maybe we can go back to the high ground once again.
Yeah, because it's not like waiting for the late game against the Storm Spirit and the Tidehunter are an option. Even Morphling ever so slightly out late games the Razor just because of how good Morph is against him. As in the ability Morph and stealing your own damage back, but... Well, Mouse, they're definitely gonna keep smoking. They know how hard it is to come back here, and every minute that you do nothing is a minute more of farm that Tidehunter, Storm Spirit, and Morphling get.
Hatred is so good with the statues. He's placing these mines at the choke points. So whenever the mouse is smoking up, you just see there's you just see these kabooms in the shadows and in the fog of war, and you know, okay, they are up to something.
Well, Mouse, they know that this has gotta be the comeback. They are gonna be planning and scheming and hoping. But whether any of that can still matter, only if you kill the Morphling.
Dire are scanning.
Mouse trying to surprise their enemies by placing themselves into this triangle, but I think Level Up is reading the game perfectly. Oh, look at
Yep.
this.
Second time this exact interaction happens, in this exact same triangle, where Level Up just come in from behind with a smoke, under the vision no less, and Mouse, their vision gives them nothing but false confidence. As Darknear comes in, making it a double kill already, they've not lost a single return kill just yet, though techies will finally go down to the Magnetize. That was a buyback from your carry.
Oh, that's a buyback from 1J, that's a buyback from Crystalis, and they only get hatred. They need more, they want more, they have to go. They know that the Storm might be low on mana, and they know that the Morphling might be busy, no Satanic, no BKB on him. They have to fight, this is Mouse, you have to fight now or never.
Well, can they at all? Earthspirit is in a great position to initiate, as long as BB3PX hasn't seen him. No rolling, though. So rolling in the Earthspirit is certainly a death sentence if the Earthspirit doesn't even roll in situations like this where it guarantees a kill.
Absolutely. It's really difficult in the late game, like, for example, in a game like this. One bad roll and might just ruin the entirety of the game. Roshan number 3 might be coming soon, and that Roshan number 3 might just be the last nail on the coffin. Or
It
not.
might.
We'll see.
It will roar, though, so Mouse, they are gonna get one final chance to contest it if they have the Tombstone ready, if they have everything in Largo's arsenal and the Fiend's Grip ready. I can definitely see them try and contest a Roche Pit fight, because it is a really good team for fighting around those confined corners of the map and those kind of quiet-ish, you know, Roche Pit areas. But speaking of quiet... Toby, he thought like, some solo farm, some chill, and XP over on the bot lane, and Darknear's like, nope. Galvanize number 26 already.
26! Reminds me of the good old days of the Bloodstone Storm. It's countless amount of mana regen. Beautiful.
I do sincerely miss the old Bloodstone. It was still such a cool and unique item that I think it will be forever like remembered and cherished.
And the fact that you could suicide as well, that was such a specialty. I think it was a really genuine part of what Dota 2 was.
Oh, so cancerous as well to just suicide so your enemy doesn't get any assist gold. But speaking of assist gold, Crystallis goes down, Supreme goes down. Everyone on level up is rich, and level up there no longer gonna have to deal with that Razor's damage for 100 freaking seconds.
Well, 100 without the Razor. It should be one lane, right? Maybe even more.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dieback on him, so they know for a fact he has no buyback. They know for a fact there can be no retaliation. And the moment that they do realize, hey, I don't think Largo has the buyback, Earthsword has the buyback either, they go on Largo. And Bane.
This might just be game. Yeah, Boom calls it.
I mean, better than playing it way too long and tilting yourself, so it is a good call to just GG out for the side of Mouse. It really feels like the draft bit them in the ass. Like, with a better draft, I think Mouse could have delivered so much. Because like, everybody individually played really well, but we talked about Largo a lot, where he just couldn't get into the team fights to heal his entire team half of the time, because when you try to reposition yourself, there's a waveform, or there's mines in between, or there's Storm Spirit holding you down. But who do you think deserves the MVP with level up stomping it so hard?
It's such a tough question because Hatred was literally the catalyst in the early game, and but the amount of pickups that Darknia got in this particular game, I think I'm gonna give it to Storm just because of the game reading abilities that he had, the fact that he was so quick with the pickups. I think I'm gonna give it to Darknia. How you feel about this?
Yeah, Darknia, like, he had such a rough lane, and he was given the support, because we saw, like, at 12 minutes or whatever, the Storm Spirit completely win against the Earth, and that's never supposed to happen. Again, it's like, until level 5 Storm Spirit wins a little bit, level 5 to, like, level 7 Earth Spirit wins a little bit, and after that, it's who ganks the other lanes better. And Storm Spirit, he ganked better, and he had more people coming in to kind of help out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is it possible to give them all 5 players an MVP? Because look at those stats, beautiful. I mean, P-Pax only won that for 25 assists. Darknia, we have mentioned him. Hatred with the early game. Queasy only won that on a position for Mirana. Insane. I mean, Level Up absolutely deserved this victory.
Yep, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break because we're still about an hour behind schedule. So if Team Mouse go for a better draft, get us a really long kind of 2-1 to the series after all, we're gonna be here for a while. But the way that Level Up outdrafted and then stumped, I'm really curious to see how the drafting game number 2 goes. I'll see you all then. Stay tuned, more Dota 2 action coming up in just a moment here at the EPL Masters. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, back again we are, and an interesting game at that to both, because Level Up, they got Mouse and Invoker up against them, but they also have one of their signature picks. So I think both teams are approaching this game a lot differently than game number one, and immediately being like, you get your strongest hero, we get our strongest hero, let's play with the best we got. Who do you think is gonna take this one? And do you think Mouse are at a significant advantage? Because they do have a more unique playstyle than most teams, but Level Up could have also done their homework, right?
I mean, if Level Up can keep this intensity rolling, I don't think they should be in trouble. But I think Mouse has a lot of veteran players. They have a lot of wisdom to how to get back into a game like this. So I'm really expecting Mouse to step up their gameplay and maybe potentially surprise us with more than a decent draft, or maybe surprise us with some surprising heroes. But we'll see. Level Up is kind of relying on the similar things. We got the Spirit Hero, we got Mirana again.
Yeah, I mean, Ember Mirana is a good combo. The Bane feels kind of out of place, sandwiched in between these two catch heroes. Though it is a good indication of team fight, and Mouse will immediately respond by taking some team fight of their own in the Dark Willow.
Dark Widow is really good with Invoker. It's not just only that Bane gonna set up you for some really nice Invoker spells, but now you got the Dark Willow. If you might be hitting like double, triple terrorize, it can be really beneficial for the Invoker. So, but Mouse, they need some muscle. They need some big heroes to be in the front.
Yep, agreed. I think the Centaur that they have banned themselves would look so good for them. I'm genuinely not sure why you would ban Centaur when you have a Willow and an Invoker. Is there any particular reason, or is it just that Centaur is that good this patch?
I think Centaur is something that can get you out of trouble from the Invoker, from the Dark Willow as well, because Invoker likes to control you, and Centaur is just pressing the ultimate and you just run away. And then the Invoker is like, oh no, it's not gonna work. I cannot control them anymore. But here's the muscle, the Underlord.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, while you're still talking, they show exactly why they went for the why they went for that Centaur ban. Even if they could have benefited from the Centaur themselves, Underlord would have not been good for Level Up, but it would have been really good for Mouse. Clever drafting there. Also, Mouse got the last pick this time around, so maybe like Level Up can't pull a sneaky one on them.
It might be. I'm really curious about the fourth pick for Level Up. Which lane is gonna be revealed here? Mirror, Undying, Ember. Expecting. I don't know. I'm kind of lost now.
Yep. Level Up. I feel like it's such a corner that they've drafted themselves into. This feels like, hey, we got this really good team fight, we got this really terrifying team fight, and Mouse just never have to team fight. They will not be fighting in a team, they will be fighting with 4 people coming out of a Fiend's Gate to kick the crap out of one core and then teleport back.
Yeah, I can see that happening. In the early stages, it's not that, right? It's just about setting up different scenarios for the Underlord, setting up different scenarios for your future carry, setting up different scenarios for the Invoker. But once you hit the mid game, it's just we go through the Fiend's Gate and help the one in need. Let it be anywhere on the map. Level Up is really thinking it's true, and they
All
might
of
be
their reserve time.
yeah, they might be having the same ideas. I mean, like, oh, what are we picking here? What are we revealing? We have to reveal something. Oh,
Oof.
I love
You seem
Alchemist.
excited.
I love Alchemist. Alchemist is a really situational hero nowadays, and it can go really well, or it can be a total disaster. There is no in between, right? There is no in between.
Yeah, for me, it's the opposite. I'm kind of worried that because game number 1 went so well, Level Up are feeling really confident now and may pick this Alchemist and then really regret it. Because Underlord's percentage-based damage works against him. At least the lifestealer is banned, so now they do know, okay guys, we all got a draft to protect our Alchemist. Because I do like the possibility of giving a really early Aghanim's to the Ember. It's one of the best Alchemist synergies in that regard. But I don't know. It feels like he is gonna have such a hard time if Mouse play like a better laning stage than game number 1. Because right now this Alchemist is picked with the assumption of, hey, we're gonna have a really good laning stage again, and from there they basically have their win condition with Alchemist Ember now. But if it's not a good laning stage, what do you do then?
It can be confusing. You got Undying, you got Mirana, so you can create a situation where even if the Alchemist is heavily losing the lane, it can rely on the stacks that the Mirana is and the Undying is going to be making for them, or you can just get a blink on the Alchemist in the early stages and be active with your team. We will see. I think it will really matter what kind of offlaner level up will pull out of here, or it might be the Undying. I don't know. It might be that, but I would give that like something you cannot deny how good it is here. You can save the Ember Spirit. You can work around the Alchemist. There's just such a good turnaround option that the Dawnbreaker is providing you, and it's going to be having a decent laning stage as well. Because Mouse, they're running out of objects that they can pick up for the safe lane, and now they have to think, they have to consider like an Ursa, they have to consider like a Drow Ranger, but even the Drow Ranger wouldn't be good here because of the Ember Spirit. So Mouse kind of trapped themselves.
It feels like it, yes, because I was thinking Slark, but Slark suffers too much against Dawnbreaker, and now they're gonna go with a Monkey King, who has a really good time against the Dawnbreaker, against the Alchemist, against the Undying, I can see that, but Searing Chains plus Arrow is the one thing that you're still worried about, right?
Absolutely. Crystal is Monkey King. I mean, he's a god with the hero, but no but, because he has 4 melee heroes against him. That's really good, but this is a Dawnbreaker, and Dawnbreaker kind of functions differently than your usual melee offlaner. We gotta go for the predictions. Last time you were right. You were right with the level up. Which draft do you like more here?
I mean, this time I'm not sure, because you just said it. Crystal is Monkey. Usually, as a rule of thumb, you do not doubt Crystal is Monkey, but you also don't doubt a Dark Nia Ember Spirit, especially not if he has like an early Aghanim that this Alchemist is gonna provide him. So I think I'm gonna go level up again, but I don't want the 2-0. I'm actively gonna be rooting for Mouse, but I'm gonna be rooting for Mouse because I'm afraid I will not get another game number 3 out of this, judging from the drafts. What about you?
Um, a lot of attention, a lot of pressure on BPEX and how he's going to be delivering with his ultimates. And if level up, if their cohesion, if their chemistry is good enough, and they have proven that it's good, they are on a crazy madman winning streak. I think I'm going to go level up this time, just judging by the draft and a tiny bit of level up infusion. We'll see.
I feel like we're both having like so much faith in Darknia here. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if like there's gonna be, I don't know, 2 supports at minute 6 hitting him, right? Because Ember Spirit, yeah, he feels like a really hard hero.
Prepare for battle.
Darknia is gonna play him really well. We already know that guaranteed. But that's the core part of this draft. It's so essential for actually winning this draft that if Ember Spirit does not have a game, then nobody else will, right? Because if you can't give a pet Ember Spirit the Aghanim Scepter, then all of that farming Alchemist does for it is just kind of screwing them over.
I have one more question, really important one. What do you think about this Dawnbreaker uh, skin?
I don't like it. It's silly. It's way too silly. Dawnbreaker, she has 2 good skins, and now she has 2 good skins, so I was like, okay, this is silly shit.
I
I don't
absolutely
mind
agree.
silly skins, but it's a bit too early. Like, silly skin when you don't have any silliness to combine it with, right?
Yeah, it reminds me some other
30 seconds.
MOBAs where they completely the skins got completely out of hand, and they are including some crazy stuff there, which has nothing to do with the lore or nothing to do with the universe where Dota is being played. Whatever. Smoke
I mean, they
breaks.
do make it part of the lore. Like, that criticism is why we have the whole train story, and the whole train story is going to be recommended canon, right? Like, what happened to the heroes and stuff. But I do feel you, because I'm starting to genuinely get the trouble, and we've both been casting for really, really long, so this should not be the case, where I cannot recognize which hero it is in a really big team fight sometimes, because of skins being that wild.
Crystal is taking some damage, but he's gonna be fine here.
Yeah, Undying, however, he does not want to get him into the lane. Hatred skills level 1 DK and just camps there. Not even like Tombstone to try for it first, but no, he just wants to camp here and keep the Monkey King away.
That's something that many undying players usually do. And I really like how he applied a lot of pressure. And I thought for a second he's gonna stay for a while because he applied a lot of damage, right? And therefore, the enemy is gonna be delivering some, regions. So maybe if he would have waited for a couple of seconds, he could have sniped the courier. But now he has job on the bottom lane, and Hatred is already putting his hands to work. As you can see, 1J is like having some troubles.
Yeah, before that, I think he really wanted to stay for longer, but he asked like, "Hey, Alchemist, do you need help?" And Will was like, "I'm laning against the Dark Willow. Of course, I need help." Because he was just getting harassed non-stop before Hatred shows up, and now you can see Hatred taking those constant little right clicks, which really add up if you take few too many of them. Whereas for the mid lane, I mean, Dark Nia against Invoker is 100% free until the supports show up. Because with supports, Cold Snap, Deafening Blast, EMP are all really powerful suddenly.
We'll see. Invoker is such a weird tier. Oh, whoa, might be in trouble. He's being right clicked down. He's dead. That's surprising.
Yeah, not what's supposed to happen here, but it is exactly what Mouse need, because shutting down the carry, shutting down this Alchemist, just delaying his ultimate could lead to a follow-up kill later on. Because if Alchemist doesn't have level 6 and Underlord does, Underlord can do the thing where you use the first Fiend's Gate right behind the tower.
You have really well. You have summarized this really well how the Alchemist might set for this game, but I did not expect him to die this early. They were just about to hit level 2. They just hit level 2 and he died immediately. That was definitely a mistake there.
Yep, so I think this bottom lane is gonna be a lot slower now. I think Level Up especially are gonna have a lot more chill about how they want to play this, or rather how they don't want to play this. While Dark Widow manages to solve up and basically a full heal, but those are gonna be expensive. And Alchemist even cancels part of the solve. So the regen trades are favoring Level Up, even if they did lose their hard carry here. The real question is though, how do you stop Crystallis? Because as you said, Crystallis, Monkey King's a signature hero. He's probably one of the best Monkey King players in the world. If you don't stop him, he's guaranteed to do work.
Yeah, this game is a lot about Crystallis. Crystallis in the first 15 minutes. Another kill might happen there though. Hatred is gonna go down. Boom. And now it's actually gonna be 1J securing kill. And the warfare for the Lotuses. 1J might die. Oh no, it's just a bait.
Do not underestimate the Willow, as Woe manages to get himself away, but I don't think Alchemist is having any fun in the laning stage.
Alchemist is having some troubles, but as long as you see that number on the left side of your screen and it's like decent-ish, I don't think the Alchemist minds the pressure that much. As long as he's not dying, of course.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't die, I agree. Because his lasts are okay, it's just that like 2 kills already in favor of Mouse is so scary when, you know, you can't do anything before that first Aghanims has been given away other than hope for good Dawnbreaker ultimates, and even that requires level 6. So it's not like there's any early game timings that they really got looking forward to. Even though I will agree, Dawnbreaker one of the strongest heroes in the entire game, but the tempo she needs to really pull it off always takes a little bit.
Yeah. I got so excited about the second kill, I did not answer your take on the Monkey King. Yeah, first 15 minutes, Crystallis. If he can be active, he can be decisive, he can shut down the Alchemist around the map. He can basically solo carry this game.
Yep, for sure. And I think that's why they need to put a lot of pressure onto Crystallis, because for Level Up it's the opposite. It's not the carry that's supposed to solo carry this game, because that's an Alchemist. The one that's supposed to solo carry this game, until the Alchemist comes online at least, is the Ember Spirit here. So, one team needs to shut down the mid lane, and the other team needs to shut down the carry, but I guess if Alchemist is shut down like this, that's also gonna be really brutal. Whoa. Nice walk around the pit, and Hatred is like, I got the instant respawn, just let me die, but look at how much work he's doing with the decays.
One more right click and it's gonna go down. 1J secures another kill for himself. It's really beneficial. He can get faster earn probably. Maybe he can assemble it.
I mean, at least Alchemist lives, because another death on Woe would have been so rough.
As long as the Alchemist lives, it's completely fine. I mean, Undying, you run out of mana, you can just, you die, you reset. And Dark Nia forced to go back home because the Invoker's pressure is just way too much.
No, that's what's not supposed to happen. I mean, Ember Spirit, he's still got a massive farm advantage, but having to do that walk back into the base as an Ember, you feel your XP, like you physically feel your XP going behind that of the enemy.
Yeah, you mentioned that gold wise is okay. Is like there's a difference between them, which is not that big of a deal. It's actually the Ember leading, but the experience. Yep, yep, yep.
The go and ready thankfully gets called, and let's see just how big. Oh, that XP difference. It's like half a level already by the time Ember comes into the lane. He's gotta make up for that once he hits level 6 or level 7 by going to these side lanes. For now, he's gonna apparently go into the jungle and farm a little with the Flame Guard. Smart move. These teams are definitely communicating really well. Because if you see mid lane, there has been that exact trap I called, where if Ember Spirit gets ganked by 2 supports, the game could be over. They're trying. They're waiting with 2 supports on the mid lane. What a surprise.
Oh god, they're really waiting for him. But the Ember Spirit is kind of suspecting. Like, he's like switching his camera to the sidelines. He's talking with his teammates. Like, guys, the support players are missing for the past 1.5 minutes. Something is happening. And look at that.
They're
Got
getting
me up.
impatient. They want him under the tower even. They're talking, yeah. I think at this point, you get a lot of your patience back, right? At this point, it's like, oh, I see. Okay, I can chill a little bit longer. That's nice.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be another beautiful little pick off onto Crystallis by BB3PX. And now I'm starting to think, okay, maybe we weren't wrong with our draft prediction. Because if Crystallis isn't solo carrying this, then Level Up do have the better draft. It's literally just that we both respect Crystallis' skill, right?
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of unfortunate for him as well. Not because of his positioning. I think his positioning was completely fine. It was, I think he messed up with the Bundle Strike, did not hit the neutrals, and could not heal that much up. Got killed in the process. Oh, can 1G actually steal this Wisdom with Toby? Support Warfare? Easy dice?
And I still want more, like BB3PX, he does not have mana and he's man fighting as 2 supports, and there's Crystallis for the punish. I think that was such a huge mistake whether Dawnbreaker dies or not, because you gotta go back to the base even if you live. He tries to go for the monkey, but now it's that walk of shame. And this is a walk of shame, because he literally could have just, taken less damage if you're gonna give the wisdom away anyways.
Very nice job from Mao securing both Shrine of Wisdoms. That's the way you can act up against the Alchemist. I like how Crystallis actually arrived on there and decided to be the force himself.
I am also wondering, what do you think the Invoker build order is gonna be, and more importantly, which of the elements is he gonna choose for the Shard and the Aghanims? Because every Invoker Aghanims is good here, and most of the Shards. Because usually I think the meta is still Ghost Walk and Cataclysm, but I don't see Cataclysm doing that much work later on, because... Ember Spirit moves around and won't be hit by it. Alchemist has a BKB and will keep walking around, so that he's probably not going to take that much damage for it. Mirana highly mobile. The 2 heroes you really punish with Cataclysm are Dawnbreaker and Undying, but do you still go for the Aghanim's Cataclysm build?
It's such a tough decision. Oh, let's focus on Deepex first, and I'm gonna answer that. Massive rotation. Boom is arriving as well with the ultimate, and the kill is gonna be made by Crystallis. Back to Invoker. I think you wait. I think you wait how the game is gonna go. I think you wait and read the game, ask your teammates, what are we missing, what's necessary, do we have enough damage, do we have enough control, do we have enough lockdown, can I afford this, can I afford that? I think time. We need time, and we'll see. It's really hard, because the Invoker is much more options that you can choose nowadays with this X, Shard, upgrade, and another kill. Boom.
Boom, he is gonna be taken down with a large boom himself, and only 2 kills for a level up, but every time they do go for kills, they make sure it's valuable ones. Because they got Crystallis once and they got Underlord once, so the 2 most valuable people are currently the only 2 kills they have. And that has led to this Invoker now climbing to the top of net worth.
Invoker's looking good. even though that the Ember Spirit was kinda, I wouldn't say dominating, but was ahead by like 5 or 6 loss hits. But then, as you mentioned, the supports came to oversee the farming methods that the Ember Spirit was doing. Bo, meanwhile, beautiful. Keep up
Radiant's
the
middle
farming
tower
pattern.
is under attack.
Stack for yourself. I like this. Alchemist gameplay is so tasty, so satisfying to watch.
Yeah, Alchemist is really satisfying, both farming and fighting. You wanna know what else is satisfying and online? The Dawnbreaker ultimates though.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be scary. We can make this place easier with look at Dark. Yeah, already level 9.
Dire
I'm gonna actually check the experience. Yeah, I mean even-ish. I thought the Radiant team might be ahead like a 1 or 1.5k, but nah,
Dire's top
even
tower
experience.
is under attack.
I mean, that's also largely because of Mouse making sure that Monkey King is given some stacks, making sure that, you know, they're not just jungle farming on their carry. They're always getting that little bit extra every time Monkey does go off into the jungle, but this time Ember Spirit tries to find Monkey King and punish. Does not find Monkey King, will find the Bane, but he does miss out on what could have been 2 bounty runes to try and join the Alchemist instead. Maybe worthwhile, because they will definitely get 1, and with the Dawnbreaker ultimate committed, they want this Dark Willow.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Just 1 kill, they will get 1J as well, they will run him down. Maybe give the kill to Bo, not even necessary. I mean, as long as he's in the neighborhood, he's gonna get the experience, right? And there's a tiny bit of a bonus goal. And you called it out, Solar Guardian, and a beautiful one, affecting 2 heroes at the same time. Oh, and they found the stacks, Joe! Look at that! The bounty!
I mean, only half of the stacks. I gotta compliment and point out, Mouse have been stacking every camp over in the top lane like once, you know, they've just been making like a stack here, a stack there, to make sure they don't overstack the triangle. But yes, any value that they did have in the triangle, they're forced to defend and already lose a large chunk of, so they're gonna have half as much space to even make stacks if this aggression on the bottom lane continues from the Radiant.
Vanish. Defensive measures are necessary because Darkneo might have been in trouble. He's quite low on mana. BPEX is doing really well so far. I mentioned this his job in this game is almost as much as important as Crystal's is.
Bottom tier 1 is gonna go down, and that is what Mouse were really looking for, because they know this Alchemist is gonna be farming regardless. Alchemist is gonna give the first Aghanims to Ember Spirit, and then Ember Spirit is just gonna deliver the damage. But over at the Twin Gate, Mirana trying to tank for the Dawnbreaker, but nope. You can tank the Nightmare, but you can't tank all of those AoEs, as now Queasy.
I mean, 2 kills for Supreme, but I think level up is fine with this. This is room for Alchemist. This is room for Ember Spirit. This is a tiny room for the Undying to get the experience. And the fact that I'm saying this is because Mouse, they used 1, 2, 3, 3.5 ultimates. Okay,
Fair enough.
If
Fair
you count the
enough.
Invoker as well.
Yeah, Invoker did use all of his big cooldowns, so I think half an ultimate is a really nice way of putting that. I mean, losing the Dawnbreaker, that's the one hero you're not happy about. If, like, it's 2 ultimates for a support, that's the big W, and I do agree that right now is when the farm and the space matters the most for level up. So, I'm not sure if it favors them, but it's definitely the best possible trade. Like, anybody else dying would have been worse.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Level Up is reacting really well so far of what Mouse is doing. Mouse, it was really necessary. It was such a weird situation, by the way, because both teams, both teams' players were using the Twin Gate to travel, and the first one to appear on the other end was Mouse, and therefore they took the opportunity to get the team fight done and got 2 kills. 11 kills so far, 14 minutes. Less action-packed than last time.
Yeah, a lot less action-packed than last time, though. Going into the super late game level up win, whereas Mouse, we've been talking about that timing, they just need Aghanims on the Underlord, Underlord level 2 ultimate, and a little bit of farm, like Battle Fury +1 item on the Monkey King to they can fully commit. So there is still a timing that they got to look forward to. It's just gonna be hard to find it when Alchemist also has really good Radiance timing, and, you know, Battle Fury on Monkey King doesn't seem like the way in my opinion. Oof, Bane though.
He's dead.
Yeah. Invoker a little bit too late with the tornado. Good try, but now Supreme may as well just walk it off, act like he wasn't
Oh, no,
even
wait.
there. Oh no 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 no! Oh my god! Dark, yeah.
B-Pax was cutting down those freeze continuously with his second spell, and jackpot, he hit the jackpot. And now with the 2k gold lead. Oh, level up, you are really doing this. Something you mentioned I really liked. Battle Fury on Monkey King in this particular game, I agree with you. I just don't feel like that's the option that you should be going for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like, I see the idea. Yeah, Alchemist farms really fast. I'm gonna have to farm really fast as well. But I feel like that's just completely ignoring the Darknia factor, right? Like, what do you do against the Ember Spirit now on the Monkey King?
Yeah, I mean, Battle Fury is a great way to get the Monkey King job done in a normal game, but you have Alchemist against you. Just imagine, like, most of the heroes on level up are operating with. Oh, I will finish after this kill.
Yes, over on bottom lane. It's not just gonna be a kill, it's gonna be a full-blown fight. BB3PX gets gone on, but Alchemist says, nope, if you're that tanky, I'm gonna try to save you, putting his own life at risk, but he does still have a massive heal to at least try and deal with the Bane. Supreme, though, in a bit of a bad position, as one day will manage to get himself taken down, but at least maybe set up this beautiful kill on the Alchemist. So Dark Willow did die a hero there on the tail end of what was otherwise a really rough team fight for Mouse. I think that's okay though, right? Like 2 supports for like a carry and an offlane is still definitely really good for Mouse.
Yeah, Mouse. This turned out to be a really good team fight in the end, and it's gonna give Crystalis that Battle Fury to be completed.
Shoutouts to Boom, because Boom has been having a bit of a rough game himself, not in terms of the like farm department, but just finding these openings. And now, while the teamfight already looked lost, he comes in at the perfect moment to turn it around to enable that kill on the Alchemist.
Yep, a lot of credit goes to Boom. Darknia hunting. He's invisible. Crystalis has been found. They have everything. Oh, arrow misses, but I don't think that doesn't matter.
Darknia, like, he's just hunting Crystalis. He's even risking his Mirana, saying, well, Queasy, I'm sorry if you die, but I am gonna get that kill on the Monkey King, because if I don't, the Monkey King will kill us all later. And out the Ember Spirit goes. Good trade. Exactly what they were looking for.
Maybe another one on the mid lane. Hater is gonna be in trouble. Bob's a Tombstone, so maybe they can
just
turn this
a little
around.
bit too late. Both teams have had one team fight now where they're almost about to turn and are just half a second too late. Ember Spirit still really wants the kill, and will get it with the Slay of Fist. Alchemist already. Wait, Alchemist, is he going for the Aghanim's? Because I think then it's gotta be completed, but that would be. Yeah, no, he's just skipping it.
Yeah, it's meant. I think it's just the natural Alchemist way, like breaking a Manta into Blink BKB and potentially AC, and then you can build the eggs. I don't think going second item eggs is that much necessary for the Ember Spirit, because I've been actually doing a lot of research on the Ember Spirit recently, and I realized that Ember Spirit doesn't need the eggs that much anymore. I think it's Kaya and Sanj, Spirit Vessel, Shivas, and BKB. Oh, look at the bottom though.
Alchemist, meanwhile, he wishes Ember Spirit was there with any items at all, but he will be killed off so quickly thanks to that Underlord ultimate that now that his team arrives, they're even gonna struggle to bring down a Vayne in a timely fashion, but Ember with the Remnants should be able to chase for more if they get the catch. Nice Slay of Fists to set up a 2-man searing chase, but Darknia, oof. That was a huge mistake. Crystal is immediately there to punish. Crystal is now Monkey King ultimate just to make sure that nobody can turn this around any more times. Because Dawnbreaker really wants it. There's the Mirana that they did get vision on, but with that vision spotting out, hey, Mirana's coming in. Crystalis! Oh no. Queasy.
The last right click! Queasy! Oh, the cheeky right click coming out from him. I mean, the absolute MVP. You called him out already countless times. Boom! With this Underlord is just Unstoppable.
I mean, with such insane Aghanim's timing, there is not really anything they can do against him until BKBs and strong dispels and stuff like that are there, which is gonna take a little while.
This
The
bit
ults
of
are just...
Malus. Yeah, this bit of Malus is absolutely insane, and you don't even have like a Chasm Stone or something like to buff it. It's just, it's just coming later.
I mean, okay, once he has the AoE buff, at least there will be BKBs. But for the supports, yeah, I don't think this Mirana can afford a BKB anytime soon, even though I would not blame her for building one this game.
Level up, the problems are not that big just yet. Okay, you lost a major team fight, but you still have the Alchemist factor. He's farming. He's okay. She's gonna hit a decent mana timing. Manta timing. I'm sorry. How do you feel about the next 5 minutes? Can Mouse speed things up and put more pressure onto the Alchemist, or level up is just gonna, use the Dawnbreaker and crush them?
I do think level up right now are looking like they're gonna win this game ever so slightly, because I think like the pressure on the Alchemist is already easing up, and Darknia, he's died once, but he's still gonna find himself a nice little pick-off kill over on the bottom lane, snowballing real hard and completing his own BKB. But oh my god, what a fight initiation immediately again. Underlord, he really wants every kill he can get, even if it's just support, screw it. Press the ultimate, get yourself in there, because it's not like they can chase down Boom, or can they? Ember is gonna try, root himself up. Darknia, he really wants a good go. And Crystallis is there with an Ember Spirit, completely zoned out now. They will just ignore the Monkey King ultimate though, focus on Supreme, nicely done. That takes away a lot of that damage for the side of level up. Maybe this fight can be better than the last one, because now Monkey King is forced to run out. Bane also just running for his life. Bob.
And one more. It's gonna be the Bane. They will bring him down as well. Toby is gonna die. It's 4 kills, right? Because the Dark will just respawn. Meanwhile, level up. As you predicted. I mean, I like how you completely summed up the situation with like 3 words. What's gonna the Monkey King do? Like nothing. He's gonna you just ignore him. That's what you said, and it's absolutely right. Why would you fight him?
He's at least going for the right build. So he did learn from that last team fight and immediately queued up Aghanim Scepter, which makes it so much easier to at least do something while the real hero has to run away. Whether it'll be enough to actually do the work though, that depends on when he has that Aghanim Scepter, right?
It really feels like the Monkey King is trusting his own teammates, which is not a bad thing, obviously. He's trusting his own teammates to deal with the Alchemist, so he can be the super carry in the late game and, pay back the amount he owes for his team. Darknia might be if they can get this kill, that can be huge.
Ember Spirit. Nope. Always have a Remnant. Always. In a game like this, if you don't, you're just dead. But it looks like level up, they may even want to go for a turnaround. Queasy, though, does not get any vision, but Dark Willow jumps right in front of the Mirana, dusts the Mirana, and still can't chase. On mid, we're also gonna see a bit of a chase. Crystal is even being brought in for it, but with the Invis BB3PX, the fight is instead gonna be happening over on top once again, where Invoker goes down. Mouse, they try to set up on 2 lanes, neither of them works. Level up, they go for 1 setup and get not 1 but 2 kills out of it. What the hell?
That's your playmaker. You cannot lose your playmaker, Joe. That's the Invoker. If you die on the Invoker once, that's okay. Die twice. Die 3 times, that's GG.
It may be the case, yes, I can definitely see that. Thankfully, at least Darknia, the playmaker on the other side, died once, but BB3PX did not. And you just see that Darknia, he has to sit in the backlines, he has to press his BKB, but it's not like anyone can do something, right? You can't punish the Ember because you need to get past the Dawnbreaker, who's spinning to win first.
And that's where the objectives are. Piling up and lining up, one after another. Get a kill on the Invoker, kill their carry, get the Radiant favored because the outpost is closer to the Rosh. Your outpost is closer to Rosh, so it's free Radiant Rosh. And problems on the horizon for Mouse. It's not the Alchemist anymore, it's everyone. Oh, Queasy, was that a solo kill?
Yep.
What the hell?
Really unfortunate arrow for the Dark Willow there, and this initiation right after the Aegis. like, Mouse, okay, they got a really nicely placed Fiend's Gate. They will make sure to split right up again, so it didn't really cost them much. But I feel like level up, they're just controlling too much, right? Like, they knew exactly what was gonna happen there. They were the ones that decided, do we want a team fight right after taking Roshan or not? At least for a change, Invoker didn't die, right? That goes a long way, I think.
I mean, Mouse, if they can take this very late, I can see it happening. I mean, they got a nice setup on Underlord. The Invoker can get out of hand. But once the Alchemist is gonna be 5 slotted and he starts handing out those Aghanims, it's really tough. Mouse, you gotta do something. You gotta smoke up. You gotta take that Aegis. You gotta maybe remove the Dawnbreaker. You gotta do something.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like, we've had that exact same scenario in the other game, where you can't smoke if you don't have the vision to do so. You're just gonna walk around the map and waste time that you should be spending farming. Like, they're trying to ward, they're trying to take over this Radiant part of the map. This time around it's gonna be towards the Radiant jungle, but that's why they only keep feeding more kills.
Here they come. If they can catch Supreme here, no. Easy. Go be hiding, got the bonus cast range. But they will not reveal themselves, they will be fine.
Well, I mean, any small mistake is gonna get punished so hard, and that's the small mistake then. Boom instead. We've been complimenting and praising him, but Alchemist comes in and it's like, nope, nope. You get praised into fine red ribbons.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you cannot do these combos anymore, right? What you did like 9 minutes ago with the Invoker, with the Underlord, because they are too tanky now. Look at the Ember Spirit, look at the Dawnbreaker. Even the freaking Mirana is too tanky to do these combos and quickly kill him.
Yeah, like, they have the damage on Mouse, but you need to smoke and find one person alone, but you do not have the vision. Like, what do? Can you buy 3 smokes and then just smoke? Oh, smoke expired without us finding the carry. Smoke expired, we still haven't found the Alchemist. Smoke number 3. Because if you get away with that, it actually works out. There is teams that do that on a tier 1 level, but it's also something that you need to practice 1,000 times on a tier 1 level, and it's still sometimes a waste of 3 smokes. It's over on top lane. Uh-oh. Ember?
I think
No.
He's gonna be fine. I mean, you basically summed up the situation perfectly. Mouse, you need like 15 smokes and put the Monkey King into farming mode.
Dire are scanning.
That's one way to get back into this, or you're just relying entirely on your tier 2. A free kill for Dark, you're just running into a random Toby. Yep. Oh, and on the other side of the map.
But, oof. He didn't get Toby at least, because he rather wanted to help Boom, like, actually die there. So I guess Boom is doing his job, right? He saved the top lane Bane by forcing Ember to Remnant bottom. Good job tanking for support, man. Genuinely, like, these kind of plays are why I think Mouse do deserve to be a tier 1 team in theory. But today, like, I love Mouse. I wanna fanboy for them. I wanna hype them up. But it's just their drafts don't give me anything to hold on to. They don't give me that hope.
Yeah, this Alchemist pick was really something that they couldn't deal with.
This fight, like when the Underlord came out, I think Mouse were looking so favored draft-wise. But yeah, the Alchemist, it's so unanswerable here that even that extra muscle from the Underlord will not quite make the difference. And that one will, though, because Toby, he died with the Fiend's Grip. And we're gonna pause. Well, chat, this is the 3-2-2 pause. We gotta negotiate, ha. But I don't think there's like any amount of negotiating that will turn this around. Like, this is just screwed.
I mean, if you're in a situation like this, that is just one more thing you can still hold on to high ground, right? And you got some really good late game high ground heroes, Underlord plus Invoker.
Dire's
So
bottom tower
I can see it happening, but you need a lot of experience on the Invoker to get those big spells amped up.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ooh. With that first life, let's see. Ember no longer as cocky, but he's just gonna keep the pressure up while his team is now hunting on mid lane, so either he or mid is gonna get the kill, and both! Yeah, GG's.
Wow.
Crystal is dying again is just too much, because you said the same about the Invoker, but at least Invoker, whenever he died, he was sacrificing himself for the Monkey King. If the Monkey King dies and Invoker isn't farming, the game is getting rougher by the second.
Yeah, I feel like
Radiant's
Mouse
bottom
is
tower is under attack.
cannot really figure out how to reassemble the lines. They're losing heroes left and right. They should come up with a plan. If that plan works, I will give it like 10%. They can get back into this. Other than that, it's gonna be really hard. BPX gonna pop the BKB. Can he reach boom in time? Yes,
Nope.
he can.
Boom! I don't think he dies. Like, there's no way that he dies here. He is so tanky
True.
and committed the ultimate. It is nice that Dawnbreaker at least made him take twice as much damage. But really what they want is over on the mid lane where Ember Spirit gets Toby, dies for it. Darknir not happy about that, but at least he didn't just die. But even if 3 people surround him, stun him, and, you know, even use an ultimate to kill him, he'll still get a kill out of it. That's how fat he is.
Hatred might be the next one. Look at the amount of damage coming out from Supreme, just right-clicking with the Invoker there. Okay, that's a good start. Smoke up immediately after that. Punish more. Undying respawn immediately. 40 seconds without the Ember Spirit. Maybe you can find some players farming this jungle, and you will, because it's Squeezy. I think he's dead now.
No, just all of his leaps. I mean, that's still very painful and very costly for the Mirana, but it's better than a death. Now, Hatred, however, Tombstone or not, he is gonna die. And whereas that Restless Dirge, well, it is on cooldown, of course.
You know what would be the best for Mouse in this situation, or Roche? That would be such a good timing for them.
Oh yeah, if Roche responds like in a way that Mouse can take it, it could potentially change this game. Because Mouse, they will not win the late game, but right now they do still have a pretty big time frame, thanks to that Monkey King Aghanim Scepter, but Crystal is in a very bad position with the BKB piercing stun from the Dawnbreaker ultimate, will turn around with the lifesteal and an ultimate of his own. Changing of the guard coming out. He's trying to carry so hard, but Alchemist using the BKB, saying there is no resource too expensive for you, dear Monkey King. And they will get him with some help of the Ember Spirit eventually.
Yeah, Mouse kinda overestimated their power. Supreme is sticking around. Why is he sticking around? Oh, he got the...
I think they just overestimate how good Monkey King is of a pick this patch, because you see him, like, against 3 meta heroes, Monkey is supposed to win that, right, because of the Jingu. And you see him fighting back and fighting back. But when there's 2 or 3 heroes combining their spells really well to overwhelm him, Monkey's just not strong enough of a carry, because there's, you know, the Battle Fury build instead of, like, the Manta build or anything like that on him, and a nice little attempt at the Mirana, but Fiend's Grip gets cancelled by the Tombstone.
Wow, nice save.
And now Bane, it's not just a save, Mirana's immediate like turn around and kill.
I'm starting to understand now why Mirana support is such a niche, popular pick. Oh god. Mouse.
One of the few support heroes that I really enjoy watching just because of how exciting she is as like even to core players. At least Mouse, they may save Boom yet. So that's very nice positioning from Crystallis, and BB3PX is the one getting smashed for that and will be taken down instead.
I mean, let's give credit to Supreme. He's really trying. He's now on a killing spree. 3 kills in a row for him. So, and we are nowhere near to high ground just yet. So Mouse, I mean, usually I like to call this the Alchemist factor. That 12k lead in reality is around like 8 or 7. Okay, 8k. So it's not impossible.
Yeah, I get the Alchemist factor. I think 8k is kind of steep, you know, that is kind of generous. But it does feel like at least a 5k gold lead for level up still.
Yeah.
Double damage.
Mouse, however, they realize they're running out of time, and they are now the aggressors for the second time in a row, going in with that Fiend's Gate, barely missing and not quite catching anyone else, though. Because in 30 seconds,
they rushed it a bit too much, even because they got the Idiot Rune as well. Smoke was affecting every one of them, and they rushed this decision making a bit too much.
I don't know. I think the decision making that's punishing Mouse is thinking that Monkey King is a good hero, a good enough hero that you can pick him this patch. Because neither of us are disputing Crystal as a skill. Both of us were really hyped when we saw Crystal displaying his signature hero. But I think this patch he just doesn't have a signature hero.
Yeah, it really feels like next rush is everything.
Yup. I mean, this may be good for Mouse still. I'm not saying it is, but we'll be up very soon when Mouse are in a position to contest it. All the ultimates are there from both sides, except the most important one, the Underlord ultimate. 20 seconds though, that's not too bad in terms of the Roche timing versus Underlord timing.
Roche is up.
Yeah, Roche is, Underlord ult isn't yet, cause Mouse, if they try to go for that like kill into Roche fight and they don't have the Underlord ultimate, they may get themselves overwhelmed, so they're trying to wait, but I think we're both already expecting Dawnbreaker ultimate, Tombstone, and let's see if Mouse can deal with it, because here it comes. Tombstone used defensively once again, making sure that Ember stays alive, has vision on where everybody is now, but Monkey King still wants to take the fight. Crystallis, this time around it's a nice ultimate thanks to the Fiend script. Darknia gets away thanks to Undying with the Tombstone once again, but Undying, is he gonna die for that? It looks like it. Not before they kill Bane, however. Crystal is still man-fighting. Hatred finally goes down. Crystal is life-stealing upwards. Whoa! Whoa! He underestimated the Boundless and the Bane buyback.
Oh my god.
Bane carried that. As that is gonna be BB3PX going down.
Well, I guess we got that comeback factor. Not intact, but it's being researched.
They're trying,
happening.
yeah, with this Roshan, it could be a really big comeback, because we both talked about how good the Aegis is going to be for either team right now, because this is kind of the time where you want to try to end the game, or at least push a lane of Rax, and they have not been able to push on either side yet. So Roshan will get contested by Mouse. Level up, they don't have buybacks, I don't think they have anything that they could throw at this, even if they wanted to.
I was about to give the entire team fight to level up because Monkey King ultimate completely missed, no one was caught in it. Same for the Underlord, Spit of Malice, and then the Bane, as you mentioned, saved him, and Crystal is stuck in the corner. Can he steal it?
Can he? Nope. He will immediately ruin it though, that's still something if Darknia can get out, and Darknia not quite up the high ground though. His BKB ended a little too early. Oh no. 0.1 or 0.2 seconds of the BKB being too short. Maybe we get that game number 3 after all. There is a good reason that Mouse are borderline tier 1. I don't agree with their drafting here. I don't agree with their approach to this game. However, if they do get this Monkey King one more fight like that, I don't think anyone can deal with Crystallis anymore.
Yeah, and we have talked about this Alchemist Factor. This is an even game now. This is dead even. Maybe even a tiny bit favoring Mouse now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Wow.
Mid tower, nicely taken down. Like, even if no high ground gets pushed, if level up come back, they're not only going to be at basically a 0 gold advantage, because it's only the gold that the Alchemist has printed for them, but to make matters far, far worse, they're also going to be, well, entirely out of good opportunities to go, at least against the Monkey King. But I think they still want to wait for Mouse to go and then just do this kind of thing. Still a BKB and a Tombstone waste for that.
Big question now. Alchemist just purchased his first Aghanims. Who are you giving this to?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, such a big decision. Like, Ember Spirit, for him it's not that big anymore, but he will wait for the Ember Spirit to respawn and give it to Darknia. I think just for the attributes, right? He needs the tankiness more than he needs the actual remnants right now.
Okay. On Undying, it's like not that good anymore. It's been kind of a tiny bit nerfed. On Mirana, it's not worth it.
I mean, I still
Maybe
think it's really good on the Undying, but you need more items than Undying has right now.
True. He cannot sustain the amount of times he has to use it. Oh,
What about sustaining the damage on the Underlord instead? Boom! Almost dies to the Bloodthorn. Will be kept alive just a little while longer. Dawnbreaker doing everything she can to tank. And with the Tombstone,
Nice
and
save.
gonna try to back off, ignore the Monkey King, and then back in the back lines with the Bloodthorn. Alchemist
Beautiful.
looking way too strong. BB3PX finally dies. But Crystallis, he spent that entire team fight just setting up Monkey Remnants and hitting the Dawnbreaker. And now it's him and the Invoker against the world. But Alchemist, he is very susceptible to the Invoker. Now that his BKB is out, Alchemist dead. They need to get Monkey King, and they will in order to secure that gem. Supreme, the Playmaker lives. Level up, win another fight, which is very important because without it, they would have been out of this game. Then again, I want that third game, so I wouldn't have minded if they were to throw that one really hard.
4 kills for level up. Dark Nia, that Aghanim's really paid off. With the Octrinker as well, and Shiba's, and he got the neutral item with it as well. So it's wonderful. Conjurer's Catalyst is really being an issue for Mouse. Supreme though, he got Hex, so he can potentially solo kill players around the map as long as it's Mirana or Undying.
Correct. Well, Undying, got the thing that goes getting top items that can sustain. Supreme gets himself to the bottom lane, and he's just gonna do the red Dota thing. Like, he's just gonna start red, he's gonna start spawning Forge Spirit. I guess they realized that after Monkey King struggled so much to kill the Dawnbreaker, they need at least one more item on Crystallis, and currently he's dead. But he is going for the Daedalus for actual damage.
Yeah, that sounds good. Still cannot believe that Mouse was the first one to take down a tier 2 tower and not level up. This game is gonna be long.
I hope so. I mean, 70-minute game would be funky because Alchemist is actually a really good late gamer because he gives every hero a permanent 10 all stats. Though, whoa, he self-stuns trying to hunt Dark Willow. Dark Willow's still alive, still dealing with all of the heals and stuff. Ooh.
It's fine. Wow.
Support's overpowered, I guess.
Supreme continuously roaming the map, searching for opportunities. Once he finds one, the Underlord can immediately help him out.
Yeah, Underlord with that, well, almost 6-slotted build at this point. His biggest problem is genuinely just gonna be that he can't scale up anymore. Because the ultimates have been huge, the percentage-based damage have been huge. Even the tankiness is still really, really huge. I wonder though, like, can he get that ultimate? Because we've seen like 2 really good Underlord ultimates, and then there was one that it didn't even whiff, but they couldn't kill Darknir with it, and they got punished, right? So, always a risk of you messing up an Underlord ult and instantly getting punished for it.
Yeah. Gotta be careful, especially if you are 43 minutes deep in this game. Can basically decide the entire fate of the current map. Well, I guess, as the old saying goes, next rush soon.
As Roshan almost certainly is gonna get set up on, and
Got a smoke.
yep, no team has vision once again. So Crystallis, he goes up a really dangerous high ground. Ember Spirit will immediately see this as the opportunity to go. Darknia goes in, Searing Chains goes out. Arrow is there, forcing the BKB from the Monkey King. Undying, sitting behind, ready with the save as Woe jumps onto the Bane. Bane, that beautiful Dawnbreaker ultimate. It didn't quite connect on Crystallis as well as it needed to, so he did get the ultimate out first, however. And Ember Spirit now forced to press his own BKB, trying to fight off this high ground. Bane being that could become huge, but Invoker is making up for the support impact that they're lacking right now. Underlord portal gone. A bit of breathing room. Whoa. Needs to be careful front lining though. They just want to get back or at least reset right now. But with the tombstone being forced out, a nice arrow. Oh no.
Oh,
Arrow
that was
through all
beautiful.
of the zombies. And you can do nothing because you're not even fast enough to dodge. Downbreak, guts on top of Crystallis again. And now it's gonna be a repeat of that last mid fight where Monkey King is just gonna slowly get Kite killed.
The patience game from Level Up. This is definitely paying off as they claim this team fight like the last one. Similar scenario, similar skill set, similar decision making. And whoa, officially 5 slotted.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yep. Then, I mean, I'm waiting for all of those Aghanims. Not for the Aghanims effect, like you said, Undyings. He will not get that much extra use out of it, like you would think. Because of the additionally needed sustain and stuff like that. But the extra attributes are good for anyone. Because Mouse, they can win team fights, but if they do, then they win them by the skin of their teeth. It's not like they have 1,000 overkill damage to spare with how tanky everybody is.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Finally got to remove the tier 2 tower and they can further approach the potential high ground soon. Supreme still searching, looking for opportunities, and the BKB has been forced out.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, once the high ground is still left, you always have something to defend. Except that 20 minutes ago, and Mouse have made a wonderful comeback since. However, the high ground, once it starts crumbling, that's not going to stop. Forced BKB immediately, will be using that one defensively very, very well. So everybody's going to be forced to back off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan up in 20, so it's gonna be the major turning point if Mouse wants to do something. I think it has to be around. It has to be around Rosh. PC pausing up, so they might think this through. Might be some internet issues or something. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's good, because, you know, my favorite part about EPL is how every time that we have some really good games, there's like 5 restreams popping up on YouTube, so I'll just use that time to, you know, report some people for stealing our copyright while we're at it.
It's always
Such
a good way
fun.
to spend time.
I mean, honestly, bro, it pisses me off that guy on YouTube gets more money than we make, so it's like, nah, nah. Because, right, we pay the teams, we pay production, we are actually paying everyone. This person just takes our stream, restreams it solo, and gets money from it, which is so fucked. It makes me really mad, and I make sure to report all people like that always.
Well, don't be gone for long because Darknia is back, and yeah, I think we're ready to go soon. Mouse, those last 2 team fights hurt so much. And with Roche, potentially, if Level Up can get it, high ground is going to be the next objective.
Yeah, the objectives are just gonna keep going, though it's hard. Like, maybe if Underlord can set up the ultimate from behind into the perfect refresher or meteor combo from Invoker, that's the kind of damage you need right now. And they do have that damage, in theory.
They're just so tanky. Look at those HP bars.
It's just gonna keep getting worse. Like, we're watching a car crash in slow motion, to quote my favorite Team Fortress 2 line. With the Aegis, Darknia, no fear in the world, he'll straight up jump into half the enemy team, catches Supreme, does not have the damage on him because he knows Monkey King's nearby somewhere, but he doesn't know where. Nicely played by Crystallis, can now teleport out. There's a reason why he's one of the best Monkey Kings in Europe. Whether Monkey King sucks this patch or not, very nice play from him. However, boom, he's valuable enough to commit 2 ultimates for. Tries to keep himself alive with that ethereal state, but it is not gonna do anything as Bane gets cut into ribbons. Boom gets cut into ribbons. Bane is gonna get... well, not quite cut into ribbons because he has a buyback, but that is his first step and the buyback used. Well, Darknia not even breaking a sweat. I guess if Darknia gets Ember, even Crystallis Monkey King is not gonna make up for that.
Oh no, they messed up. Fiend's Grip into the tornado.
Ah,
They might
it's
still
fine.
get the kill. Yeah, Darkness is gonna be dead. Oh! Or
The dodge.
never
He
mind.
dodged and then munched on a Lotus while dodging, and he still has that Aegis. That's why he's being so aggressive in the first place.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mouse. 45 without the Underlord. Can you hold on to this one?
I mean, I don't think so, but it's not like the gold is the reason, because the refresher is there from Invoker. My main issue is they've pressed the BKB, so until the next Invoker BKB, they can't even try to make that comeback.
Bottom lane is pushing, you gotta deal with it. Your Fijis, your buildings are gonna be destroyed. 10 seconds until the Underlord, but even if he responds... Oh, okay, they got 3 buybacks on Mouse ready.
Yeah, I don't know, like, you can see it's like in slow motion, they gotta go forward, try to find a kill, nope, gotta go back. And now they're going forward again right as the smoke is coming in. Ooh,
Oh.
Crystal has managed to get himself. No!
Oh, is that 108 seconds without him? Obviously got buyback, but
Instant buyback forced, like, there's no other way. Ember's immediately gonna run up, try to force a buyback pretty much instantly. And yeah, a really long slugfest, a really brutal back and forth, however, also still no way of dealing with the Alchemist.
Age is still up. That's the most concerning about all of this. If they can force this Monkey King buyback, then, well, level up. It's just gonna be one more step to victory then.
Dire's top
They're
tower
trying, Supreme is coming out of the base to cut some creep waves. Level up, they do see him in the lane and immediately try to chase down the Invoker. Okay, they do respect the Invoker, BKB Refresher Orb combo. Though Invoker will just get himself away with Invis as
Dire's
level up.
top
They're wasting
tower
so much
has
time on
fallen.
Supreme.
Yeah, that's Supreme is doing a lot of work. And he was kind of lucky because the Soul Guardian was available. If the Soul Guardian is there, he's certainly dead. But he kind of draw the attention away, that's true. But look at the mid lane, maybe they don't need their teammates.
Dire's top
I mean, Alchemist certainly doesn't. He's threatening high ground with way too much health, regen, for even the percentage-based damage to deal with. Though 20 seconds on the Monkey King, so I don't think he'll have to buy back, and they're gonna have 2 carries to throw at this.
Shadows take us.
Here comes the Mirror now, ultimate. Another egg's almost done on the Alchemist. Mirana purchased one for himself.
Ooh, Mirana going into semi-carry, so I guess Queasy's realizing just how much everybody is struggling to end this game and kind of going for more of a spell damage burst build, but finally so much for struggling. They weren't struggling to end, they were struggling to get the Invoker first, instant Invoker buyback forced out, Fiend script very on point from the Bane, though he is gonna die for that, and now the Underlord. No, the Aegis instead. Nice.
It's fine.
Ember Spirit takes one death, but there's the Alchemist. Oh no. Such an emotional roller coaster. Monkey King buyback next. Supreme is on a dieback, undying, making sure to keep himself alive. But everybody from Mouse except the Bane are still there with a lot of resources. 1J with a BKB on the Dark Willow, not something we see every day. Undying will go down, and
Darkness
they're
sticking
still
around.
trying.
Oh my.
Supreme. Yeah, no, this is gonna be GG probably just because of the 2-minute buyback. At the moment that they see 2-minute dieback on the Invoker, they're immediately gonna buy everybody back to try and end this. Now the real question is, are they gonna risk it for Darkness? Of course they are, because Crystallis just showed. And that's gonna be GG's.
Yeah, if
No
this
way,
is... Yep.
Oh, maybe?
This is any
Crystallis?
good? Nah.
No. That was obvious once all 3 buybacks came out instantly, right? They realized no Invoker means we can 1v everyone the Monkey King. And they do need everyone to deal with Crystallis as Monkey King. But the moment that they do, it's GG's and a really unexpected result from Level Up. But we did both talk before the game about Mouse have been looking a bit rougher lately, right? Like they have gone down in draft quality, especially since the last patch. I think this was such a large part of what made things so incredibly hard here. Still,
really interesting. Really, I think it's satisfactory. Really nice game coming out from both of these teams. I really liked how Mouse almost assembled the comeback against an Alchemist lineup. I think I'm gonna give them credit for trying.
I think it's the Monkey King. Like, I just don't think Monkey King is good in this patch. Because Chad is saying, like, oh, the casters are lying. Best Monkey King is 48% win rate. But if Crystallis has a 48% win rate on Monkey King, what does that tell you about literally every other Monkey King player?
Yeah, true. Well, I think we got the MVP obviously for this game. He was dealing a lot of damage with the Conjurer's Catalyst. He was going insane, and that Octarine Core was not enough. As soon as he got his hands on the eggs, purchasing the Refresher Orb, Dark Neo, went absolutely insane. If they could have preserved some of those lives at the last team fight or buyback earlier, that might have been a rampage as well. Dark Neo, the Madman, that was a crazy game from him.
Oh, it was all crazy in terms of Mouse and in terms of Ember Spirit and even Queasy. There was two situations at least where we saw Queasy close out kills, but I do agree with you on the MVP because like it's usually respect banned, and once it's not, we see why it's respect banned. That says enough, I think. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are done for now, but there is more series coming up. We're just gonna switch casters real quick here, because the show must go on, and we still got Ilbers versus Rune Eaters and Zero Tenacity versus Navi coming up, so stay tuned. Just watch for, any more interesting kind of draft mistakes to be made and exploited, because holy crap. I feel like Mouse are better than this, genuinely, and this is not supposed to happen, but it's also been happening to them over and over again. But yeah, we'll see you around, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Peace.
Bye-bye.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the European Pro League Masters First Edition. By my side, I have Plate, and I'm Base Defender. We're gonna kick things off with Ilbris Esports and Rune Eaters, and afterwards we have, I think it's gonna be, well, for me personally, the most fun match of this first round of playoffs. It's gonna be Zero Tenacity versus Navi, formerly known as Navi Junior. So you were asking me earlier, are Ilbris gonna make it versus Rune Eaters, who had some good LAN experience recently, some good wins. And my answer is we'll see, depending on the carry.
Yeah, I think something we're going to be looking at right now is as this series progresses, specifically carry on carry matchup, right? Like, and I think really the team that gets first pick is going to be the one that gets a favorable matchup there. You're not really going to be 24 picking your carry, I don't think. So Rune Eaters and Ilbers are definitely going to be going certainly some special route, and you can see already Rune Eaters, they have that second pick, so they go for the natures. This could be some sort of flex with the,
Mm-hmm.
support natures or mid natures or carry natures, but that does open up something of a, something for Ilbers to think about. Maybe you can bait something like a Spectre pick has traditionally been a natures profit counter that we haven't really seen, at least in this series, or at least in this tournament, Spectre be that popular.
Mm-hmm.
Ilbers followed up with a Lena count, maybe a Lena counter, could be Lena mid to go against a possible Earth Spirit mid. I know Earth Spirit support has not been very popular as well. Rune Eaters are, I would say, I wouldn't say they've picked their mid and their carry, but picked a couple of flexes here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both the Earth Spirit and the Nature's Prophet have proven to be downright annoying. And I would see it as an interesting matchup against the Lina. And, you're going to get all of that solo XP. You're going to get to the Magnetize really fast. So far, the support combo is quite squishy, which could be a problem going on for Ilbers Esports. But I like this Undying opener. It's very aggressive, it's very controlling in the lane, and it's just, you just keep on stacking decay, 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 decay. Tombstone once, somebody's dying, decay, decay, decay. You get the shard, you save somebody, and then you just keep on doing that while running around and being a hyper distraction for the enemy team. Now, we're not seeing a lot of that healing that we've, had the chance to talk about on multiple occasions. Largo is going to be banned out, Coddle is removed from the game. Uh, in addition to that, we also have the Treant Protector. So far, these are great bans on both sides. Centaur as well is removed, who's been pretty much my, uh, how should I say it, like sleep paralysis demon at this point. Like, I've seen him so many times, and it's always been like an insta win or an insta lose condition for a lot of these teams.
Mm-hmm.
And Darkseer for Rune Eaters. Very nasty picks on their end.
Darkseer or Earth Spirit, one of the most popular combinations of Dota heroes, I think, in a lane for a
Mm-hmm.
long time. This is about as classic as you get. And they're going to go for Mirana too. So possibly what we're looking at here is the offlane Darkseer support Mirana. I think it would be surprising to me if we didn't see Earth Spirit 4. So I think it's a 5 Mirana and a carry natures or a mid natures. I think they're leaving the natures profit as a flex for either mid or carry. So, Rune Eaters have something, they're going to have that carry matchup in their pocket. They're going to have to force Ilbers to figure out exactly where their carry is going, who their carry is even going to be. And say that Lena is pretty decent into this whole I would say that into Darkseer, but with the Earth Spirit, it's really hard. You get kicked back, with the Earth Spirit, and then you have 2 Ion Shells on you because you're in the middle of a group wave and you die. So they're going to go for Tiny instead. Tiny does have some pretty decent ways of keeping himself alive from this Earth Spirit Darkseer combo. You can toss the Earth Spirit away from you, and also toss the Darkseer away from you, and you have the really nice AoE stun with the Avalanche to keep them off of you as well. So Tiny, really good peel options. They're going to ban out the Life Stealer, so it is
Yeah.
likely going to be that Tiny carry in the mid Lena. I think probably also Undying 3 is my guess. We have seen Ilbers play the Undying 3 Norma has been playing it in the past, so there is to consider whether or not Ilbers are baiting out all of these offlane bans from Rune Eaters, and then they're going to
Hmm.
just pick a 4 instead. In which case, what 4 you're thinking about? I think you need something that facilitates, or I mean, I guess a 5 because you need a 4. I'd put the will of
Yeah.
5, but
I mean, it could be both either ways because you're
yeah,
doubling down on the ground control, like either with the tiny and the toss avalanche, or you're doubling down with decay. Like if the Undying 3 is the option here, a hero that has shined multiple times on Ilbris's lineup has been the Padla Witch Doctor. So that is going to give you that momentum that you're looking for. It's going to give you that impact. It's going to give you that pressure, and it's going to give you that leaning annoyance. But it does not really scale super well because
yeah.
you got to be worried of the Nature's Prophet going in insane in the late game. So with two more bans and two more picks left remaining, Rune Eaters are taking away offlaners still. So they're not firm believers that this Undying is going to go past 3, so they're just eliminating everything on the sides. SF last pick and Pango. SF being last pick, well, second to last pick, it's feeling kind of amazing.
Yeah, that it's kind of weird that SF has been ignored this far, and also that Rune Eaters opted to go for Nature's Prophet over the SF as well, and Lena over the SF. So maybe neither of these teams are really, they really care about sort of what that hero is providing in this game, or maybe in the series.
Interesting.
Timbersaw. Okay, so they ignore the offlane Undying completely, and they pick a hero that I think is going to get rolled over this game. So that's good. This is what we talk about with Ilbers
Yeah.
sometimes is like they have like these their drafts can sometimes just fall apart. I think this is a really good case of that. I don't know what the Timbersaw does. Timbersaw struggles into specifically Darkseer and the Earth Spirit pretty hard. You need to buy a Lotus Orb pretty quickly, and if there's an Ion Shell on top of you, the Earth Spirit can stay on top of you. He has got the cooldown to match the Timber Chain, and then Mirana has a lot of magical burst damage as well. So I guess you pick the Timbersaw to like counter the Nature's Prophet is the
Yeah.
idea. Like you get level 6 and then you don't care about anything Nature's Prophet does. But I feel like as the game progresses, Nature's Prophet doesn't care about what a tiny does. So it's like, and the lane is also not the best.
And I guess it's gonna be Nature's Prophet going in as mid because last pick is gonna be Kez for Rune Eater. So they're gonna
Yeah.
go in a little bit bursty. So they're gonna keep that ongoing momentum with Darkseer on one side. So the Earth Spirit is ultimately gonna be rolled onto copy. So let me just do a quick double check because this is the first time in ages that I've seen Rune Eaters popping up. So it's gonna be a pos 2. So it's gonna be a mid lane. Okay, so Eki, it is gonna be a pos 4 Nature's Prophet. I was willing to put that out there, but it seems like the support days are long gone for Nature's Prophets. Aside from that, setup that maybe they were primarily thinking of, it's going to be a dual support combo. We're going to sprout into the arrow, and then we're going to jump in with the damage. Now, you did say Norma is a good counter reaction. I do agree with because you don't have to even waste that early gold uh, to get the calling blade to just take away the trees. You can just instantly focus on being bursty and being annoying. And also having the Tiny as a carry and Ponlo and Furnace, there's so much burst across all sides, but is this gonna be a very glass cannon sort of a play from Ilbers Esports, or that they're gonna just, get destroyed in the first 25 minutes?
Uh, it, the thing is, I think Rune Eaters, they aren't necessarily going for an early game lineup here. I'm looking at Darkseer, who doesn't really, Darkseer's got Vacuum Wall, but like that's not something that really pops off until later on in the game. Kez is a hero that needs a couple of items before your foot really gets out there, though he is really effective early.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, because this Nature's Prophet is just the Nature's Prophet, have tree ants, but like that's going to be coming in again later because you need levels to really be able to get the split pushing going. I think if anyone has pressure, it's going to be Ilbers, right? Lena is a hero that can really pressure towers quite safely with her
Mm-hmm.
attack range and also just the burst damage that she has with the Gunta Blade. Her lane is going to be pretty strong as well. thinking about like the Timber Saw, right? Like if the Timber Saw gets off to a good start and shuts the Kez down on the landing stage, they can just kind of sit
Prepare
behind
for
towers,
battle.
and then they're going to fly around the timber, right? It's just a space absorber. I think it's really going to come down to in this game whether or not that the carry matchup,
Hmm.
as you talked about, how that pans out. Like it's the carries, really.
Yeah.
You know, we're
So
gonna be just blatant here. I think Kez is a better carry hero than Tiny is. Like in almost every game, I've played this Tiny carry before. I've seen this Tiny carry, and it's like unless you have a Lycan on your team or some sort of steroid to buff the damage from the innate buff or Tiny, you're not getting much done.
yeah, and you don't really have much of an amplification coming in from anybody. Like per se, even an Ogre Mastery would have been interesting, or a Tusk later on with the Drinking Buddies to get that little bit of an extra oomph. But I'm just gonna be like, the guy with the Subway card. Just I 100% agree with everything that you're saying here, because Kez is indeed, a hero who's been a carry from the very start, who has grown into a carry. Uh, Tiny shuffles. He shuffles a lot, and he has a tough time picking up. If he's taken down very early on, it's going to be even tougher for him to get the redemption arc back. And also the entirety of the team, and not only on the side of Ilbers, but also on the end. I was about to say zero tenacity, but we're looking at Rune Eaters. Uh, they do require a lot of time. They do require a lot of farm. So if we just take it down on the carry matchup and the kill potential, like, it could be Ilbers early on, but I do believe we were watching this game when Ilbers were winning this insane early game by, I don't know, like 10/2. And the
Yeah,
second, like, the first shrines passed by, it was just free streaks for the enemy team. So that's the worst case scenario that I'm currently fearing of Ilbers. Them using the right momentum early on, but then failing to, continue on. And again, the Windows Vista debuff.
listen, if I'm playing Dota 2 on Windows Vista in 2026, I need some help. Ain't no way, dude. But yeah, no, I think the runes are going to be 2 for 2. Nothing really that interesting going on. I will say something a little bit interesting is going to be this Undying support with the Tiny. Undying Tiny doesn't seem like anything, but it does really present a lot of pressure on a Darkseer, something that Darkseer isn't really used to dealing with. You can just sort of double Ion Shell and then who cares? But Ponlo's going to be able to get those decays off, get a courier snipe too while he's at it.
Has been killed.
Yep, already feeling hyper aggressive with those 4 decay stacks, but yeah, that's definitely a problem that you're facing off when you have a Darkseer on the other side. He thrives in a melee versus melee combat, unless it's something like an Ursa that will outscale him. But the Ion Shell hurts the Tiny. This is another hero who's just gonna soak up everything. You show up, I'm just gonna take you down. Now the next problem is gonna be Eki. This Nature's Prophet did kick off with the Treants, so it's not going to be until level 2 we're going to be seeing the Sprout. So how long can Ponlo keep up this pressure? Successfully,
Really-
that is.
Really interesting idea here that I didn't consider is that you can just Ion Shell the Treants. Those guys are pretty
Yeah.
beefy too. 450 HP, no armor though. They are not as tanky as a melee creep, but they do hurt, and you do have to spend resources to kill them. So Ponlo's not really a hero. Like the Undying isn't really a hero that can do anything to a Treant, really, if it's walking at him. Like I guess unless you get Soul Rip, but that's weird. So actually seeing Norma with level 1 reactive armor, which is like super not normal.
They're gonna pop the Tombstone down bottom as they're going in for Eki. One more strike. Are they gonna get the first blood? The answer will be yes. I mean, you do have that ongoing debates with the Treant Protectors, but you could ultimately be throwing units at the enemy side because you do have a decent counter crowd control. The zombies will not attach to the Treants as far as I remember, but they are susceptible from the damage from decay. So the stronger it gets, it's gonna be tough for Eki to be a pretend enigma here.
Yeah, I just don't ever view Decay as a good farming tool. Like, it does 140 damage at level 4. Obviously, the Treants don't have strength, I don't think. Top lane.
Top side, Fernand's under siege. Ake is gonna jump and they pop the brambles, but it's not gonna happen. Beautiful leap forward coming in from Ake. So far, 1-for-1. I mean, you take a position 4, we're gonna take a position 4. It's a good time for both of these carries for the time being. But let's, maybe talk a little bit about mid lane.
Sure.
The Earth Spirit versus the Lina matchup. Now, Lina is, great when it comes down to dealing damage, and she's got the distance. She, could have a very free time here, but once we get that level 6, one small misstep and she's just gonna die.
So the thing is, I think a lot of people are really underestimating the damage and the landing power of an Earth Spirit. We're seeing copy that's level 4, just boulder smashing, geomantic gripping the wave every time comes on cooldown, or every time the wave comes, and it's securing him like 2 CS every lane, which is honestly against Alina pretty good. That's not bad. Normally you'd get literally nothing, but when you're able to get that amount of farm, there was a fortify. I don't know if that was to prevent the creep kills or not, but it didn't come out in time. Yeah, obviously you get the rune regen, and you just kind of walk around and keep blowing the wave up, and then you walk away, and the less time you spend in the lane, the less time you spend dying to Lina, which is always good. You don't want to give the Lina any kills, but you still need to get your farm, so that's what the Air Spirit has been doing pretty well at so far in the lane, though.
Yeah, they're pretty much head to head. I mean, he's been having this really good vision at the same time, just, anticipating that movement coming in from the Dragon Slave, because that's the majority of the damage that you're getting. And now, level 2 of the Fury Soul, with the slow burn as well, you gotta, as long as you respect her spells, you're about to have a pretty decent time. But we are looking at a little bit of a rotation as Copy. He's been getting stacks, so, that's where the extra income is coming in from. Pretty calm so far. I'm waiting on minute 6, maybe even minute 7 until we see some, bigger action, because Eki's playing passive on this Nature's Prophet. So far it's him by himself, with the Darkseer being pushed out, Malik being in the backlines. It's an okay sign looking at the net worth, but, you are losing experience.
I mean, yeah, experience is one thing, but I think for the Darkseer, you're still fine if your Nature's Prophet gets money, because it's a Nature's Prophet at the end of the day. Like, Nature's Prophet is like a walking global teleport with items, is like how I think about it. So it doesn't matter, really. You can just kind of do whatever you want on this hero, and like it'll be correct for the most part. It's kind of hard to mess up optimization on that guy. But yeah, you're playing on 4-2-3 now.
Oh, they're gonna get him.
Yeah, Ponlo's been spending time in the enemy like dewarding and being, just doing stuff. But like, you do have to go back and help your carry at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they will pick up. They're not gonna pick up on the information that there's some enemy stacks happening. But look at this annoying play. Eki's just TPing in with the Iron Shell and then just standing on top of the neutral creeps who are not attacking him, right? Because he's not delivering any right-click damage. But it's just this, ongoing passive income for the Darkseer, which there's no idea from Ilbers that has been happening. We did see a little bit of a mid lane skirmish, as the result was nobody dying in particular, and the region rune being secured by the Lina. Meanwhile, topside, 1-for-1 Shrine of Wisdom, but nobody dying in the process, which is kind of disappointing. But I did say earlier that these two are in dire need for farming. Meanwhile, Pomlo pops the tombstone as he goes in for a deep dive. Now that will yield with the the Shrine of Wisdom being secured, but you know he's gonna feed the gold to the enemy side.
Regeneration.
That does put Rincey alone for a little bit, but there's no level 6 in Timber, so it's not going to turn into much of anything. Seeing straight up first item Mage Slayer on the Kez, this is pretty normal. You know, you want to be able to negate a lot of the Timber Saw damage, a lot of the damage from the Lina, so you know, obviously go for that. And Norma hasn't had the best time in the lane. Like, he's only got 36 CS, but I think that's just that just comes from only having level 1 reactive armor, right? Like, well, he went level 1, he had reactive armor, he couldn't get many CS because normally you'd have death. And at this point, like, you know, he's starting to struggle for it, and Mirana's really annoying to deal with in the lane too because of that friggin' quiver.
Aki being taken down by Nishas. Well, that ongoing passive farming is going to be eventually scouted out. Nish gets the kill, and they will take away the remainder of the Ancients. Now, this is by far the best lane that Ilbris Esports are having. And Lina getting out of control. Now, that is something that you need to think about. Meanwhile, Tombstone dropped in the back, Copy in danger. They're going to pop the Surge, try to get him out of danger, but the zombie's still right behind him. Arrow won't put anybody to stop. Beautiful avalanche from 4 to 3 as he takes down the enemy mid laner.
And Pano spent so much time setting up here in this, you know, triangle area that they know exactly where everything's going on, what everything's doing. So,
and they're still there for some reason. I mean, Eki's gonna make the Sprout catch, but
they're just
a little bit more
annoying.
keen on finishing those Ancients up. Oh, Arrow? No. Okay, it's fine. Sorry.
It's fine. No, they're just here to be annoying. Like, their existence in this stop this Darkseer and slow the Darkseer down as much as possible. He's got Helmet Dom at before 10 minutes, which is pretty slow, to be honest. It's not the fastest timing of a Helm Dom on the Darkseer I've ever seen. But he is the most farmed hero on Rune Eaters right now, and that is a little concerning, considering how, like,
Radiant structures are fortified.
you know, if Ilbris are going to win, it is going to come down to having an early game advantage and then snowballing from there. So they have a very, very, very small one. The Earth Spirit is pretty low in terms of net worth. Same thing with the Timber Saw, but Timber Saw is not really going to leave top, and they don't really have any way of dislodging Timber Saw from top either.
But maybe they can just, you know, keep up the defense to him. But Copy jumping in, they will find both him and Fernand's. Rapid stance will take down the support. I mean, you know, the saving grace here is that Norma's been alive, but he's not getting any farm. The Kaya is still incomplete. Rincey Q is gonna get that additional assistant to keep up the pressure up top. And, you know, getting that tower will allow him, the cast to roam a little bit more freely. But let's see if he's overly zealous to be here. TP's coming in, 4 to 3, beautiful stun. Egg gets caught up, no leaps for you. Princess, you are dead and gone.
I think at this point, Rune Eaters are playing this about as, you know, accurately as they need to. They bring some pressure top, they force some counter rotations, and then they just leave.
Oh, but look at these beautiful stacks. I mean, more gold just... Ilbris are printing in the meantime.
Yeah, I think both teams are in mode to get as much money as possible. Norma desperately needed these stacks for himself. He's going to get the Kaya.
Oh, Fernance will commit suicide for, you know, for some space created for those Ancients to be taken away. The Kaya is going to be complete by this, but, you know, you're going to need something more from the Timber Saw if you want to, you know, get that ultra effect. I mean, I remember Timber Saw being this ultra menace to society, just jumping around, maintaining solo lanes, bursting everybody he can find. But, you know, now he's having a tough time picking off, and I really want to see a spectacle of this hero. But, you know, we're just gonna need to wait on the rest of the course to see if that's gonna happen.
I think the spectacle is going to come down to this whole series. Copy still doesn't have a Spirit Vessel. Like, it's... He is really behind. Now, you do have a Darkseer, so like your damage output's gonna be fine. You can go a bit more defensive on this hero. You're always gonna have the Dark, the Ion Shell damage on top of you. So it's not terrible. Like, it's not that bad. But it is slowing you down. And, Eki also a little bit weird in terms of itemization, because normally you want to go Vessel on this Nature's Prophet hero. It gives you a lot of stats, gives you a lot of damage, but because your
But
Earth
going
Spirit
double.
yeah, you can't double it. So I think Eki at this point is gonna have to figure out what kind of role he wants to play on his team. Like, are you gonna go for more support items like Solar Crest and whatnot, or are you gonna go for Orchid and just say, "Hey, I'm the carry now. Smile, Rincey,
Oof.
please know your place.
That's
I'm
gonna
the
be
one."
really risky. Like,
Yeah, I
you're
don't
not gonna
think-
be a support. You're just gonna be you're gonna be an alchemist with a team that already has a carry.
Yeah,
And
I don't
I
think
don't
that's the
know.
way he's gonna go. He's going. He's already decided that he's going to build a Essence Distiller. So I think it's definitely more of a support profit here.
Hopefully, meanwhile, down bottom, Ponlo gets caught up in the Sprout. Finally, after 14 minutes, we might see some, additional kills, but Ponlo is a little bit too tanky, thus exposing that Ari, with all of that farm onto Malik, they still don't have enough damage. Now the Darkseer, meanwhile, Norma, top side, is caught up, as he thought he had a safe time to farm up, but that's not going to be the case. Eki keeps up the pressure onto Ponlo. He's going to pop the tombstone up on high ground, and Eki is going to be destroyed. The Treants are out of the picture and converted into gold for the Lina. Trade-off definitely not favorable for Ilbris Esports. But it's a little bit of something, and you gotta appreciate the Undying literally living up to his name. And, just taking 50% damage down bottom, TPing top, receiving a hell of a lot of damage from the Nature's Prophet, and still surviving.
The Timber didn't survive though, and this is again, just for the people at home that are watching, this is a last pick Timber saw. So like, you literally asked for this matchup. This is your hey, we're gonna get you, hero, and the got. This guy has been not performing, I think, at a level that you would need from a last pick. Poor Norma, so used to being given these free Centaur Warrunner picks that
Oh, yeah.
Rune Eaters were like, oh yeah, no, never mind, you're not gonna get Centaur, and now he's lost. He's like a puppy. He's like, I don't know what to do with my life anymore.
Maybe that will be a subject to change, because now he's gonna have his teammates coming up top, maybe to facilitate a kill, and they find Rincey. Now this is kind of scary, because they see that he's all by himself, but the tier 1 tower is still standing. With that, the entirety of Ari are going to be provoked to join in on top side. Eki going in between Fernance and Ponlo. They have a lock onto the Dark Wolf, but a beautiful terrorize with the Brambles, and she's going to turn things around and kill Eki. Malik, Moonlight Shadow, they're closing in. They're dropping the wall. They have Copy locked in with the Magnetize, and it's going to be enough for Ponlo, but he comes back with the Ceaseless Dirge. 4-3 will not come back, and neither will Norma, as they TP back home. Well, they don't TP back home. They're just gonna split splash and defend it for the next 30 seconds.
Just such solid team fight execution from Rune Eaters. They know, hey, we can take this fight even though it's completely underneath the tombstone. We have this Darkseer coming here. He's got Grieve, so we're pretty tanky. Maze Slayer on Rincey Q. Like, we're not gonna bring numbers to you, but if you bring numbers to us, we'll definitely match them, and that's going to open up this mid tower now.
Yeah. And it's going to open up a kill as well. Ponlo. This time he will need to face death for about 20 seconds. But 11 on to 6. So far it's a good start for RE. And you gotta give it to this team. They had this insane growth in the past couple of months. They were, playing at EPL like the other guys, chilling in seasons, and, punishing Gleanas down bottom, who is not gonna die, surprisingly. But they just came back from Milan, and they were also playing at EWC, so those are, they didn't do insanely well. I mean, EWC between 5th and 8th place, and Games of the Future, they ended up in 4th, losing to Team Resilience. but it's, you know, they've strengthened themselves. They're ironed up. They're ready to go, and it's showing. They're delivering this massive difference between the team who's been grinding their way up here into the playoffs, and Nisha's gonna fall off for a second time. Ponlo as well. It's been these two for the past 2 minutes.
That is false advertising.
Yeah, I think at this point, if Ilbris needed to be in this position, I think for them to have a really solid chance of winning, their chances of winning have exponentially diminished over the past couple of minutes. Losing the team fight top, losing your middle tower, then getting picked off on your Lina bottom and your Undying as you lose the tier 2 tower. This is basically the shortest passable route that Rune Eaters could have taken to giving themselves the best possible win chances. Like this is like, we're at the point now where if Ilbris wanted to make a play or do something, they'd have to wait an extra 5 minutes for items to like, and then you'd have to also think about getting BKBs. And I don't know if they're gonna have time to do that, or if they're even gonna be able to find the farming space to also be able to do that. 2-3 to his credit is right his best, but
He's gonna go for kills now. Beautiful find there with the Avalanche. They're popping a turret, so the Darkseer is not gonna go across the gate, and that's a very nice kill streak takeaway. Unfortunately, the money is gonna go to Norma, but you mentioned 4-3, and his items are not looking super shabby. Like, he already has the Blink Dagger, he's got the Echo Saber, and he's very close to completing the Silver Edge. But will you have that, pick-off potential? This was obviously lucky. You cannot go across the entire map and hunt down people, especially with a Mirana who can just pop the Moonlight Shadow and surprise everybody out of nowhere. And speaking of surprises, this is definitely a big one, as Rincy and the crew are gonna pick up the Aegis of the Immortal.
Oh, the Daedalus on Kez, you are more than happy to... I mean, you're more than happy to just sit there to get those objectives.
Topside Eki, bad reveal. It's gonna be an swift and easy kill for Ilbris Esports, but they're pulling off this entire effort of occupying the top side of the map, and they haven't even taken the tower, and it's not even below 50%. And you guys are the ones having a tiny,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the tiniest tower taking abilities don't come until you get to like the 25 to 35 minute mark, depending on his items. But at this point, this is really just a matter of what objectives do Rune Eaters want to take, which areas of the map do they want to pressure, or do they just want to split up and farm and use this first Aegis as a way of saying, hey, we weren't really taking this Aegis to do anything. We were taking this first Aegis so that second Aegis comes sooner, right? And honestly, that's a valid strategy too, right? Like, how many times do we see teams just take a first Aegis and they just kind of walk around with it, and like, that Ilbris can't fight into it.
Yeah.
Even if Ilbris wanted to take a fight, you're gonna go into double Kez. Malik is as strong as he is right now. He's got a pipe. He's got Greaves. Like, he's an aura bot on a team that's already so strong. I don't think there's really any way that you could negotiate Ilbris to take a team fight. You'd have to pay them to do it at this point. Like, you'd literally have to go, hey guys, poke him with the stick. But not enough stick poking is gonna make him take a team fight.
Nope,
here. Like,
I mean, this is not a diplomacy run, and meanwhile 4-3 gets caught up as the Moonlight Shadow will intercept his run with the Shadow Blade, and wrong place, wrong time. He passed under both the Observer and the Sentry. Fernand's, he's gonna go down right after. And Ari, they're just playing this entire game like clockwork, like, taking objectives on time, and I fully agree with. They took Roshan, so the next Roshan will be a little bit sooner, and they can fully commit for that last high ground push. But they also took the Tormi. They are, getting these beautiful executions left and right, and they still have about 2.5 minutes left remaining on the Aegis timer, so, if they're willing, they can start clearing out the tier 2s, which is something that they have already committed to. Nisha, on the other hand, I'm feeling kind of sad about this Lina and the overall combination that Ilbris opted in for. They are slowly receiving that kill potential. They're slowly receiving those snipe spells that you can destroy a hero within a second, but all of these things keep on happening to you. You cannot leave the base, you cannot venture into the forest, you are losing supports left and right. Well, actually no, 43 will take a hero, but he's gonna get instantly vacuumed into the wall. Tombstone is gonna be popped, Copy jumping in. There's the Magnetize, it's popping, Norma. They have him completely locked down, but he's not falling. Rizzy, however, takes down Fernand's Ache, finds Ache. So far, both supports are out of the picture, but 4-3, way out into the fray, and this could be him dying. Which is gonna get taken out. It is gonna be Kez just freshening up, coming back amongst the living. But those little cuts and slitters, yeah, they took down Ponlo. Niche, still on the run, trying to find a safe space behind the tier 2 tower, which is gonna be a mission success. But with all that effort, they've ultimately changed nothing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and they're still going to lose that middle tier 2 tower. So it was a nice play to start things off. You got to pick off onto 2, and then you take the Aegis. But Ilburst, they just don't have enough damage in the tank. The Earth Spirit was still around. He didn't get killed. The Darkseer was still around. He didn't get killed. It really just got a couple supports and an Aegis. But you also lost your tier 2 tower. The Aegis was going to expire in like a minute anyway, so who cares? It's a team fight Ruinators were ready to take, and a team fight that Ilburst probably didn't need to do, but they felt pressured into doing something. But now you're going to see them take some more risk.
I mean, it's just utilizing the Moonlight Shadow properly, you know, like every 110 seconds you're doing something, you're moving across the map. Eki, though, they will be held to a stop with the Bramble, but they will instantly convert it into a kill on Furnace. Now Niche, still within reach. They're trying to chase the leaner. Rincy going in for a little bit of a deep dive. This could be dangerous, but he's gonna get him stunned out. She's being still sliced and diced. And she's gonna reach the base in pieces.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I like that little
That's
chop
the
chop
last-
thing at the end, you know, you think you're all by yourself running for a home run, but nope. It's just Rincy allowing you, you know, to run so he can watch you from a distance to die.
Found Ponlo mid too.
Oh.
And
Radiant's middle tower is under
yeah, this is, as I said earlier, about like 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, maybe, hey, this is looking bad. And, you know, it hasn't looked better.
And Gabe Graf agrees with you 95%, so, you know, that 5% slither of a chance, I think it's indeed a mission impossible, so I think it would be in the best interest for Ilburst, you know, to prolong this game long enough so they can have the right assessment on Runeators and what they're doing and what they've learned in the past couple of tournaments, but not necessarily force them and exhaust themselves so they can fall off into the lower brackets, because there's still a second chance for everybody, even though we've had 4 new teams being added as seeds. So there's Mouse, there's Yellow Submarine, we've already seen 3 of them, 1-for-1 result between you know, the grinders and the veterans, let's just call them. So, you know, we have 2 more series to see if we're gonna see the majority of EPL Masters team persevering into the playoffs, or if it's just gonna be these teams that are fortified themselves in Tier 1 and Tier 2 tournaments ever since they left EPL in a way.
EPL is a great first step. Niche is first step up the high ground is, oh my gosh, he dodged it?
He dodged it. And also he's got that unobstructed movement with the Aghanim Scepter, you know, so not only as you're walking up and down on high ground, you're completely invisible, and, you know, the trees are helping you out of the fog of war.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, that was lucky.
Does he know how lucky he
Maybe
was?
not luck, it's skill too.
But still, there's so many things that need to be done on the side of Ilbris. Runeators are, you know, they're giving themselves some time to have a little bit of a stronger presence in the upcoming teamfight, which is, you know, in a way gonna happen with Fernand's being taken down and with that completely occupying the Radiant jungle. Tier 2 is already gone.
Has been killed.
reaching high ground is definitely gonna be, you know, a little bit tough, but they're obviously not scared of it. The only thing they need to worry about is Norma. Lina is completely manageable. Tiny is still super manageable. We are gonna get the BKB reveal on the Tiny during the next team fight though, so, you know, that might be something to give you some lovers during
yeah,
the team fight, but I don't know.
I mean, we've got 3 BKBs in the game so far. Double Solar Crest on the side of Rune Eaters. We are seeing the Solar Crest support build on the Nature's Prophet like that I thought we would. We've got ourselves obviously Daedalus, but Aghanim Scepter finished on the Kez. That's a big item timing. Looking at the Satanic next.
Radiant are scanning.
Overall, like Tiny's farm isn't that behind. Like, it's only a couple thousand gold. Who cares? Like, but it's, you don't have a damage item on this hero right now. Like,
Yeah.
You're really just committing to this tree, and that's it. You have blank. Like you really just do not have anything that'll square up to a Kaz who just has a Deso. Like, just Deso, Mage Slayer. They're both damage items. Aghanim Scepter is a purely damage item. That item doesn't. You know, we're talking about the carry-on-carry matchup in this first game, how important that is going to be for the series. And Rinsey Q has had a much better game than 4-2-3. And we're seeing a much better performance from Rune Eaters than we are Elbrus as well. I mean, there's multiple people on Rune Eaters that still haven't died. I say multiple. It looks like the Darkseer did die at some point, so I apologize. Kez hasn't died yet.
Yeah, but they're maintaining a very low average, you know, let's just call it. Aside from Eki, who's, you know, been that sacrificial lamb to investigate, to figure out what's going on across the entire map. Because, you know, we were forced out in a scenario when there's no Treant, no Hoodwink, no nothing. So the best you can do is have a Nature's Prophet rolling back as a support. Now, Roche number 2 is currently under attack. And the thing that I have a problem with, because you mentioned, you know, 4-3 and the lack of damage items that he has, what direction that he's going to is that classic echo into the harpoon. But do you really want to get closer and personal to a draft that has a magnetize, can instantly vacuum you in, and, you know, the Kaz doing already immense amounts of damage? I don't think so. And you don't really have an option to back off.
Top tower is
So,
under attack.
I don't know. Way too much of a front line with not that big of an effect coming in from Ilbers. And the fact that Niche hasn't really grown stronger,
Radiant are scanning.
it's already becoming... Well, it's already problematic, but, you know, it's escalating out of control. Now, Niche is going for a Dagon, which I do like, but you're not going to be able to execute anybody swiftly. Down bottom, Rinsey, he is going to find Niche, so... Already
Yeah, that was
one...
like 2 spells.
Yeah, and 400 HP. That's it. Mid lane. We are seeing Norma under attack. He's gonna pop the BKB, trying to get away or lead up the siege so Copy couldn't be killed. A beautiful toss avalanche, 4-3. And this is all happening within the BKB timer. Now let's see what happens without it. Ponlo is gonna be the first one to die. Copy. 4-3. Is he gonna get on high ground? Yes, indeed. But Rinsey, he's still committed. He still has the Aegis. He wants Fernance. He wants the supports. He wants this game dead and gone. Is he gonna get it? He's still chasing. This is a little bit of a deep dive, but as we can see, pretty much everybody's dying. Fernance forcing out a buyback. Eki. Now, that's not your fountain. Don't go there. Norma. Still jumping out. The Chakram. They're gonna find Malik. Instant search. Walks away over to Shiva's guard. So, but 4-3. He's gonna find him. Heals for the safety. Beautiful disengage. They didn't take much. But, you know, it just proved to show how much of an effect Ilbers have during those BKBs. And nothing much to follow it up after with.
The BKB on Timber and BKB on the Chinese, like once, as you said, once those BKBs are used, good luck. And that was a lot of the team fight without really Niche present in it because he had gotten picked off or he had been isolated. They find the dieback on Fernance. unfortunately, he's not in the game. He's not going to be in the game for another minute.
Yep.
There's still an Aegis on the Kez as well, so it's like everything is still for Rune Eaters right now.
And they're gonna go in for more. Fortification is gonna be popped. Malik jumping in quite deep behind enemy lines where they will find Ponlo. Yeah. I don't know where that insane amount of damage came out from, but Ike was the one that got the kill in the end. Surprisingly. Maybe the arrows just landed in the end at level 4. Tier 3 still under siege. Copy rolling in. Rincy Q, they're gonna find 43. Now this is gonna be the just dropping. But by the time he comes back amongst the living, can you just take down the tier 2 tower because your carry could die here? Or maybe not, you know, we got the Moonlight Shadow. Even if we're under vision, we're just gonna chill out, push out. They're running out of heroes. There are only 3 cores that will not do much if they choose to initiate. Now, Norma jumping in onto Eki. BKB, beautiful avoid from the stun. They're still chasing the Sneaker's Prophet, but this could ultimately be beat because the BKB, there it is. It's dead and gone. 43 will jump right after. Can they take somebody? It's gonna be Ake, but the rest of the crew, Malik, beautiful setup, beautiful Falcon's Rush. Ponlo, 43, they're gonna get obliterated. Norma barely making it out of that one alive, and Copy still able with the chase, finds Niche, finds him up on the high ground. He's gonna go for the lead, but it's not a good idea because the crown is now popping. He still manages to avoid with the boulder and takes down Niche. This is absolutely insane.
Dude, Malik needs some flowers, man. He got a 3-man vacuum on that at the wall.
Yeah, that was absolutely impressive. Norma shows up for yet another time, takes down Neki, but, you know, he just seals his own fate here. Rincy has got an ultra kill, so maybe if Fernandez can just step out. I know he did have some downtime, so we can see a rampage. That would be pretty nice. But I guess not.
Yeah, I know this. I think this game really just comes down to that, again, the carry-on-carry matchup, and you're seeing Rincy had an ultra kill in that last team fight. Like, the Kez is online, everything from Rune Eaters is all locked in place. They got to that late game timing for their team, the mid game timing, and I think it's going to be, you're going to need.
Oh, Malik once again jumping in the backlines, finding both supports now. 43 and Norma are going to jump in a little bit too late as Ponlo forces out a buyback. Malik will eventually paid a price, but we still have Rincy. We still have the rest of the crew here. Copy. They really want to go in for a fountain dive to take down Norma. Rincy is gonna get pulled back, but no, you don't want to do this, man. And he did it. Of course he did. But they could get Megas for this, right? Now they're just gonna back off. As Niche comes in from behind enemy lines, Norma jumping in, they find Eki. Beautiful takedown. But at the cost of a triple buyback.
As a triple buyback and buybacks on 2 cores, so you know, you dive the enemy fountain? Yeah, you did dive the enemy fountain. But was it cool?
Yes.
Do you feel good about it? Yeah, it was cool, and I bet Rincy feels great about it. So, you know, mental damage has been achieved. You've also got those buybacks out of the game, so it's not even like you died in the fountain and it wasn't, you know, it was meaningless.
You dived the hero.
You do have a win probability now. Like, you do have a win condition. Not that you didn't have one before. 99% win probability for Rune Eaters. So
nope. Now
they
you
can
just
kind of do whatever
force
they
them
want.
to do it. Like, this is basically like forcing out the entire team to buy Divine Rapiers and just throw a bunch of gold in the air for nothing in return.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They will
The
push
economic
out just
damage
a
of a
little bit.
buyback, right?
Yeah, that's too much. But we do have a level 4 Dagon on Niche, which I don't think I've seen it being used, aside from a couple of support takedowns. Moonlight Shadow, once again, is gonna be popped. Rincy, he's still dead, but the rest of the crew, they're just moving across the map. They're making sure that Ilbers are not gonna stray away that far, and around the Tormy, 43 has been spotted.
I think they were worried that there were more people from Ilburst there to take the Tormentor, and There absolutely wasn't. 423 was doing he was doing an excursion by himself. He was Indiana Jonesing it up, looking for treasure somewhere, and didn't find any.
Nope, and he lost his career in the process, so... Meanwhile, Smoke Up coming in. Ponlo, he will detect something. But thankfully for him, Ari won't catch a glimpse. Now, Ceaseless Dirge is going to be available in 240 seconds, which is a problem. You don't want to die anymore. And you already forced out a buyback in the previous team fight, so every resource is currently scarce for Ilbris and Rune Eater. They're going to push them. They're going to go in for one more time. 4-3, spotted down the lane. Rincy will just grab and jump on. BKB's going to be popped up. They could take down the Kez. Oh, that's going to be a beautiful takedown as... his aggression got the better off of him, but he could force out a buyback. As the rest of the crew, they're just backing off.
Who bought back?
No, he could buy back if he wants to.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he just didn't BKB. Smile. He had a BKB available, he had the Satanic available, didn't press his buttons. That's okay.
How can you not
Kinda
press
seeing
the
him
buttons?
reverse.
You're an immortal player. Press the goddamn buttons.
True.
But, he was also stun locked, so at the very least, you do understand that Tiny is in a position to kill you. And if it's just one spell landing, do understand that there's going to be the follow-up with the Light Strike array, with the brambles and whatnot.
Yeah. Just didn't see, like, the return save from Malik, but didn't see the vacuum wall come into play to try to help, which is okay. Like, it's not Malik's fault that Rincy didn't use a BKB early, so that's just kind of what happened, There's going to be a tower taken, a tier 1 tower.
And just in time for
Ilbris.
Roche number 3, which Ilbris have scouted out.
Not only have they scouted it up, but they have it completely warded up, so they're willing to take this fight. But the problem is, Roche is going to move in 50 seconds, and Ilbris have spent all of the, 2 of their wards protecting a Roche that's going to move. So, you need to take your bottoms and go top as quickly as you can and put up more. They have 1 ward outside of the Roche pit, but this is probably going to get dewarded. You need to figure out a way to cut Rune Eaters off from getting to the Roche pit in the first place, in my opinion. I don't think you can take a fight at the pit itself. Not against a Darkseer, not against a Nurse Spirit. You need to stop them before they get there.
True.
Get the pickoffs on the Kez and then work your way from there. But as of now, if you just try to go into the pit, you're going to get vacuumed, you're going to get wall comboed, you're going to get magnetized on top of it all, and Rinsky is going to have a fun time pressing a BKB and then his buttons instead of the other way around, so...
I would have argued, if you're ultra fast, maybe there's a chance, but already we're seeing the movement from Rune Eaters towards the Roche pit. Kez is going to be back in about 5 seconds, and they still have the outpost, so they can instantly TP in, even with, the increased TP right after. Okay, we're going to have Niche back, so let's see.
Back.
Welcome back, Niche. We're going to see if it's going to be Ilbris jumping into the Roche pit in the next 50 seconds, or they're going to wait it out, because, again, I do agree with you. They want to clear out all of the incoming threads, because if they could just get stacked up into the Roche pit, it's going to be a 5-man wall.
You don't want to give up the 5-man wall, dude. You really don't.
Nope. And Malik is looking scary. He's got the Heart of Tarask, he's got the Pipe of Insight, he's got the Guardian Greaves. He's got so many good things to not only keep up with his team, but also aid it during the team fight. Smoke Up's coming in. Ilbris. They are, using what vision that they have to move safely across the map. But I guess they're gonna wait it out. As you said, 20 seconds left remaining until Roche comes back. It's gonna be 40 minutes and 15 seconds, give or take.
Yeah, Rune Eaters know the importance of this type of team fight, so they're gonna smoke up. Obviously, they don't know that Ilbris aren't in the Roche pit right now.
But they're gonna move across the gate, as they are gonna go for the Tormy instead? Or they're just, messing around, seeing if they can find Rune Eaters.
I
Ruiners are
think they
nowhere
were
close.
expecting Rune Eaters to have taken the Tormentor and then to go through Portal.
Maybe. Just maybe. Norma, jumping forward. Now this could be tough. Remember what you were saying, don't take a fight onto a double high ground. Now that's gonna be the case with Norma jumping in right on top of Copy. Instant reaction with the BKB. Norma, thankfully he didn't do the same, so he's still eligible to fight, just baiting out one BKB from the Overspread.
I don't know how Rune Eaters are supposed to approach this team fight now. They do still have a gold lead. Most of the gold lead that they have is in the supports, though. Like, Eki is super, super farmed. Mirana's also super, super farmed.
Top barracks are under
At,
attack.
at this point, like, if you're on Ilbers, you're happy that you haven't been megged, but you do have to deal with 2 lanes of super creeps all the time, which is very annoying. It makes contesting these objectives like the Roshan a lot harder.
And Rain Drag's already got taken down by Eki, who's trying to rat this game out. 5-man smoke with the Moonlight Shadow on the other side. This is gonna be a big one, Plate. Get ready, 4-3, jumping in. He's not gonna realize he finds Ake. Norma jumping in. They're waiting to be in the right position. Rinsey, there's the Tormi. Well, there's the Tombstone, not the Tormi. They're gonna take it down, but Rinsey's still in a tough spot. He is gonna die here, but can't buy back. Trade-off is gonna be for 4-3, who is still on a dieback. So that's gonna be 2 minutes for him. Rinsey, here comes the buyback. Niche, gonna TP back home, but Norma, he is still in the dire jungle. He's gonna try to back off, but they still have him. They're still right at his tail. Eki, there's another buyback being forced out. It's all in on both sides. As Niche, Eki, oh, look what's happening between the melee Rex. The fight for the Mangas, the stun will go through. Niche, they're gonna get them actually. Ooh, that was insane. And it's gonna be a Roche.
The Eki buyback to get to the top racks, and again, we're on diebacks from earlier, right? Renzi Q obviously bought back. He's going to be able to pick up this Roshan. Closing this game out has been a little sloppy for Rune Eaters. It hasn't been the cleanest thing we've seen from them. But at least there's a really strong chance for them to win this game. Now that they're out, there's no buyback on the Tiny, there's no buyback on the Lina.
There is a buyback on the Lina still.
There is the buyback on the Lina. Sorry, I meant no buyback on the Undying. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry. No,
it's
there
okay.
is. I don't know what the frick I'm talking about. Everyone that I say don't have buyback, have buyback.
Slowly they're coming back, you know. It's currently the money is the issue. So 4-3 is still dead and is gonna be there for another 30 seconds. But Megas have been secured. Rinsey does have the second life. The only buybacks that we currently have confirmed is on the Lina and on the Undying. Darkseer just bought out an item, and I'm not sure what it was, but we're gonna see it on the courier. It's a BKB.
Yeah, so there's a BKB on the Darkseer now. I mean, most on Rune Eaters are 6 slotted. There's double Magnetize on Earth Spirit now, with he's got the one that got the refresher.
Oof.
Also, nice thing about refresher, you get all those stone remnants back, so he's going to be very liberal with those as the team fights happen. And, you know, Rune Eaters have space. So what did they do? Look at how spread out they are right now. And they're completely safe doing this too. There's nothing that Elbrus are going to do to get like past maybe even a couple of jungle camps. Like they're so scared. They're going to be playing so far behind.
Oh,
And
amplified damage.
Rune Eaters are just going to grow their gold lead, huh?
I mean,
Oh,
they
and
also
double
got
damage
the
right on the
amplified
cast.
damage from Rinsey, so this is gonna be some scary stuff. They're gonna bottle it up. So when the time is right, they're gonna jump in with a refresher, with a cheese, with the Aegis, with the double damage. I mean, nowadays amplified damage. Do they want to wait out for 5 more minutes, or they just want to go in for a full-blown push? Because, as you said, Ilbers are completely confined, and they cannot even push out the creep waves away, across the river.
Yeah, it really is. It's very difficult. Now, you do have some force coming out. Conjurer's Catalyst is available on the Timbersaw, right? That's a big one. You've got
Oof.
Enchanted Enchanted Bauble on the Willows. Fernandez believes this game is going to go late. Double Pendulum, though, on the Darkseer and the the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, with the mystical enchantment. So there's also the,
Yep.
the additional. Well, one is the timeless enchantment. The other one is the mystical. So we are gonna be having copy deal a lot more damage with the magnetized and with the shard on top. And he also has the Octarine, so 25% flat cooldown reduction. And they're gonna go in for the jump. Now, no heroes within this first line of defense. They still pop the Moonlight Shadow. They want to push in as much as they can, or maybe they can just bait out a response from Milbers, like, come out, come out. Mom says it's our time to play.
Pushing high ground is going to get really awkward really fast, but it is mega creeps at the end of the day. All you have to do is get the megas in the base.
They're getting there. They're gonna find Ponlo. They jump in with the Iron Shell. Now, that is an insanely premature BKB coming in from Copy. But if this is the bait, to force Silvers to move, well, it's not gonna be anything. It's just gonna be a waste. Norma jumping in for the Roche. They're gonna try one more time. Vacuum kicked closer to the wall. They are just gonna get the tombstone off. Eki in the back. Oh, that's a bad placement there. Ponlo, nice save on his end, but he's still within reach from Rinsey. Now they don't take down the tombstone. So they're gonna trade a life for a pretty big ultimate. Norma jumping out yet another time. He's looking quite tanky, but finally he's going to be forced out to pop the BKB. Meanwhile, in the back, Rinsey is left remaining. Malik with a 4-man vacuum into the wall. He's going to pop the refresher to do that once again. Is he going to do it? Yes, he will. Copy. There's the Magnetize being popped up. Ponlo, Fernandez, Niche, all of them die one by one. Norma, last person standing, but not for long. Here come the final buybacks, but the Aegis had been exposed. Fortification, the last line of defense, away from the creeps, and it's on the other end. Only Eki has died alongside with the Aegis. Ponlo locked out once again. Beautiful arrow for Mike. It's gonna be a triple kill for the Verona. The throne is falling, it's dying, and it's gone completely as Rune Eaters, they take game number 1 in a very patient, in a very timely fashion against Ilbris Esports. I do believe it lasted a little bit too long, but there was that almost tipping point where they could have lost the game because Ilbris, they showed some teeth, but they were not able to hold on against 2 lanes of super creeps.
No, Ilbris didn't start the game off the right way, and ultimately it did just come down to a carry difference, right? Like, Rinsey Q had so much more impact in that game than 423 did, and 423 was given this tiny pick. I was a little bit skeptical of it when it was picked up, but I think really the biggest thing, in my opinion, even though we're talking about the carry to carry matchup, Malik had an insane game. Multiple 3 to 4 man vacuums, and that last team fight to close the game out, he had 2 3-man vacuums, and he just completely took over the game. Did such a good job at just making it impossible for anyone from Ilbris to actually play Dota. And when you get to late game against Darkseer, it's so hard to play, man. You just keep getting vacuumed. You keep getting set up for all of these spells that Rune Eaters had. And Eki with some of the most clutch riding we've seen from a support and Aegis Prophet. Like, he was the one that ended up getting the megas. He kept all the lanes pushed in. He did a lot of really, really cool treant shenanigans that I didn't get to highlight that game, but since we're in the post game, I get to talk about it now. Just a lot of really nice stuff that Rune Eaters did that makes them one of those teams that you do have to beat. They are in a different echelon of their own.
Yeah. The Nature's Prophet, even from the drafting stage, we knew that it was going to be toxic, it was going to be annoying, but we completely overlooked the option that he could still be rolled as a support. Now, I don't agree that he played as a support in the end. He had the Boots of Bearing, he had the Consecrated Wraps, he had a Vlad's. So, he was being this utility sort of I'm gonna fill in the gaps type of a play, but I gotta give kudos to that moment. Not only did he secured the megas for the entire team, he also bought them time to take Roche for free without anybody bothering them. And he was such a juicy target, jumping into the enemy high ground with a buyback already. Like, Ilberslayer were like, yeah, we're going to take him out. He's going to be away for 70 seconds. And no push, no harm done. But he already did the harm, so it was just smooth sailing for Rune Eaters until they sealed the deal at 47 minutes and 44 seconds. But this story is far from over. We have game number 2 to watch, so let's see if Ilbris, they're going to walk away from their quirky drafts and focus on something a little bit more solid, or if it's going to be Rune Eater walking away with a 2-0 victory. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 between Rune Eaters and Elbrus Esports. By my side, we have Plate to witness if Elbrus are gonna opt in for some weird, annoying picks that they're not able to, deliver in the game, or if it's gonna be a completely new day, completely new combination of heroes. Already, their opener is gonna be the Beastmaster, whereas Rune Eaters are gonna opt in for the Hoodwink. Now, I have missed out on the Hoodwink, and I love this hero, and it's been ultra toxic, but not super banned. Why do you think that's the case? Uh oh.
Oh, I'm back. So, hi. So 7.41 has had uh basically two position fours that have dominated every single game that I've been in, and that's Hoodwink and that's Rubik. And I'm really surprised that teams have started to pull away from those two position fours specifically. I thought unless they fundamentally changed the numbers or something about either one of the heroes, that we would really be seeing something different um, coming out from that role. So
Mm-hmm.
it's nice to see Rune Eaters kind of sit back on what I think is the comfort of the meta, which is Hoodwink 4, and then you just kind of let the draft open up from there. You know you're going to get a stun, you know you're going to get burst, you know what you're going to get from this Hoodwink, a lot of lane harass as well. And it kind of comes into question what is going to be your follow up. Now, Master is a hero that Norma does play. It's you get the hum of the Overlord, and then you walk around and you take all these buildings and you play more tempo. Is first picking it? Oh wow, Lich, that's a new one. Is first picking
Oh.
a Beastmaster in the cards? You do give now Rune Eaters an opportunity to just like pick a carry that can deal with the
Oh
boars,
god.
that can outlane you. Ringmaster, Hoodwink are probably some like two of the best, if not the best, in slot position heroes like for their roles. So Rune Eaters are already starting with what I consider to be an incredibly strong start. You have Box to save from Roar. You have
Wheel of
Puck now as
Wonder.
well.
Oof.
Wheel of Wonder. Yeah, Rune Eaters are really opening this up with a bit of a bang. Now the Puck is a little early, touch early, if only because Rune Eaters do have they do. I mean, you have Roar, you have the Hypnotize from the Lich, you have a couple of options to deal with the Puck already, but it's still a Puck. Like maybe I think at this point you're literally forced to pick Lion or Shaman on Ilbers. Like you are contractually obligated by the Dota gods to do so. And if you don't, this Puck is going to walk all over you. You can't even. The other option, Ilbers have been known to do weird stuff with drafts. I'm just saying, putting it out there, carry Beast or mid Beast, and then
Yeah.
you go offlane Night Stalker
Ooh, that
as
would
a
be
counter
insane.
to the Puck. But they do go with the Lion. I did say this was probably like if they don't, then they're literally not trying.
Yeah,
So
they're just
nice to
missing
see them
out.
trying. Yep. But it's not even a particularly good Lion game either because there is again you have to play against box safe. Right? Like the Ringmaster is just so annoying to deal with.
Not sure who was it, but there was a Beastmaster carry appearing in one of the group stage matches, and it was very interesting to see because the prio was not falling on to I'm gonna get the Helm of the Dominator, I'm just gonna go for the Drums of Slum, and I'm just gonna out heal everybody and insert and inflict as much pressure as I can. Now he's
Yeah.
still an interesting contender for at the carry position. I do believe this is going to be a mid lane Earthshaker, which we have seen quite often, but the delivery hasn't really been there, which I'm kind of worried about. Um, as interesting as
Uh,
it is that they opted in for this Lion pick, I'm also very worried about his supports because as impactful and as strong as Lich can be, he is insanely squishy. He can die just by one sharpshooter setup, and until you get I don't know, like the Spire, or until you get a Glimmer or something to keep you protected, this guy is always going to be target number one. and he's gonna, you know, he can be easily caught up by the puck. He can be easily caught up by the hoodwink with the scurry jumping in behind. We have Tiny being picked up, so this also could be a very big problem. Even though I'm not a firm believer into Tiny carry anymore, but once you get the Blink Dagger, things are going to be a lot more interesting. And also, Rune Eaters are avoidant of these Manta sort of wielding heroes. They are not bringing in any Zoo heroes, so the Lich's effect with the sacrifice is not going to be super big. So I'm still missing on the damage component for Ilbris Esports because the setup it is there, but you gotta make it a little bit better than the Beastmaster. I would rather have him as an offlaner. But Rune Eaters have yet to reveal their own offlaner, so they still have some decent options. Timbersaw is gonna be banned out, which I don't necessarily agree with. There's still the Dawnbreaker, there's still the Underlord. There's the Dawnbreaker just got taken out, so there's that.
Wait, Rune Eater's a banned to pause 3. So I think that this is going to be a 4-2-3 Beastmaster. Or, again, entering the weird world of flex picking here. Mid Lion is something that we have seen in the past.
Ooh.
It could be Mid Lion with pause 4 Earthshaker and a 5 Lich, right? Like, that is something that we've seen. I don't know how the Lion fares against the puck specifically, but the other, like, another option that you can go if you're Ilbris is you go like offlane Earthshaker, you go mid or carry Beastmaster, and then you go mid Void Spirit against the puck. There's some like there's a few things that you can do on Ilbris, but I think Rune Eaters, you need an offlaner that just has a circle, just a circle. Like you literally just need a circle offlaner. The only thing I can think of is Enigma. Like that's the ultimate circle offlaner.
Dark Seer is out. No, he's still present. So
Largo is another circle.
yeah,
Largo
that also
puck
works.
is a nice combo. Yep. A lot of stuns though. Like a concerning amount of stuns on Ilbris. I think this Largo, if played 3, 99.999% that this is going to be a Largo 3, is going to have to go for an early and a BKB at some point. Obviously, the Lotus goes really crazy against the Lion, against the Beastmaster, against the Lich, but it doesn't do much against the Earthshaker. And again, Ilbris, I mean, they're for as much flex as they have, I think this is just a really good lifestealer game. And then you call it a day, and you go mid Earthshaker offlane Beastmaster, and you just infest bomb either Earthshaker or Beastmaster, and you kill whoever. And Tiny can't do anything, and Largo can't hurt you at all. You can run through the Dream Coil of the puck.
But it's still possibly they're gonna pull off something absolutely obscene. Like I don't think we're gonna see a lifestealer here, even though you do have to. Oh, actually, they listen to you. Okay, I take that back. Ilbris,
yeah,
you're sliding them notes on the side. It's like do your homework, guys. You know.
It's really just like again, it comes down to the carry on carry matchup. We talked about this in game 1. Rinseq had a much better game on the Kez than 4-2-3 had on Tiny, and I think 4-2-3 is going to have a better game on Lifestealer than Rinseq will have on Tiny. So, like, I don't know why teams keep going back to this Tiny carry every time I see it. Like, it's got, yeah, sure, you get really cool Avalanche combos, and sometimes you get like, Avalanche toss into 3-man whatevers, but you kind of just don't win the game. And Rune Eaters, they have steroids for Tiny, right? You have like the Largo to heal and stuff. You have the Hoodwink to follow up. You have Ringmaster save. Yeah. But at the end of the day, there is so much initiation, counter initiation, stun on Ilbris. It's not going to be hard for Lifestealer to just pick a guy and kill him. Like, it really isn't. And I think it's going to get to a point on Ilbris where you just take and win team fights over and over and over and over again. If it gets to a point where if you're on Ilbris and you're winning team fights without using all of your spells, like maybe you use a roar instead of an Echo Slam, or maybe you Echo Slam and you don't even need to roar or finger, like it's going to get to be borderline impossible to win. And I think unless Rune Eaters put some really clutch puck rotations, and with Largo not being shut down really
Prepare
hard,
for battle.
they can sort of hit some timings. They're going to be in a good position to win this game. But if they don't, and if Lifestealer just says, "Hey, I'm a Giga Farm, get plus an extra 400 HP, and Radiance Armlet at I don't know 25 minutes," game is game is hard. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking for.
I mean, already they have demonstrated that they have the better control, the better delivery, the better, initiation. And you said it yourself, like their lockdown capabilities are insanely strong, and they have all of these. It's not nothing functions single target on their draft. Avalanche, Toss, Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beasts, Dream Coil, everything that you have, even Largo. It's absolutely insane, and they will already find out 4-3 lurking about, and this could be a very big first blood kill. They're gonna get it for sure. Nicely done. And this is the biggest handicap that you currently have on the side of Ilbris, and that is the fact that 4-3 needs an insane amount of time to farm. And the longer he's prolonged away from his Radiance, the bigger problem that he's gonna grow into. The supports are really squishy, so unless you can pull it off with the Earthshaker and the Beastmaster, there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, but I don't know. The lanes are looking a little bit too scary for a Rune Eater, so if they persevere until everybody breaks out before minute 10, it could be a 2-0. And patience has not really been a virtue for Ilbers.
I do like Lich. Lich is just a hero that kind of does stuff. He's not necessarily a hero that is going to blow your side and like be the best, whatever, like have the flashiest plays. But when it comes to being a support, he's got damage, he's got a nuke,
Dire's courier
he can really help shut down some stuff with the
And he's
sacrifice,
in
and he
danger.
can die.
It looks like he's gonna die up top here. They're gonna go in for a deep dive. He's still taking one more strike from Eki. They're gonna take him down. I mean, I love Lich. I'm a Lich player as well. He was one of the first supports I picked up even before Dota Reborn was a thing. But he's ultimately way too squishy. You're paired up with a Kiri that only has a slow, that doesn't really have a stun. So until you get... Again, the Spire timing is going to be very important here, so you can combine it with the Sinister Gaze and, get the Chain Frost off. But that is insanely ambitious for this lane. Already Malik and Eki getting 2 kills, and this is a very good start for the Largo, who, by theory, has the toughest lanes until he gets that bigger, first bigger items.
Yeah.
Down bottom, so far
Yeah,
so good for Rinsey and Ake. Ake already took away Norma's courier. And they are gonna go in for more. Team the Beast, though, it's not gonna connect as Fernand's on the side is keeping a distance with Ake. So it's just, ongoing harassment, but it's good stuff for Rinsey. Because him being a little bit, above farm compared to the Beastmaster, it is a good sign.
It isn't. I mean, that last play wasn't necessarily to kill the Beastmaster, though. This time, maybe it is. No, they don't have toss.
Nah. And also, the Impalement Acts were soaked up by the Borscht, so, at the very least, they're keeping them pressured, they're converting their additional creeps into gold. So it's not too horrendous. And again, Rinsey is alive. As long as he's alive, it's gonna be great. Last matchup that we need to check out is Niche between Copy. Now, the Earthshaker and the Puck. I do like Puck a little bit more just because Earthshaker is still on the rise in terms of reclaiming his mid lane role.
Yeah, we don't really get to see Earthshaker mids as often as we used to. It used to be like Earthshaker was a mid hero, and you would just kind of, and we all had to accept this as fact. Did so much damage, especially with the Slugger, but we're at the point now where I think he's not as dominant as he was, but he can come back, especially in that role. And I think against Puck specifically, he just does so much work. Yeah, you keep giving Puck bond charges and whatnot, but I think ultimately, you pick Earthshaker, you get them, you go mid, you get an early blink, and then you just start to take team fights from there. So I think that's kind of what their goal was for this mid lane, but also they didn't want to really
Dire's top tower
get shut
is
down
under
by a
attack.
puck and lose the game. I think it's a really hard puck game. Like Copy is going to have a hard time in this game trying to do anything without the fear of being stunned for 800 million seconds in his heart. Like, there's
Yeah.
a Hex, Earthshaker, there's Lich, Hypnotize, there's a Roar.
And speaking of the Lich, he's getting a little bit body blocked by Eki. They are gonna turn around to pop the Sinister Gaze, but Copy, he is determined to get a kill, and he will do so successfully now. Niche, keeping up the pressure onto the Squirrel. Beautiful Bushwhack, taking him back. And yeah, I do agree, it's gonna be a tough game, but this is a Grandmaster Puck, and even though he is losing in terms of CS, he just got a kill. So, you know, that could be smooth sailing until he gets those bigger items. Like, what do you go nowadays? Do you go in for the Conda? Do you go in for the Witchblade first?
On which hero puck?
Yeah.
Well, you don't buy Conda on puck. It is most of the time Witchblade.
Right.
It's Witchblade and then sometimes Yules, but most of the time I have just been seeing like Kaya and then Witchblade, and you kind of go Green Core at that point. Just think about what you need. Very, very rarely will you ever buy like a BKB or anything like that, but maybe this game you're kind of forced to do so.
Versus the Beast?
Norma's, yeah, poor Norma, man. This guy can't get a break. Last game he obviously didn't have a fun time. This game he's not having a fun time.
Nope. He's taking all the way back home. The walk of shame to the fountain. Meanwhile, we are closing in on minute 6, and there's 2 supports already lurking from the side of Rune Eaters. As this is that important window and the final drops of experience the Earthshaker needs before he can get the Echo Slam. Ponlo is also here on the double. Eki, nice career find.
Has been killed.
But can they get something more now? The Squirrel is gonna venture a little bit too far off. The Fisher will get him. Ponlo on the sides. It's gonna be a well, 1 kill so far. Can they turn it into a support for a support? The answer will be yes. But maybe they should consider a bigger target, as Niche currently has the Echo Slam Ache. He's running off. He's gonna snatch away the Regen Rune. This is a good find. But, ooh, he's still actually regening because it's a spell that got him. The Fisher is not gonna put a stop to anything. The Wild Access won't do anything either. And Copy in the backline, still keeping up the chase onto Fernance. And thankfully for Fernance, the orb is on cooldown and no mana available.
Radiant's middle tower
That
under
is
attack.
I mean, obviously not a whole lot happened really, but the biggest thing is that the mids didn't die, and then you're just kind of farming it up still. And I think the side lanes have truce. I'm pretty sure everybody like talked to each other. They didn't consult the mid laners at all, but they were like, guys, nothing's happening in these side lanes anymore. Let's just play Dota. And we're seeing that right now with 4-2-3 and Renzi
Just
Q.
reach
They're
for the
just
save.
Renzi has a lot of CS though, 60 CS. He's gonna get a lot more, and I think if you're Ilbris, you're worried about Tiny just farming more than the Lifestealer can get to, and winning the game from there.
Maybe they will try to, you know, get a lock onto him because the Infest is going to be available in a split second, but this guy's not in a shape to fight until either the entire team is able to commit to it and he's just going to jump in to get the additional experience, or until he gets the first bigger items. Now, so far, the Radiance is pretty far away. Malik is doing a really good job at, you know, keeping things in check. And mid lane, we are seeing rotations once again. Niche gets caught up, locked behind a tree, silenced up, feared up, and he's not gonna pop the Echo. Meanwhile, Dreamcoil in the back gets a lock on Fernance. Can they get the Lion? They do have the amplified damage rune, but Ponlo, He is gonna break the orb. Beautiful catch from Eki, Team the Beast. They are looking to take him down. He's seeking from the impalement axe, and it's gonna be a dead Lich.
Both, I mean, the support going down. You lost your mid laner. The tower's still under siege. Norma didn't TP in. He didn't have a TP to help that team fight. He actually started walking over. By the time it was done, he wasn't anywhere close and farmed up the triangle. So,
And time wasted for the Beastmaster.
yeah.
Dire are scanning.
It's a tough life, it's a tough game for Ilbers to begin with. It's 9 minutes in, they're losing by 3k net worth and 6... Oh, they only have 1 kill obtained so far. I don't know, I want to see them persevere after like 15-20 minutes until they start getting those pressure items, these fighting farming items. But there's... For every single thing that they do, so far, Ari have been getting double the effect. You know, Rincy's having Lifeslur is having a free time. Rincy is currently out farming him. He's just getting double the benefits. 4-3 may be under attack, or he's just, you know... Well, I don't know how to say it without sounding properly, but, you know, something with Largo and the catchy leg. Meanwhile, mid lane, Eki... Well, second time this hoodwink dies, so you can just start calling him out a feeder like that. But he's gonna go in for a bigger setup now. Wheel of Wonder popped up, they have the coil. Catchylick pushing him back, they're keeping Niche silenced up. And he already used the Echo Slam on Eki. It seems like it, so... Ultimately, not a good trade-off for Ilbers.
No, I think they're lingering too much, and you can see here now that the towers. It's on. They brought over Renzi Q as well. They just wanted to get this done with, so they do that. They're gonna bring numbers bottom, take all these tier 1 towers that they feel like they need. Norma doesn't know how much danger he's in.
Oh, he's about to find out as Eki and Rincy are gonna get a beautiful lock at him. Sharpshooter, Bushwhack, Avalanche, and it's an instant execute combo, man. Like, they have... And I thought that the lockdowns are gonna be an overkill during the drafting stage, but the way they're distributing them right now, it works out on a macro and on a micro level at the same time. Now, it's not gonna work out for Malak up top, as he's gonna get completely surrounded, but nothing has been lost. He doesn't have a streak. He can just pick up where he left off with no problem whatsoever. And we're still missing out on plenty of gold for the Sacred Relic to be completed. Mid lane got pushed out, bottom side is running below 50% HP. And with 3 people on
It's
the
only
line,
600 gold.
it's gone.
It's only 600 gold away for the relic on Life Stealer. It's not that far away. He's gonna get a good timing on this Radiance, even if, you know, you look at his net worth and you see, oh man, this Tiny is like almost 1,500 more gold than he does. Yeah, but like, it's also a Tiny that was uncontested for most of the lanes, so what do you expect?
True. But now it's coming down to that one final tier 1 tower where 4-3 has been in these first 12 minutes of the game. So if they get the tower and if they get the kill, those, well, currently 400, 300 gold are gonna be a little bit further away. And as I say, they are about to pop a 3-man smoke. Moving up top, scans are being popped and they realized Ilbers, Arya Rise, they are closing in, but they have absolutely no clue where they're at. And without, you know, waiting to F around and find out, they're just gonna throw 4-3 across the gate. Ponlo left remaining, and he's just gonna die. 4-3. They are looking like they're about to follow him, or just a response for Norma, as the first Helm of the Dominator creep will start to do its heavy lifting.
The tower bottom is
Oh, they saw
pretty-
4-3. Oh, hold up. This could be bad.
he has Rage TP. They can't stop it. They don't have a BKB pierce this time. He's fine.
Oh, but now it seems like Rincy could be having some issues. Backup is coming in. They're trying to put a stop to 4-3. Echo Slam jumped in the back. It's going to connect to 2 of the supports, but Eki will be the one to fall. Malik, Rincy somehow still alive. The Wheel of Wonder has been keeping him alive. The Fest Bomb It doesn't seem like he's gonna survive that onslaught, but a beautiful 3-man avalanche is still gonna keep 4-3 and Norma in close proximity. But without the puck, this is not a team fight that they can keep on going with. The Chain Frost popped a mallow, bounces from a couple of creeps, and it's gonna be 3 free kills for Elbrus Esports. Welcome back to the game, boys.
Sunfest was not about getting a kill, my friend. That was about saving the Beastmaster's life. And had he not done that, the Beastmaster obviously would have not lived. They would have missed out on a lot of their damage. Yeah, you lose Ponlo after all of that, but you're gonna take at least you're gonna take something out of this, right? Like you get 3 kills. Obviously, would have loved to have seen them done a little bit more in terms of killing the tower, but it's not the end of the world for Rune Eaters. You do keep the tower alive, which is the most important thing, and they just TP'd underneath the tower one at a time. Like, it was just not coordinated enough. They didn't respond as a team, and you know, the blink reveal on that team fight from the Earthshaker really put into perspective how dangerous this Earthshaker can be, especially when you're hitting your item timings.
So far, I mean, it was a sign of life, but net worth hasn't really changed. Copy is still on the hunt. He did push out topside. So, there's still, I mean, also the reason why Elbrus won that teamfight was because, you know, our Copy was not there. And also, you know, they lost the Tiny way too soon. So, ultimately, a bunch of trades favoring Elbrus, but I don't know, the net worth really hasn't changed. Maybe things are gonna start skyrocketing out of control as 43 is about to get a 13.5-minute radiance. Well, 15.5, sorry.
Honestly, 15 minutes, not terrible. It's not the best radiance timing we've seen, but...
Oh, and Copy and Eki will commit for a jump. There's no creeps, no nothing. The Rage will save him, but the Urn... Oh, nice and fast. Beautifully done. They were so freaking close. And this was under double vision.
He's actually ready to go in now. I mean, the puck isn't going to be here anymore. I think they know.
I guess they're just fine. We beat a Dean Fest. We caused some panic. He's not gonna use that Radiance. Great success.
Yeah, good play. Bottom.
Norma, meanwhile, Wheel of Wonder is gonna miss out. So they're only getting the dominated creep out of it. The hero creep, as we were calling it the other day.
The Beastmaster is very close to getting Helm of the Overlord. There's a lot of really important timings finishing up for Elbrus right now. They're looking for the Helm of the Overlord. They got the Radiance finished on the Lifestealer.
We're getting close to the Aghanim Scepter as well for Niche. But that's gonna take about 2,000 gold for completion. Meanwhile, the supports are dying left and right. And it seems like they're looking for somebody more. And that's gonna be 4-2-3 caught up, this time with Rinsey joining in. Ooh, that's a big one. 30 seconds, no Lifestealer, no problem.
Yeah, they had Shadow Blade on Tiny. He just found his target and took them out. But again, Overlord has been completed on Norma.
Now he just gotta go shopping for the right creep. So far it's the Granite Golem that he gets. But you want to get that dragon. You want to, get that push. Because 17 minutes in, you don't have a single tower taken out. You're not going to have an easy chance to go for Roche, which is something that Beastmaster generally facilitates, early on. But, I mean, when you put all forces combined from Elbrus, as impactful and as jumpy they can be, once they use the Roar, the Echo, the Infest, afterwards, they don't have enough of damage. And now the Tiny, he did complete the Silver Edge, he did complete the Echo Saber, and he can start focusing on damage items before he can, focus on finishing these up.
Meteor Hammer's done on Largo.
Oh, denied Arcane Rune. Niche. They're gonna jump in. Speaking of the Largo, they're gonna make a log, but the Wheel of Wonder, beautiful instant response with the escape pack. They're gonna save the buddy in a triple man coil. Where's the damage? We need the damage department. Here comes Rincy. Beautiful avalanche. And guess what? The Infest bump on top. They still have an eye in sight on where 423 is, but they're not gonna get him. Fernance, meanwhile, burns down from the Searing Signet.
Meanwhile, during that team fight, the Beastmaster was hunting down the support, so, but the Ringmaster already got the wheel off. So the Wheel of Wonder was used, the Hoodwink was getting chased down, he got roared by the Beastmaster, and Norma just wasn't part of the equation on that team fight. Like, the wheel comes out, and the entire fight is basically what it does.
Yeah. And we saw how well they chained with the froggy stomps and with the coil right after. It was just so good to look at. And Norma, well, he's gonna, get that, extra dessert so you can take home from the remainder of the violence from the previous team fight. So he didn't miss out on anything, to be real.
The game is really coming down to Malik and just the Croak of Genius that he keeps giving to Copy. Like, this is so much damage that we're seeing from the puck, and it isn't gonna stop. It's just gonna keep getting worse. Would love to see Malik go for the shard. He does have it. Never mind. He's got the shard already. I think definitely could use a little bit more mana regen. Is opting to build a pipe, so definitely in a lot of these aura items that we have seen fallen out of favor. Really interesting ideas coming out here in that regard.
Also, Aeon Disc onto the puck. That's an item that we really haven't discussed, but we have a bunch of big spells coming in, which so far they haven't hit you, but for preventive measures, you want to have that. I do like the pipe.
Is it an Aeon Disc or is it a Octarine Core?
It's an Aeon Disc. Look at the recipe on puck.
Oh, does he have the recipe? Oh, he does.
Yeah, Wheel of Wonder, meanwhile,
Interesting.
niche, under attack, and he's just gonna die. Bleeds out from the Impalement Act.
I think this is the difference between the biggest difference between Rune Eaters and Ilbris. Ilbris don't do anything, and Rune Eaters do stuff. Like, I know that's kind of like plate, but like, what does that mean? It's like Rune Eaters are constantly looking at ways of making the map harder to play, and Ilbris are more than content with just accepting the game state and not doing things to change anything about it. Like, they will win team fights against Rune Eaters, and by that I mean like they'll get like 2 or 3 kills. They might not lose anybody in the process, but what ends up happening is their follow through, right? Like, it's one thing to hit a golf ball, but it's another to actually follow through on the hit. And I'll tell you, as someone that golfs a little bit, when you hit a ball nice, it's because not only did you actually hit the thing, but it's because after you hit it, you did everything right. And it's kind of like Ilbris they're hitting the ball, but they look up when they hit the ball, so they don't know what the hell's going on. They're not focused on finishing the swing, and they aren't going at the follow-through that they have. So they just end up all over the place, and there's someone on the team yelling, 4! Is it just like... They don't know what's happening. It's like every single team fight is going bananas.
You just turned this entire game number 2 into, into Happy Gilmore.
I did, yeah. I did. I even had the Bruins hat on.
Oh, God. Meanwhile, topside, we have yet another catch. This time it's going to be, Eki, but ultimately a trade-off between the supports. Eki actually survives the jump. The Fisher will catch him, but the escape act will save him. Infest for the run, they find the right creep. They're gonna drag 423 out of his shell, as they could take him down in the package deal with Niche. Now Roar in the back, it's gonna get popped onto Malik, but the frog just doesn't budge. He doesn't care. Copy being an absolute menace, going in for more. He's gonna find Fernance, and they are gonna find Norma as well. Did he try to just TP out there safely? No, actually it was the Lich. And Pondo just followed through, and Norma once again being ultra late to the team fight. And 4 free kills for Rune Eaters.
Yeah, Rune Eaters are looking like they are in complete domination of the series. We did question the Tiny pick, and I thought for sure that the Lifestealer was going to have a much better matchup against this Tiny, but Tiny's got Silver Edge now, so good luck.
Yep. I mean, again, it's not about the, you know, the hero itself. It's about the player. It's about the team. It's about the composition. It's about the tempo. You know, earlier today there was a discussion on the game that Joe and Korzda were casting. There was a Kez game, right? And they were, you know, talking about the hero that it all depends on what you have to offer to him, because Kez needs a lot of time. He needs everything to be, you know, picture perfect for him to get the executions. And once he gets that 15 minutes of Princess treatment, he's absolutely gonna obliterate every single hero on the map. But if you don't give him any of it, he's just gonna be, you know, waiting for a drop of a kill. Please, Saya, may I have some more? And do absolutely nothing and feel like he's, you know, the dead weight of 2 heroes. Meanwhile, Rinsey gets utterly destroyed, but the setup is gonna be there for Onlo to die. That's a little bit of something.
Their team fight here.
Oh, it's looking like it. Niche jumping in. Beautiful escape back to get him out of the additional damage. The beam hammer is gonna connect, and they will pop Niche right after. Swift and Fest not gonna last for long, but Focus 3 gets the hell out of there. Coiled up. We have Fernand's dying. 3 for the price of what? Not too shabby.
I don't even mind the... I just straight up don't even mind that Echo Slam. That's like the 4th one this game, 3rd maybe. I'm not seeing the value out of this Earthshaker mid today. I
Me neither.
think we're missing a lot of spell, and maybe it's because of the lack of farm. But like I felt like 10 minutes ago, not 10 minutes ago. That's an over exaggeration. 5 minutes ago, we were like, hey, where's the Eggman's Scepter is going to come out, and then the Earthshaker is going to start playing Dota, but. He's 300 gold away. Like, he still does it.
Yeah.
And you look at the item progression of the puck. Aeon Disc is going to get the Octarine Core here soon. He's got Blink, Witchblade. Like, you know, progress being made, meaningful progress being made by this puck. And it's just not happening on the same, on the other side. Like,
I mean, Copy's been able to get solo kills. He's 5 levels above Niche, 1405 KDA. Niche is 352 at level 14. I don't know, he's still rejoicing taking the level 10 talent tree. This guy is going in for 20.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did say it was gonna be a tough puck game, but I guess for Copy, it's like, I like the challenge, just bring it on. You know, they think they're gonna win this, but they don't know my might, they don't know my power, they don't know I just came back from a freaking land, and I can eat those guys for breakfast.
Well, I think the biggest issue is like I don't think I've seen an initiation on puck. I haven't seen like a blink hex or anything on the puck to start a team fight off. And now that he has Aegis and Aeon Disc, you're definitely not going to do that to him anymore. So you kind of just have to run away.
Nocturne, so things are about to get a lot more annoying. And look at this, like Ari Eki, he's charging in first. This is a solo kill, 100%. And he did it under a tier 2 tower, with 2 cores right next to him. I mean, he had no idea that was happening, but that was it. Meanwhile, Roar is gonna get used up, as up top, Rinsey, why are you there all by yourself, brother?
He's just playing Dota to have fun.
He's just messing with them, like, they know they're gonna hunt me, so I'm just gonna be like, yay, distraction. The puck is the real enemy.
Yeah, I think Rinsey wanted to get some writing going on. He's playing a Tiny, but obviously they were ready for that. Had some words up there too, so that's probably why he felt confident going for that play.
Well, thankfully, Ilbers did not pick up on that trail, so he didn't reveal too much. He just died there. Maybe he's just like, guys, I need to go and take a leak, but I don't want to pause. Just throw yourself out there, and you're gonna have about 40 seconds of a quick in and out.
True.
Radiant are scanning.
That's the meta. That's the go use the washer meta. 423 has BKB finished up now, so like a 20 seconds of magic immunity on this guy. It's a lot of magic immunity. The ringmaster is
Easy pawn low
Lich
kill.
died.
Yeah, I mean, I told you. I mean, as much as I love Lich, it's a beautiful hero. Like, the damage and everything, it's so satisfactory when you're seeing the Chain Frost jump. And you can only wish to grow big enough to get the level 25 talent, so it's gonna be limitless. But it's all just a dream. Meanwhile, Rincy, they're gonna find Niche. They're gonna, yet again, defend this tier 1 tower. It's 28 minutes in. Norma? Yeah, the BKB is gonna save him. But still, no towers taken, 29 over 10, 20k net worth difference. These guys are... I mean, saying that they're on fire is an understatement. They eventually find Norma on the other side of his TP. He's gonna pop the roar, but Eki still has his number. They will miss out with the sharpshooter, but Copy eventually gets out of the roar stun, and they take down the Beastmaster. And his creeps, and his dogs, and everything he's been bringing on across the map. And Copy, the age just naturally expired. By the time it finished up, he already got 2 more kills, and they're pushing high ground.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you didn't draw this up if you're Ilbris, but you don't have any easy ways of stopping this push. If you even have a way at all, especially with the Tiny here now.
Yeah, he's got the Harpoon, he's got the Crystallis almost completed, the Daedalus is pretty much gonna be right around the corner. And his counterpart is... well, he only has the BKB after the Radiance was completed. He's gonna go for Basher, he's gonna go full Nullifier.
Dire's bottom tower is under
But...
Yeah,
I don't know, these guys are looking for yet another high ground siege. Copy jumping into the backlines, he finds Niche. It's just gonna scare him off, you know, remind him who's boss, who's the dominator of the mid lane.
so if you're wondering what Rune Eaters are going to do for the next little bit, well, Roshan is going to be next. Tormentor is still available. Neither team really value Torm, it looks like. They just kind of let it die. Or I guess they don't go for it at the 20-minute mark. I definitely think both teams could have done so, but now that I bring up the Tormentor, Rune Eaters are going to grab it. They feel confident enough to do so.
I mean, with 3 people, they are kind of slow. And Ilbris, they are approaching with a 5-man smoke, so maybe they can get Eki here. Ake is gonna get the spotlight, so that's gonna be a very good addition to, you know, have better control during team fights. But I don't judge them, you know. Rune Eaters, they've been busy for the first 20 minutes. They've been taking Roshas, pushing lanes, sieging high ground, killing Norma times after times again. Who's gonna pop the BKB once again to stay alive from that primary jump, but Fernandez, he's gonna die next. Eki, they tried to throw him back. Chain Frost is gonna be thrown away from the rest of the crew. Meanwhile, Meme Hammer, Wheel of Wonder, everything, they keep 4-3 with Ponlo lockdown, who will pop the Spire, they will pop the BKB, but they only killed Ake. And he's back to pop yet another escape pack for the safety. He tries to walk away with the Glimmer, away from the Radiance, and it's gonna be a mission success as the entire team is gonna die. Ilbris with that. They've had it enough. It's not gonna get any better than this. There's not gonna be any chance of redemption, so they will need to accept the fact that they are gonna fall off into the lower bracket of the European Pro League Masters playoffs. And I am kind of sad. I was expecting to see just a little bit more from the team that went down the grinding line to get where they are currently.
I mean, just, you know, real talk. Copy owned. Copy ran this game over. Like, he was like, I'm going to take this game. And he gathered all of his sheep teammates. And he said, I'm a shepherd. And you're all sheep. and you're going to follow me into the wilderness, and you think that these guys are wolves, but they're all just leaves for you to graze upon. So have fun. And Rune Eaters grazed upon the fields of Ilbers, a fantasy land far away. And Ilbers, even though they have is that a panther in their logo?
I think it's a
something
lynx or something.
A lynx, some feline predator. Doesn't matter. It turned it. I mean, they were turned to feline predators into feline prey, just completely and utterly dominated by Copy in the second game. It was a bit closer in game one, but game two, like you literally drafted three answers to Puck: the Lion, the Earthshaker. I would even argue the Beastmaster if you get the roar off. And it literally didn't amount to being enough. The math didn't add up, and Copy had a game, and he showed us why Rune Eaters deserve to be here in the playoffs.
Yep. I mean, they were completely, playing a different tune on the side of Ilbris. Ultimately, if they got everything that they needed at the minute 30 mark, if they even got a scepter on one of the supports, it would have been an insane benefit to have. But we haven't seen a single Finger of Death kill. We only saw fast bombs being used defensively. Roars as well. Norma was feeling a little bit greedy on the Beastmaster and how he played out. And Rune Eaters, I don't know, like, Copy ended the game at 17-0-7, which, everybody's gonna tip that guy. Everybody's gonna comment that guy at the end of the game, and it was well deserved. And the enemy team is just gonna send in reports because he's smurfing in a Crusader rank, because that's how it looked like. That's how it looked like from start to finish. And with that, Rune Eaters, they're gonna push in further into the playoffs. With that is gonna be. I'm just keeping a score in the back. The second playoff seed that progresses further into the upper bracket semifinals. But for us, ladies and gentlemen, this day is far from over, as we have one more series to watch. That's going to be Zero Tenacity versus Navi, aka Natus Ventura. And yeah, we're going to be back in about 15 minutes, give or take. We're right back on schedule, and we'll see what happens. And ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome once again for the last but not least series of the day between Zero Tenacity and Navi, previously known as Navi Junior before they took on the main roster after the last year's international. And by my side, once again, we have Plate. So Plate, Lone Druid made it through the first ban phase, and we've seen a lot of unsatisfactory Lone Druid games in the past couple of games. So do you think Zero Tenacity and their long reigning domination here at EPL will be enough to take away Navi, who've been playing at Tier 1 tournaments and even reached finals versus insanely strong teams?
You know, you know, I think Lone Druid has as much of a chance um, working this game as I have not having difficulties with you when we cast together. Holy smokes!
I mean,
Is
these
it?
last two times it's been you. You've left
It's
yourself
been
on
me.
mute and prompt.
It's
Okay.
literally
You
been me.
can't blame it on me this
I'm
time,
not
even though I've
blaming it
done
on
far
you.
worse things.
I'm not blaming it on production. Production's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say, just straight up, the real talk. Like every time I see this Lone Druid, I'm like, man, you're you have to like really micro. You mess up once, you feed your bear twice in a team fight. Not only do you give your opponent 600 gold, but you're also literally useless. I remember the days of the lone druids that wouldn't build anything or do have anything to do with bear, and that's when I played it.
Right.
I haven't played lone druid outside of like the old Dragonlance Mjolnir build, and you put the items on the actual lone druid, and you just kind of walk around and kill everybody. Now, is are these players capable of actually playing lone druid at a high level? Yeah, obviously. I mean, this is friggin' Navi we're talking about, right? So
Yeah.
for me, it's like I think the onus is going to be on Zero Tenacity to prove that they can win against a team as good as Navi, because Navi, for all intents and purposes, is a tier one team. Like they play tier one, they play against tier one teams, they beat tier one teams. They are at that level, and they they are going for, yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, Navi are going to kill. They're not going to kill this bear. They're going to find this druid
And killed
wherever
the
he
druid.
is, and they're gonna kill him. And they have
Yeah.
Hoodwink for scouting, Underlord Global TP, AA with the AA Blast can come in anywhere. Ember Spirit's never in any threat because
Yeah.
he can always come back to base. Like this Lone Druid is going to have a problem trying to find like safety, and Zero Tenacity have no front line to help this guy. Like you have Witch Doctor Mirana, two backline supports, a Storm Spirit that every time you jump, you are going to get, you have Pit to deal with, you have a Bushwhack to deal with, you have Chains to deal with. It's going to be hard. It's already
Yeah.
looking like a pretty tough Storm game. Um,
But they're willing to bring in the tempo. Like, if you're
mm,
not. This is obviously not a scenario where you're allowed to have the Lone Druid AFK farm unless you find an effective way to lead the siege with the Storm Spirit. Now, we've spoken about this Witch Doctor very frequently as he's been popping up in the 741 meta, especially as a counter reaction towards the Centaur. So you mustn't really exclude the power of the Maledict early on and the Mirana setups that you can make with the arrows and her later on upgrade with the Aghanim Scepter, which is it does give you information. It does give you that long range setup, but you gotta already know that Navi, sorry, are close enough already. So whether or not you can establish that deep vision, so you can have that control, so you can be one step further than Navi, then there might be a chance. But who's gonna be that hero to fill in those gaps? It's not gonna be the Beastmaster. We have thankfully like the life stealer and the tiny taken away from the equation. Axe is taken away, so I'm thinking the like for some reason might be interesting if Zero Tenacity are able to prolong that, but there's still that open slot for Navi to choose whatever they want for their carry position.
A Lycan Wolfbite on the bear is a really interesting idea. We have seen that played in the past.
Mhm.
You do need to get to that point though, and you're not going to know your matchup either, so it's a little difficult. They go Largo. It's a little bit safer
Sure.
to go for the Largo, and the Croca Genius on the Storm Spirit is obviously really helpful. But Navi have literally 2 minutes to think about what they want to pick here for their carry. Um, well, you're not going to pick. So you're not going to pick AM because that hero is dead. You're not
No,
going to pick.
you're not gonna pick Sven because the Witch Doctor is gonna be a problem. You want to go, I guess, another range. There's the SF option still available, which is very interesting. But again, the Witch Doctor rotated in an as position for it. He is going to destroy. So why not Cass? I guess that is the last best option that Navi have here.
Kez can kill the bear really easily, so I don't dis that idea.
Hmm.
Um, I also really like the Kez AA lane just because AA gives a lot of really important vision with the Ice Vortex, and Kez is a hero that can really take advantage of a lot of that extra just sight that you're given. But base defender, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if Nasphere is able to really get much done with this bear. I I think Navi are just so good, and like we're gonna be in a game where the difference is gonna be between difference and Niku. Straight up, I think if Niku can really facilitate the early game for Got the Juice, Navi are going to be in a really difficult position. And if Niku can't lane, then like PMA isn't the one making moves. Daze
Yeah.
isn't going to be the one making moves. So Got the Juice is going to be left on an island. A lot of the playmaking of Navi is going to have to run through Niku. And I think if Zero Tenacity want to win, if they want to really like get this game one under their belt and move on and say, hey, you can't give us Lone Druid,
Hmm.
you got to shut down December. And I think you do that by sending numbers mid. You make it, you block his, you make it so annoying for him to get anything done around the map, and you try to give difference as many galvanized stacks as possible so that he can go in, hone in on the Ember Spirit, kill him, and then you can isolate the rest of the team fights from there.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, there's two very strong points coming in from Zero Tenacity 1, they've been warmed up, they've been here for a very long time. They survived the play-in, they survived the group stage, they are currently in the playoffs, so they've done a very long path, which does, give you a very good read on a lot of different situations, on a lot of different, hyper aggressive setups, even perfect that they have been able to overcome with. And also you have the upper hand of Mixa, who's always been this wild card sort of a player. And having Largo, like he's the guy who can just take Largo on the side, leave him AFK for 10 minutes, and comes back and absolutely destroys everything. Now, that will obviously take away some of the tempo that the Storm Spirit likes to have very early on, especially if he has a good mid lane. But Nico is also really a big problem because this Ember is one of his bread and butter heroes. He knows how to be aggressive, he knows when to be aggressive, and when he calls in the initiation, like when he says, guys jump, the entirety of Navi says how high, and they can just double down with the gate, they can just throw in the blasting, they can, commit and deliver. But they've had that little bit of impulsive moments, and that especially is happening when they're losing the effect of their of their carry. So if Got the Juice is having a tough early lane, they're gonna try to reinforce around it. They're gonna try to make it work, and with that, they can lose their momentum, and Zero Tenacity can benefit off of that. So that's the biggest weak point that Navi Junior have had, or Navi have had, sorry, and they haven't played an EPL ever since they were Navi Junior. So there's obviously a very big shift between how you play Tier 1 Pro Dota and Tier 3 Pro Dota. Like, that adjustment period might mess you up because we saw that happening with Mouse this morning.
Yeah, I think tier 1 is a lot faster. It's a lot more rigid, and it's a lot more like when you're a tier 1 team and you play tier 1 Dota a lot, you kind of, there's a lot of things that happen that you kind of expect to happen. Tier 3 teams are still figuring out that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know, really. They know some tier 3 teams have like tier players on it, but like it's being an individual player and being a team is a lot different. So like, how much of a difference we're gonna have to see, and like, can Zero Tenacity bring Navi down, down to their level? Not in terms of, I'm not saying in terms of skill, but like, bring them into their wheelhouse, into their barn, get them into their octagon, and then maybe you give yourself better chances of finding on home turf, if that's the idea,
Yeah.
or the analogy.
This is
But,
basically like,
otherwise-
a 10-year graduation. Like they meet up to play an honorary game of football, soccer, or whatever, just for good time's sake. So at one point, these two were at the same level. So you gotta give them that. But again, it's whether or not Navi can come down during the level. But Zero Tenacity are gonna be the first one making the move here. Finding PMA, they pop the Maledict, they find the biggest target across the team fight, and he's gonna burst. Now, difference also in a tough spot. But Niku, oh, the Rude will grab him. The Bear? They lose difference in the process, but they get both PMA and Niku just because of a well-landed Maledict. Chef's kiss. Which Doctor plays?
and it's honestly, not the end of the world for Navi. Yeah, you lose your mid and your offlaner, but you actually get first blood, and the Witch Doctor is one that got both kills. So, in terms of like net worth and XP, it's not terrible, but you know, giving a Witch Doctor an extra 500 gold in the lane is whatever. Like, it literally is the most whatever thing I can think about. This guy does not need. What is he gonna have? Boots? Maybe buy another couple blood grenades. Like, it's really like doesn't do anything in my opinion. So
I mean, it keeps the harassment, you know, like we can see the ongoing pressure that he's delivering to Hoodwink. And Hoodwink is a hero that you want to, you know, contend with. PM he thrives on being AFK farming, so never an issue of that. But Hoodwink scaling out of control and beginning to rotate, now that is going to be a big problem. Top side, Reddy's and Got the Juice, the AA combo. And the AA Kiss combo that you were really looking forward
yeah,
to. Uh, I assume there's not gonna be a lot of kill potential. I assume it's gonna be, you know, very chill here until minute 6, minute 7. But that is gonna be great news for Mix-Up, because we've seen him on this Largo a couple of times and he's absolutely disgusting. And speaking of PMA, he's gonna get killed down bottom. As you said it, playing Lone Druid is cheating. You just begin the match 6v5, 3v2, a free freaking tri-lane, and the offlaner dies.
yeah, yeah, and they are, you know, the Underlord is obviously the support. I would have a hard time believing that difference can have any kill threat on Niku, though it looks like he's having some decent harass.
I mean, he's getting those last hits. He's getting that control over his brother. Storm Spirit, generally, they do have the advantage over Embers, regardless. I mean, these guys are, you know, at the peak of their skill level. So one small misstep, it's instantly gonna be backfiring. Now, difference is a little bit lower in terms of HP. And also, Niku just got his bottle, so he had that little bit of a redeeming factor. But both of them are gonna be quite low for the upcoming minute. Top side, a fight around the Lotus. Is gonna be the one securing it. Radies, though, got a little bit of harass onto Desire, so
Not on my watch, pal.
all in all, small victories on both sides, but Tenacity having the early lead. Still.
I think that just comes with the territory of having a lone druid, to be honest. Lone druid is just one of those heroes that, as you said, cheats.
Yeah, but he's gonna get taken down, and PMA. Ooh, he's gonna get both of them, both Nestor and Emerald. So, nice cheats, but that's a huge gold swing back into PMA. Who's also looking, not too shabby in terms of CS, but as long as he's alive, all of that is be converted back to farm. Daze, TPing in mid. We are seeing the contest for the water rune is difference. Ooh, nice catch. Niku difference. Oh, they're gonna take down the Storm Spirit. Niku secures the kill. They secures the kill, but Niku is gonna secure the water rune. Actually, no, it was only one. No,
Yeah,
he took both of them, actually.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, he had Nika had more HP to work with. Even on top of that, he had a Fairy Fire left. So, yeah, you bring numbers, you get the kill onto the Storm, and then obviously you're that much closer once he gets level 6, which is why he hasn't gone back to base. Once you get level 6 on the Ember Spirit, you can just reset yourself as many times as you wish.
The Storm Spirit does not have that benefit. It's it was a good start for. So let's see. To the call, but he's kind of sandwiched between these two. Niku, meanwhile, picks up a region rune, so that's a nice find. But I would rather see him use that item. Top side though, got the juice. Ooh, having a bunch of issues. Desire, nice leap in forward. But they're not gonna get a kill. Instead, it's gonna be the difference. The primary target taken away by Navi.
And Nick is pushing in this middle tower now. They got the fort down as well. The support duo from Navi is going to hunt the Storm Spirit down every time he tries to farm a creep wave or jungle camp and kill him. And this opens up a lot of the map for the Lord to just sit back and farm and push with The fire exist. What is Mirana? What the heck?
Reddy's just getting destroyed. Hey, this is an easy catch. A Vortex with a Maledict, nothing to see here. Meanwhile, Nico, attempting to snatch away the Shrine of Wisdom, is gonna be a mission unsuccess. And Difference will greet him on the other side. Still Shrines go 1-for-1. Down bottom, PMA is keeping the ongoing harassment on Nesphere, whose barrier is gonna drop pretty low, so you know that's gonna put him in a tough spot. But network wise, he is second and first in, compared to the rest of his teammates. But looking at the scan,
We're seeing. Oh, dude, the scan. If they get this guy,
he's just
I
about
think
he's
they
gonna
will.
drop. Yeah, they're gonna find him. Pops the true form, but he's still within range to get, you know, stunned up. The bushwhack coming in from the side, and the jumping in very last second, but you're not gonna protect your buddy, and most likely you're gonna die. Bit of malice, he's gone.
yeah, I mean that's a free double kill, literally completely free. Nice awareness there from Navi to know exactly where the Lone Druid would be farming. Lone Druid doesn't have the most amount of farm on the map right now. And that's pretty bad. Storm Spirit obviously got shut down, and haven't brought up the Frogman, but let's be real, Frogman does come out of lanes normally with a lot of money. So everybody from Navi is pulling ahead now in terms of the lanes, and once that Mage Slayer gets picked up by God the Juice, you're gonna see a lot more harass come out. Like it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be difficult. It's already you know, it's already hard and difficult. But
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you were talking about the Lone Druid during the drafting stage, it reminded me of the playstyle that Alchemist also has. You know, he's always that reserve player in the back, just passively granting benefits to the team. But he is just gonna downright suffer. Largo is in the same position, so Zero Tenacity, they kind of opted in for these two reserve players to, you know, possibly pick up the game once the rest of the crew is falling off. So with the rest of the three, you're not gonna do anything. Mixa a little bit under attack, but he's gonna survive. Got the juice, and Daze, however, will find him right behind a tower. And yeah, they're gonna make sure he's not gonna be a problem. Mid lane, Difference and Desire, they're pushing in. Can they get rid of this? Well, it's quite a tanky AA. He's still within tower range, and he was not able to break out. Desire gets caught up next. Was it worth going for the AA?
yeah, well, I mean, no. You can't dive a tier 1 power like that on a support and not expect counter rotations, especially when the whole Navi identity is this global counter rotation idea. They're also going to find the Largo again up top.
Uh-oh, Mixa once again in danger. The cuts, the slices, the dices. The Kazurai is not gonna take him down, so thankfully that healing is gonna come up a long way, which, you know, at
Hey,
level 6 he
lost.
didn't get the Amphibian Rhapsody. Are they gonna connect?
I think it does.
Well, they do see him. Oh, they do connect.
Yeah, he's womp womp.
Actually, I don't think he's
Goodbye,
dead.
Largo.
Hold up, or is there
He's
gonna
not,
be a
he
big
is.
blast in the end? Yeah, there's gonna be the big blast in the end. I keep on forgetting that. It's like home run, I got it. I'm not gonna die before I get to the fountain. Because not even the fountain can help you from being frostbitten.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh god.
Yeah, the AA is a really nice idea against the Largo as well. As Largo obviously wants to be using the heal. I think people have kind of
They've forgotten about the AA, man.
Radiant are scared.
yeah, they have.
Radiant
People, I mean, people don't pick it. It's just not a strong laner anymore. The meta for supports has been, can you lane? If you can't lane, then you don't get picked.
More or less, PMA, beautiful sharpshooter from Daze. I mean, obviously, you know, this guy's not making it look super scary. Nico is also gonna get difference down the mid lane. Radies though. Oh, nice zero avoid. Might be the one in a tough spot. Bushwhack taken back. Nesfear decides to show himself. This could be bad as PMA is right around the corner. Beautiful Pit of Malice getting him and the bear together. Mixa jumping in from the side, but it feels like either the bear or the Curie is well, actually, it's gonna be neither. Beautiful catchy lick. That was the final drops of mana for Mixa. And with that, both sides disengage. 12 minutes in, it's 14/5 with Navi Jr. leading by 4k.
Yeah, Navi with this gold lead against a team that has the lone druid. They have dominant map position. They're just waiting, and you know, if this was the lone druid, wait, oh my gosh, is this normal? Nesfear has Maelstrom on his the real druid, and he's not putting it on the bear. I wonder. Some of the tech that you see with the lone druid is that you don't switch items over until you have Aghanim set there.
Yeah, I think that's the case because baseline, I think Desphere has more damage compared to the bear.
You must have more attack, like base attack time for sure.
So let's check the numbers then. Attack speed 0.79 on the Lone Druid and 106 on the bear. So a little bit faster. a little bit more damage. So, and currently you want to just close in the gap until you get the full Aghanim Scepter. So, time is of the essence. I do agree with it. It's not the first time I'm seeing it, so I'm not as surprised as you are.
Interesting. No, I'm just it's so fascinating to me, the differences in this, because I think a lot of people at home are going to be like, well, that doesn't really matter. Well, it's like, well, when you think about it, Maelstrom on the you have the range, so you can walk up to a creep camp faster with the lone druid hero and just hit the creep camp from farther away. So that's a big part of it. The other part of it is like, it's a difference of 25 attack speed either way. Oh my gosh,
Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped. And Morales was looking for an opportunity to get a lock on to Nico, but difference is overstepping. It's going to get.
Вміє грати. Але якщо про тебе саппорт, він тобі просто не дасть розкритися. Якщо він знає, що робити. Аганім там вже в Несфіра доїжджає. Тут, щоправда, його Ніку так, підв'язує. Андерлорд чи буде реагувати? Реагує одразу. Айсбласт, але не влучає він Несфіра. Ну, таке враження, що це лише відтермінує смерть ЛД.
А ну подивись, як ХП швидко закінчується. От Раптор Денс і все. Це такий помиральний танок для Лондруїда.
Стерегла вежа знищена. Ну, Рошан...
Слушно, Наві виглядають відпочившими. Відпочинувшими, можливо, я не знаю. Якось так. Ну, видно, що вони якось так впевнено, розслаблено цю гру грають. І ніби тягар якийсь впав. Ну, принаймні на цій мапі так здається.
А я... Скажу чесно, я дуже приємно здивований, що вони після інта грають разом. Я не знаю, скільки це далеко, довго ця історія буде тривати. Да? О, підв'язує Дейс гарно під Айсбласт. Там же Діференс собі отримує багато шкоди. Він намагається тип-аут зробити. Слухайте, а він виживе?
Давай так говорити. Якщо ти не плануєш грати з росіянами, на що я сподіваюся, ну або не плануєш грати не з росіянами, а в російських організаціях хоча б, то у тебе пропозиції нижче Falcons і Liquid, ну я в принципі не бачу сенсу в таких трансферах. От якби я був гравцем на місці там будь-кого з Navi, пропозиції нижче Liquid і Falcons, ну, в моєму розумінні вони просто беззмістовні.
Не мають сенсу, так. Не мають сенсу, але враховуючи те, що ми не знаємо, які там вакантні позиції в Liquid Falcons, бо, от, наприклад, так, тут на Мораліса зловили. Я думав, що там, ну, Ейс, можливо, кар'єру закінчить. Ну, Боксі давно вже про це каже, я думав, що він там з Інсенією якось кар'єру закінчить. Ні, от він грає.
Ти читав пост сьогодні від Бліца з приводу
От, я якраз
Тайлунга?
про це і хотів, та, що дійсно, якщо Ніша б завершив кар'єру, вони навколо Тайлунга планували будувати склад. І
Ну, тобто,
одного смертічного
вже...
немає, а є інший.
Бачиш, є інший, та тепер Ніку є.
От,
ну, от.
тому побачимо. Я здивувався, чесно, враховуючи те, що Бліц сказав, ми любимо більше брати вже таких сформованих гравців, які ну, чудово розуміють, що таке там робоча етика, що таке команда, так, як взагалі комунікувати в команді, що немає такого, що мені 15 років, Dead Inside, я закрився в собі, я там все, потім десь згорів, на когось визвірився, і ми програли гру через це. Та? Там беруться люди, які вже чудово розуміють, що таке competitive Dota, що таке взагалі це життя. І от вони такі, блін, а давайте, якщо що, візьмемо Тайлунга. Це прям дуже радикальний, мені здається, був би план. Дуже прикро, що він не спрацював.
Ну, інколи проти таланту не попреш, інколи талант, ти все одно звертаєш увагу на це і не можеш закрити очі, і потім ну, думаєш, ну, можливо, ми його там виховаємо. Ми зробимо там його майндсет такий, як нам треба. Ми його там підлаштуємо під нашу, під європейську доту. Можливо, такі думки були у Бліца. Чому ні? Ну і якщо зміксувати, мені здається, з гарними гравцями, з якими йому самому буде цікаво грати, досвідченими, то чому ні?
Але це, ну. Багато я всього прочитав різного, багато коментарів про Тайлунга, але це дійсно трагедія, що ну, такі талановиті гравці, вони з маличку на гачку вже 3-2-2 організації. Не організація, навіть ну, 3-2-2 от, мафіозних діячів, скажімо так. І якщо така ситуація виникає на найвищому рівні, то говорити про якусь прозорість, про якесь дотримання спортивних принципів в кіберспорті, зокрема в Доті, я думаю, що ми вже не можемо. На жаль, Кєса зараз зловили, але в нього є Гіда. Картичус не проти побитися. Діференс. А куди ти Діференс поліз? Вибили Гіду. Добре. Ніку стрибає, отримує стрілу собі по голові. Справедливий герой Кес. О, влучив зараз Рідус. Забувають про такого героя, як Еншен та Паріж, надарма.
Та, ну, Наві просто вже дограють цю мапу, вони, очевидно, мають переможну перевагу, давай так її називати.
Так.
Тут нема про що говорити. Zero Tenacity теж за великим рахунком дограють. Намагаються щось вигадати, звісно, але це все навряд чи чогось варте, якщо Наві не припустяться якоїсь. Та навіть не одної, а декількох помилок, напевно. Тут одної може і не вистачити.
Угу. Переклав уже Несфір насправді всі свої артефакти в ведмедика, ведмедик і загинув, тому от він зараз двома гілочками стоїть, дивиться сумно на кріпів, яким він нічого зробити так-то і не може.
У нього гра цікавіше стала, знаєш, як нормальна ПВЕ спланована, а не коли ти там вже всіх вбиваєш стички, не цікаво грати.
Ні, тут нереальне ПВЕ. Тобі треба, ну, Healing Cell тоді купувати, щоб одну пачку кріпів забрати. Щось от такого плану.
Коли пішов в рейд з вищими рангами.
Так. Це та сама ситуація. Так, у Дейза що в планах? Дейза в планах Хекс, Віндвейкер, Аганім Шард. Збирають святилище 28-ї хвилини. Так, ну і от гуртуються Наві. Попри те, що немає гіди, в Ніку є ампліфай, він тут нападає на Ларго, від стріли ухиляється. Тут же, до речі, напад на Дейза. Дейзу неприємно, Дейзу заберуть, немає чим збити, тільки зараз забирають ВД. Ультимейт йому закінчують, але... Слухайте, все одно розвалюється, все одно там шторм догорів. От прийшов Фіку Спірітбер, але Спірітбер це не той Спірітбер страшний, якого варто боятись. Це маленький ведмедик.
GG.
GG. Півгодини вклалося, в принципі не
Так,
погано.
ну зараз Дота така, що дуже мало матчів, які до 30-ї закінчуються, якщо суперник не здається, давай так говорити. А от тут не здавалося серед 11, хоча підсумок цієї гри був відомий десь на хвилині 23-24 цілком можна було здаватися, але бачиш, навіть на цьому рівні трошки вирішили пограти. Та, ну... Так має виглядати, напевно, Натус Вінсера на подібному турнірі. Якщо вони не будуть там мати якихось психологічних проблем, якогось зайвого тиску, будуть грати в свою таку доту вільну з притомними драфтами, ну... Тут не має бути для них серйозних суперників. Так, вони всі неприємні. Це всі суперники, які в кінці сезону та кваліфікаційного для Наві стали катастрофічно важкими. Ну от тому не треба, звісно, тут закидати шапки і кричати, що ура, перемога. Але ну для мене Наві це команда, яка в своїй гарній формі таких опонентів помічати не має. От і все. От, що з ними сталося на кінці сезону, ну, тільки їм відомо.
Так, на жаль, друзі, будемо чекати. У нас, дивіться, Open Quali 27 серпня. Там все побачимо. І побачимо скоро другу мапу. Друзі, невеличка пауза, і ми до вас з Олексієм повернемось.
so he wants more damage on the Firestorm as if he needed it.
Sure, I mean,
Yeah, the numbers are numbering right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean,
First
Navi
shots
have
are
full
being
course
built.
above 10k, man. Like, they can just do whatever they want. They're gonna go for the Tormy. So, Nico already has his, so the game will either choose between these and Riddies. But both of them are kind of falling low. Still, Riddies
Yeah,
gets...
they're fine.
the Ice Blast.
So we'll see when Navi's just trying to push objectives. This is about. It is the weakest part of the draft. Like they don't have a tiny Beastmaster or anything like that that can kill the towers.
The meme hammer. We got a meme hammer, boys. And we don't need...
We
like,
do.
God the Juice was so freaking close to its range, but they don't get him. And more or less still commits with the Death Ward, but Mixa, they're completely divided from each other. It's gonna be 3 kills, 3 free kills across the map, as also the difference gets taken down by Niku. And he's about to get the... I mean, this is just so much harassment, like this is, you know, your... brother level of harassment every single time, and he doesn't even have a BKB yet.
Yeah. And that was without the Kez.
Kez is just chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's on the safe side of the map, farming. Same place as the Lone Druid. But Lone Druid's team isn't falling apart around him, and the Underlord has taken that tier 2 tower bottom. He's going to go... I mean, they're going to make their way for the tier 2 tower mid. BKB is finished on the Ember Spirit.
Oh, Mixa instantly gets spotted. Nico was, you know, half aware that he caught him, but instead refocuses his effort onto MLS, who's still taking from the Spirit Vessel, but he better get that bigger target off the map first. Difference backs off back home, as you don't want to linger, as Nico is literally doing the same thing that we were doing with Duragi, and he's just like, difference.
True.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Radiant's
I mean,
middle
Difference
tower
needs
is
that
under
BKB,
attack.
man, but he's about 2,000 gold away or so. He's not getting it in time. It's
Jover.
I mean, the thing is, the reason why I'm not saying it's Drover is because you still haven't gotten up a high ground on Navi.
Radiant's middle
Like,
tower
it's very
is under
favorable
attack.
for you, but again, at this point, you still have some stuff to play for.
Sure. But it's getting closer by the minute, and you know, we are kind of spoiled to have that range agility hero just hitting from
Oh.
up top and, you know, taking everybody down, but this is what's happening to your own carry. He's just blasted. And no carry, no challenge, no lane towers. They're just needing a red carpet to get on high ground.
Yeah, so
Radiant's top tower has
Dota
fallen.
2 is a game of moments. It's a game of decisions. And it feels like Zero Tenacity lost the moment they decided to first pick Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if this Lone Druid is doing anything. Like it's just AFK farming.
It's too juicy not to take it, but at the same time you know you're revealing way too much. And we've seen I think it was not sure if it was Rubicon or if it was some or if it was no, it was not Nefred. But I remember both of us were watching a triple Lone Druid game, and every single time the Lone Druid lost. It seems like he's still there because, you know, when picked under the right circumstances, he can destroy things, but you must never opt in for him as the greedy choice.
Right.
The bear finally gets it independence, so, you know, Nestor can start doing something around the map, but the map is smaller than ever. And Navi Jr., they just claimed the Aegis. And yeah, there's that red carpet they were looking for to siege high ground. Got the juice, on the lookout, they find him more or less right at the edge of the bushwhack, instant response with the Moonlight Shadow, but the doctor is out.
Dire are scanning.
Honestly, egging them set there on the bear. Oh no, they found the bear.
Oh no. Goodbye, Yogi.
I was gonna say putting Yaghanim Center on the bear is actually not that good because, oh my goodness, he doesn't have bear for 50 seconds.
Yes.
Dire's
Now he's got nothing.
Oh,
Like,
now he
imagine...
has two.
Imagine if Lone Druid's net worth varied based on him having the bear or not. You know, he would be jumping between the bottom two supports and top four.
He has literally in his inventory 10 gold.
Don't be like that. He's got 650 gold in the bank.
Yeah,
There's something.
He's got to buy some tangos. He's got to buy some branches, man. He's got to get some stats.
Some
But
blood
holy
grenades.
smokes.
are scanning.
I mean, there's literally, it's going to get to a point where even the supports are higher, have more money than the Storm. More money than the Largo. I
Oh
mean,
god.
yeah.
They already
it's-
overcame the storm, man.
This is just one of those games where you tried and you got Kez'd, and you're gonna have to really think about it because, oh my gosh, I think they're pinging out the bear.
No way they're gonna go for it. I mean, They're
think
gonna
they're
jump
going-
in
I think
high
they're
ground,
going for it.
and more or less. Wait, what?
Yeah, got the
Oh,
juices
God,
hunting the
PMA.
bear down with PMA.
Yeah, they got him. And that's gonna be 90 seconds without the bear. Nesfir literally has his hands tied behind his back, and he had that opportunity. To get his items back out of the bear, so at least he can have, you know, some sort of stats, but nope. Nope. Meanwhile, mid lane, Navi, we're trying to see. They, you know, took care of bottom lane, so now it's time to do some more damage. Difference, jumping in the back, he found got the juice, but I guess got the juice got him instead. Difference, BKB. Good time to be safe and sound, but Nico is jumping in. They will connect to the steering chase, but the match community is still doing its heavy lifting. You're just lucky that that's how your 9 seconds went, but not from the blast. More tips for readies, please.
Kobe.
Yep. Literally. I don't watch basketball, but I guess this is a Kobe situation. And again, I keep on forgetting about this ancient apparition, man. I'm never a fan of no lockdown, uber squishy supports. Like you heard me talk about the Lich during the previous game. But this guy has a long range snipe. And if you know that a target is gonna go back into the fountain, you just need to count in your head and be like, yes, no, a little bit more to the left. Press the red button and they're gone.
How much? I mean, how much more pain can you go through if you're a zero tenacity? Like to come back from this position would be maybe one of the greatest comebacks of EPL. History, not just the Masters. I'm talking EPL, including the Counter-Strike aspect of the
Oh god.
organization. Literally everything.
That would be insane, but chat would be insanely mad because oh no, they 3-2-2 the 30k net worth difference. What is this Navi Junior, Navi rigged, and whatever, whatnot. Like we've been reading chat. Some sometimes we love you guys. Sometimes we're just like, okay, we're sorry, but we don't have anything else to say. Niku, meanwhile, on the hunt, just flashing off those last seconds of the amplified damage just to set up a beautiful bit of malice. Forces Mixa away, and more or less, we're not gonna get anybody with the Death Ward. Difference. Again, a BKB TP out, just for the short distance, and the cuts will get him in the fountain. Nesfir's bear in the back. Free and easy gold. And no bear for another minute. There's the GG. Okay. You got your answer. How long? That's how long.
I mean, I knew the moment that Lone Druid got picked, it was over. I just, it doesn't. you gotta play with it. You have to play Dota so differently when you have this lone druid on your team. Like I get that it's powerful. I get that you have these timings. I get it. I understand it. I know the theory works, but the
The
practice
practice, no.
the practice is that your carry did 4.3 thousand damage. The practice is that your witch doctor did the most damage in the game, and um that is not good. That is really bad. I think Zero Tenacity might have been a little bit in over their head with this draft. I think they picked too many heroes that don't do anything. Like the Largo isn't going to be doing anything until they get the Meteor Hammer at the very least. Storm isn't going to do anything until you get Kaya. Witchblade probably most of the time, but this game had to go BKB. Lone Druid's definitely not doing anything until they have Mjolnir, Aghanim Scepter. So what is Mirana and Witch Doctor supposed to do? Die? Feed? I don't know. But Niku was all around the map. PMA was all around the map. Riddies was helping facilitate a lot of those kills. Shout out to Riddies, by the way, who showed us why AA is incredibly good and very valuable.
Yep.
I didn't consider the Ice Vortex. Like when you AA blast Ice Vortex and they're next to an Ember Spirit with a Flame Guard, the damage is so much, it's so fast, and as your Tenacity just kind of put themselves into a hole in the first pick.
Yeah, I guess lessons to be learned. If Lone Druid is available, don't fall for the trap, don't fall for the bait, and consider something else. Maybe if it still looks good by the end of the draft, maybe then you should consider it if it's still available. Um, we're gonna cut to the analysis and jump directly into the break, so we can wait for game number 2 because there had been some technical difficulties. I'm sure you guys are aware, and I'm seeing chat like you went a little bit crazy. We're gonna give some time for Prod to see if they can work things out, and hopefully we're gonna enjoy the show in game number 2.
Угу. Що залишається тоді? Ну, взагалі кентавр залишається той самий.
Кентавр в пулі, та кентавр в пулі. Можна подумати знову над Тімбором, але. Ну, тут всі в Рубіка не ідеальні. Можна подумати над Тімбором. Знову ж таки, можна подумати. Дарксір, можливо, якщо вони самі полюбляють, тому що 3 міліки з Дарксіром, Слартар. Ну, можна таке щось подумати. Ну от. Але у суперника ластпік, тому я би краще кентавра брав. Більш універсальний герой, більш такий надійний в цьому плані. Тайтхантер є, знову ж таки, мінус броня, комбінація зі Слардаром теж може бути. От. Але все це в Рубіка під питанням. Кентавр, напевно, найбільш комфортно виглядає. Ні, все-таки брейкер беруть. Брейкер Вакса. Ну, теж, до речі, розумний вибір.
Блін, мені тепер Найкс, попри те, що ще один контроль в БКБ з'явився, мені здається, Найкс він все одно може на лінії прогрузати Валору.
Найкс ідеальний пік тут, на мою думку, але. Але все ще є кез, можна і кезом пограти.
Або щось
Не знаю.
там багато мілішників насправді в Zero Tenacity. Може прям якогось, я не знаю, там Мурсу МК, може щось от прям потестити.
Така сенс. Ну, от є в тебе Найкс, те саме сильне, прикольне. Або SF дровка згадувати. Теж вони можуть побити. Ну, в меншій мірі, напевно, дровка, у більшій мірі SF. Ну от. Найкс там. Занадто гарна гра для нього. Тут не вигадують нічого, просто пікають Найкса. Є, звісно, мінуси, але. Але.
Та, побачимо. Може трапитись така ситуація, що попри таку кількість контролю, настільки вільна лінія буде в Гатеджуса, що він вийде з перевагою там, умовно, в 5000 і далі вже буде не принципово, як багато у вас є в нього контролю, які спели і так далі.
Ну, дивись, будемо говорити так, що драфт тут доволі вдалий у Zero Tenacity, але у Navi інструменти солідні, щоб грати цю мапу, гарний закриваючий пік, який, в принципі, можна назвати контролю ворожого керрі, хоча є і нюанси по грі. Той самий Слардар, якщо він буде достатньо великим, то він гарний герой проти Найкса. От, але питання, чи буде він достатньо великим. Плюс у Найкса тут є підсейв, у Найкса є Рубік, який може витягувати, рятувати. У Найкса є Акс, який може як ініціювати, так і контриніціювати, якщо атака в Найкса ведеться. Ерспіріт, який теж як врятувати може, так і контратакувати. Тому тут буде впиратися багато певного виконання, і у цьому аспекті нам, очевидно, Наві сподобалися значно більше на першій мапі, тому поки я якихось причин вважати, що у Наві тут якісь проблеми серйозні, не бачу.
Є, ну побачимо вже, що буде проти Рунитерс. Я вже так, знаєте, наперед забігаю. Зрозуміло, що не варто цього робити, особливо, якщо грають Наві, особливо, якщо вони грають тільки другу мапу. Але цікаво, бо Рунитерс — це колектив, який себе дуже серйозно зарекомендував.
Почалась катка, ПМА, здається, був АФК. Подивись, у нього немає слотів.
Так.
Скоріш за все, десь відходив Юрій.
Ну, що, ну буває таке. Він скаже: нормально, мужики, я на швидкий вангард, я нічого не закупив, все окей. Танго мені запулити.
Ну, було колись таке, було. Та, зробив фастбай і побіг. Весело.
Це, так розумію, вони хочуть зараз таймінг вийти до Твінгейту опонента. Але мені здавалося, це по річці робиться, тому тут навряд чи.
Або вони йдуть рубати дерева проти Гудвінг.
Чи треба прям стільки людей? Мені здається, там одного якогось героя.
Ні, ну можуть же дефати. Можуть дефати, дивися, вони йдуть дефати.
Там Boulder Smash ти натискаєш, та і все. Мені здається, там вже дерев немає. Але дійсно Гатеджус ламає дерева. Desire тут як тут. Desire. Телекінезис на першому. І це ФБ для команди Navi. Але тут же Нікса приходить, розкручує свій молоток.
От, відповідь на твоє питання, бачиш.
Дійсно.
Прийшли ламати дерева, вбили ще й Гудвінг. А Radiant не встигли, тому що Radiant теж бігли туди. Просто чому Гудвінг пішла туди першою, не дочекавшись команди, ну. Телефонуйте Тайлунгу, хай він розповідає.
Ой. Я вже, знаєте, я трошки засумував.
Але знову ж таки, це футболіст, десь міг м'яч голову набити свого часу, тому всяке буває.
Ні, мені дуже сподобалася його історія. Він під час коронавірусу він казав своєму тренеру в клубі, що, типу, я щось прихворів, я не можу грати. Для того, щоб він міг пограти матчі, типу, там, GPC чи якоїсь там BTS-у.
Ні, якщо що, я особистий хейтер цього гравця, і це, ну, я не приховую це. свого часу, коли я ще працював на StarLadder, коли ми освітлювали DPC, то я прекрасно пам'ятаю, як він в команді No Bounty Hunter просто не з'являвся на матч, нікого не ставив перед відомом, команда заходила в 4 в лобі, а він просто не приходив і казав, що у нього футбольне тренування. І я їхав на студію, гаяв свій час, щоб поїхати додому, тому що людина не може сповістити, що вона не буде грати ні свою команду, нікого. І у підсумку просто команда форфейтила матчі. І це було надзвичайно сумно у другому дивізіоні спостерігати.
На жаль.
Тому я особисто його хейтер. Це випадок класичний, коли ти розриваєшся між декількома заняттями, не можеш обрати і ні там не здобуваєш бажаний успіх.
Так і є. Та загалом історія з Тир 2 і гравцями, і дисципліни, це стара як світ історія. Можна теж, от коли я там працював на лігах там, другого дивізіону і так, різниця між командою Тир 2 рівня і організацією з менеджментом і так далі. За 10 хвилин до початку гри всі 5 гравців ніхні сидять в лобі, всі готові. Там 3 немає гравців, 2 немає гравців, 1 щось заспав, забув, забив і так далі. От. І це, до речі, теж з командою Спартана часто траплялося. І він потім ще й розругався з адмінами Віплею, бо вони такі досить, ну скажімо, лояльні до цього всього. Це не адміни ESL, які чхати взагалі. Ти Міракл, ти Нотейл, ти не зайшов в лобі за 5 хвилин, там, мінус 20 секунд на драфті, не зайшов там за хвилину, почалась гра, тобі техлуз, до побачення, будеш далі робиш.
Це UA-кіпер за StarLadder або екстрімчик свого часу. Так працювали і ніколи не було фаворитів. Ти просто є регламент, і ти йому слідуєш. І це дуже правильно.
Так.
І дуже принципово. God the Juice, проблеми там кинула трошки Гомірана, ну як відвід робила. Тому він заздалегідь не відійшов, десь хотів, можливо, похалявити, халявити не дали, обличчя розбили, і тепер от доведеться Тарасу з половиною ХП фармити біля вежі, але це Найкс потроху відновить, плюс є танго, плюс скоро, я думаю, ще якась салва прилетить, плюс у Мірани ще 5 тангусів, тому вони тут, я думаю, не розберуться, впораються. На диво гарно стоїть лінією в боті Акс. Ну, те, щоб, знаєш, там для мене це велике диво було, але, ну, Грім нічого поки заподіяти не може.
А, і Несфір мало фармить, у нього 9 кріпів.
Ніж чуть-чуть зробити.
Я трошки тебе збавив, бо в мене гучність вона на максимум.
А я тобі, бачиш, казав, не викручуй. От я тобі що казав, пам'ятаєш?
Мені здавалося, от по тому, що я тебе прям, щоб тебе не тихо було чутно, Олексій. Я ж переживаю, щоб
Та це жах.
є таке.
Я буду кричати. Якщо треба тихо, якщо буде тихо, я буду кричати.
Ну от зараз я збавив, скажете, друзі, чи нормально Олексія, чи не затихо тепер Олексія.
Тепер скажеш, що ви з тобою вдвох затихо будемо. Так,
Гру
там кур'єр.
збавимо, все нормально.
Кур'єр, до речі, знизу ПМА проблеми. ПМА буде помирати зараз. Розмінюватися теж не вийде. Рідіс теж помирає на іншій лінії.
Так.
І що, Дейс? Дейс до кінця? Дейс до кінця, дивись,
У нього
1v2
стільки,
каже.
в нього фейрік є, він є як зараз.
Він розвалить їх, він реально їх розвалить.
Так, то
дивись.
зараз він фейтболт по 2, раз, і сюди
Ай-яй.
цього.
І цього затикати. Обсервер ставить. Найс! І задинайте опс, задинайте. Ой.
Це тапір. Так, добре. Що в нас на топі відбувається? Відпився поки Рідус. І відпився Гатеджус. Нік у нас пішов пачки водити. Просто. Відповідно, тим самим займається Слардар. Але Слардару це, власне, ще й приємніше, бо він там на річці має цей додатковий хп-реган, тому він може там пачку втанковувати. Але він зараз за вежу її заведе і от поставить між Тир-1 і Тир-2.
Знаєш, я би не сказав складна, я би сказав, він просто максимізує ресурси. Він розуміє, що йому не треба взагалі боротьба ця в міті, і він грає в економіку. І подивись на нетворс, якщо вимкнеш зараз, то він попереду на сотку. Тобто, це не те, що він пішов із складного життя водити пачки, він просто максимізує свій фарм. Він хоче фармити і пачки, і ліс. Може собі дозволити.
Ну мені здавалося просто, що там багато хп він втрачає і собі довозить постійно розходники якісь, але начебто дійсно
Ну, от в цьому
понятно, все
плані,
гарно.
вважай, і друга, і третя.
Заберуть, але гарний магнетайз. Діференс. Ну, догорить він має там. Типа от від Гріма. Виживе. Ну, але це не важливо. Вбили Слардара, це найважливіше. Розмін Рубіка в Слардара влаштовує команду Наві. Поверап на топі там забере Ніку. Ботл собі поповнить. Все буде чудово. Що в тіні? В тіні ПТ, в тіні вихід далі в Екосейбор. Буде там собі качатися далі.
Топі.
Са. Су догризають. Ну, от.
І за експоє в 4.
Треба йти, але так само Зірт Насті розуміють, куди зміщуються Наві. Слухайте, а не пішов Ніку. Дейза знову
Ну
зловив.
це вже розумом, розумієш? Це вже розумом. Без ризику. Дейс, правда, помер, але вирішили не ризикувати більшими силами. І, напевно, правильно зробили. Не пішли на територію до суперника, немає що. Ніби встигне вийти. Можливо, не ту траєкторію Рідіс обрав. Спробує від нейтралів померти, не вийшло. Мені здається, якби він натис мув вниз і стрибнув без гори, то шанси було б більше. Але,
Повигравав
можливо,
би
мені
точно
тільки
більше
здається.
шансу. Ну, більше часу. Ну, але так, вже як є. Загинув, тому. Хай так і буде. Друзі, створюю звичайні витрати з карткою 24. Наш шанс виграти. Перепрошую, звичайні витрати з карткою 24 на шанс виграти справжній геймерський лут. Літнє промо триває до 31 серпня. Долучайся та перемагай.
Я долучаюсь.
Я думаю, всі долучаються. Тому що там уже всі колеги насправді розповідали про цей кешбек, який ти отримуєш, коли купуєш в Steam щось. PMA вийде з боту, бо там вже насправді рухались герої.
Десь залишають мід покачати на 6 рівень. В боті ПМА добиває собі Blade Mail, 3, там приблизно підкачує Рідіс, можливо, ще постакає додатково на еншах, перевіряє, чи немає обсерверу. Тут все чисто. Брейкер готово кудись полетіти з ультимейтом, але поки ніби можливості немає. Ну, підсумку Рубік 6 так і не отримав, але стакає кемпи. І десь 6 не за горами. Ну, взагалі, 6 у Наві були би тут дуже на часі. В боті хочуть прям тиснути, дивись, зараз Tenacity, зараз Рідіса знайдуть. Сайленс по Рідісу. Рідісу треба розбити і вистрибувати. Стардар не встигає за ним, піде під Т2. Ну, треба реагувати на це. Треба ж реагувати якось. Стріла полетіла.
Не влучить. Ну,
Щось взагалі не хочуть.
Так, 0 реакції від Наві.
Ну, добре, накач. Ну, може і правильно, насправді. Вони бігають, час витрачають, а тут є сенс. Ніхто навіть зараз, до речі, смоук має бути.
Так, підв'язують і Слардара, і Спіріта, одразу ультує Валора, Солар Гардіан, на жаль, тут закінчиться Ніку, але прибігає PMA, в нього є блейдмейл, він готовий тут всіх забирати насправді, але не всіх вдасться наздогнати. Там поки Валора розкручує свій Старбрейкер. Дейс утонув Валориним Solar Guardian'ом, але тут не вдалося прям MLG мув зробити. Але зрештою все одно 2-1. Дорого продали, скажімо так, Ніку.
А вони йому ще зараз залишать руну інвізу на топі. Я так підозрюю, що він Дейс не піднімає. Можливо, зараз Дейс і підніме, але є тепка від Ерспіріта. Ні, Ерспіріт полетів у підсумку вниз під смоук, і вони з Єдісом відправляються шукати Тініка. Треба реалізовувати ультимейт Ерспіріта, саме з магнетайзом демеджу мало би вистачати, але от мене бентежить те, що немає ролінг болдеру. І у підсумку Тіні, для нього це може бути легкий або тепку, або тікаєш.
А ось так, що тебе знемовили. Грає сюди PMA. Одразу ТП бачимо. Кине тут. Дизайр не влучив.
Бачиш, Тіні не в той бік повернув. Поворот не туди. Так би, якби йшов, просто обережно грав, чекав би атаку ліворуч, то виходив би, я думаю, доволі спокійно. Але біг він у бік фарму біля вежі, і там його з декількох сторін просто затисли. І вже варіантів вижити не лишалося практично. Хоча і так багато він часу вигравав потенційно, але ще й Гудвінг така каже, я з тобою помру. А Наві не проти. Навіть вже 4К переваги мають. І от поміть, ми з тобою скільки спілкуємося, взагалі не говоримо про лейфстилера. А він весь цей час просто вовтузить крипів. І при цьому він ще й не топ-1 нетворс. У Наві 2 герої краще за Найкса.
Так, і зараз насправді можуть вбити Гатеджуса, тому що Radiant з першим слотом, він означає, що в тебе на кишені буде там в якийсь момент 3000 золота. І це, ледь не більша половина твого нетворсу на даний момент, яку ти ніяк не реалізовуєш. Ти навіть поки не можеш придбати сакри. Тому по великому Найкс. А 2000 може бути вкрай вразливим, але на Несфіра ультує Валор, ультує Дейс, перепрошую, але там все одно розрубають.
Вбито було ворожого керрі, реалізація Блейдмейл, реалізація ультимейту Валори, який закінчувався у Рубіка. Правда, від самої Валори не захистилися, тут нічого не зробиш. Ніку хоче вбити Слардара, але Слардар зашвидкий, здається. І Ніку він не по силам, він просто його не наздожене з першим болдером, так точно. Та й немає сенсу.
Навіщо далі дайвити? В цьому не так багато є взагалі причин робити. Добре. Поки дійсно в Наві все під контролем. Якось створити проблеми для Найкса не вдається в Zero Tenacity. Їх керрі, власне, дуже повільно фармить. Йому треба ще Shadow Blade для того, аби можна було до команди приєднуватися. Там PMA вже, подивіться, в нього на 14-й хвилині фейзи, Блінк, Блейдмейл і одразу йдуть реалізовувати. Можливо, навіть на вороже святилище мудро. Рапруни так само буде. Аркейндро на автопі прока. І зараз просто в руки команді Наві можуть пройти. Агр. Так. Там же підв'язують. І зламав дерево одразу PMA. Розрубають Діференса. Не підв'язали. А Акса він гарно зіграв. Магнетайз по всім працює. Далі вкотився Ерспіріт. Там Дізайра добрали. Ух, який постріл гарний був від Дейза. Так, і заграли там ще і Тіні. Несфір. Власне, аваланчу немає, досу немає.
Вони тупо краще грають.
Там ще
Нема що навіть, знаєш, нема що розумного сказати.
Гатеджус, там 3 герої зараз на нього змістяться, але просто рейдж. Просто рейдж. Немає жодного у вас важеля впливу або тиску на...
Продовження атаки ще інфест буде. Тому так, Найкс продовжує бити крипів, як ми бачимо. І тепер Тобто це взагалі Tenacity, які намагаються зробити хоч щось, а оце хоч щось, воно призводить до ще гірших наслідків. Це гра без гарних варіантів.
Так, на жаль, тут безвихідь, певно, відчувається, бо вони ж розуміють, що просто качем тут не заподіяти. Ніяк стріла, стріла гарна від Рітіса. Вже на міксу перемикаються, але завдяки Кінгсвелу Стачела недалеко. PMA нас доганяє. Агр і... Там немає, на жаль, Калінблейду. Та й мани немає, якщо чесно, але це не важливо вже.
Ну, дуже впевнено, переконливо. Знаєш, коли не хочеться навіть нічого поганого казати про Наві, прям як воно має бути. Все розвивається в потрібному руслі. Ну і далі можна що? Можна продовжувати цей тиск, можна не збавляти його. Тут ще й Amplify Damage знаходить. Єдине, що я б таке от відмітив, якщо хочете. Так, тут просто в соло знищує Рубік без шансів. Зустрівши в лісі Грімстроука, маючи ультимейт Гудвінг в арсеналі, який він вкрав раніше, просто розрізав його. Якщо хочете, подобається те, що грають відповідально. От стосовно драфтів. Підібрати ластпік тут на Екса, не вигадувати нічого. Драфти солідні, надійні. Аксер, Спіріт, те, що зараз цікаве, те, що зараз працює, я би сказав, така найбільша поки варіативність тільки в саппортах. Все інше доволі метово виглядає, доволі логічно. Атака на Спіріта. Тратять нік? Тратять.
Дійсно. Проблеми в Рідіса. Він, до речі, поки вистрибує. Валора далі за ним в погоню. І під Агр підставляється зараз Мікса. Там же залітає Фейтболт, який закінчить життя Валори. PMA. Ну там, по ідеї, Дізайр просто догорить. Ой, неприємний Солбайн. Повертається Слардар в бійку. Його повертають насильно ще раз в бійку. Діференс загине від руки Дейза. І Амораліса теж будуть зараз нас доганяти. Там же я чую знову інфест. Дейз крафт і Дрінкраш. Зараз з руки просто може... Так, з руки доб'є. Тіні вийшов.
І бійці Дейз виглядав як успішний друг-авантюрист, який завжди тебе тягне в якісь пригоди, ти зовсім не хочеш, ти акс, ти такий прагматик, а він каже, та давай, і він і туди, і сюди, і кидає, і форстав, і все, і трипл кіл робить. Ну і акс ще й при цьому виживає, тобто немає чого тут скаржитись Юрію на свого колегу, але це дійсно виглядало авантюрно, тим не менш ефективно.
Ну, в Таміра загалом це сигнатурний Рубік, тому тут не дивно, що він такі хайлайти виписує, і не дивно, що він от якось постійно, здається, пропонує команді піти і навести кіпішу, як то кажуть. Черговий смок від Наві.
І теж успішний має бути.
Стріла. Закінчиться Мікса.
Продовжуючи тему оцієї надійності, от підходу до гри, подивись на білди. 2 гри поспіль. Фаст БКБ там, де це потрібно на корах. Абсолютно зрозумілі вибори артефактів на сапах. Один збирає якісь підбафи, інший збирає ютілку, яка потрібна теж для гри. Ну, тобто, ніхто не, як це називається, ніхто не валяє дурака. Ну, всі грають всерйоз.
Є таке, ну, мені здається, вже не той. Просто от багато звинувачували Наві на кваліфікаціях, і там до мене заходили, що от вони несерйозно грають. От вони там, значить, несерйозно сприймають опонента. Я, чесно кажучи, я такого за цими гравцями не помічав. Із їх інтерв'ю мені так теж не здається. Напад на Дейза, там, до речі, паралельно Несфіра вбивають в міді. Дейз, поки знемовлений, перемикаються на Рітіса, там Баун, чи ще Ліпи є. Не зрозуміло, в чому ідея була. Тут поки Дейз не відпускає Дізайра, стріла невлучна. Там же команда підтягується, кавалерія прийшла, тут Ніку з кіндер-сюрпризом на борту. Забирають Діференса, Мораліс теж розвалюється. Тут, здається, мапа буде ще швидше, ніж, власне, попередня. От, я продовжу просто драфти. Драфти, коли колектив слабше і драфтить він, відповідно, слабше, у Наві проблем не виникає. Бо згадайте, на кваліфікаціях навіть з тим алхіміком провальним, ну, вони одну мапу забрали, яку всі сиділи такі, ну, вони не мають її виграти. І вони, зрештою, її виграли. Там, ну, на ще одній, на жаль, ну, не пішло. Але говорити, що там якось, ну, не в найкращій формі були гравці, ні. Але якщо в тебе в командній доті немає робочого драфту, яким би ти не був супер хайскілом, тут Гата Джулс на реакції тисне рейдж, виманив зараз Solar Guardian, там же Агр гарний є в тіні, Несфір розвалить собі сам кабінет. Soulbind лише в одного Рубіка і звідси вийдуть Наві спокійнесенько. Ось і все. Тут команда драфтить гірше. Віддають Наві, ну, не просто там зручних, а ідеальних героїв в цей драфт. І, власне, результат ми бачимо.
Так, все вірно, все вірно.
О, не заграти.
Ще не кінець, дивись.
Ще не кінець, але коли ти вимушений віддавати святилище мудрості... А, ні, забрав все ж таки Дізайр, на 21-й своє, з боєм, скажімо так, то це, ну, ніколи не є хорошим передвісником, будемо так говорити. Добре, друзі, нагадаю, поки є час, про те, що евакуаційні машини мають бути на ходу завжди, адже щодня вони допомагають медикам 2-го окремого медбатальйону рятувати наших захисників. Зараз частина автівок потребує термінового відновлення. Скануйте QR-код і допоможіть повернути їх у стрій. Там Мірану забрали тим часом.
Гратиме, звісно, до кінця. Тут другий раз буде така сама спроба щось камбекнути, щось вигадати, але ми бачимо, що перевага Наві зростає і зростає. Як сніжний ком це все накатується на Zero Tenacity. І зараз знову, здається, ми вдалий ганг побачимо від Наві. Ніку, принаймні, вже готовий стрибати, чіпляти. Він не влучає по дезайру, той ухиляється завдяки Скарі. Але це ще не кінець, там Слардара зловили, і Слардара гарно подобається.
Мінус Слардар. Уже PMA. Лише повітря загрив. І аваланчем краденим. О, летить сюди. Валора. А, Тіні прилітає сюди. Тіні прилітає сюди, але вже Наві всі звідси накивали п'ятами. Тут вони нікого не знайдуть. Блінк в Дейза. Тут продовжують з'являтися артефакти. Просто в режимі турбо, скажімо так. Ну, Рошана і, можливо, все-таки варто вже потихеньку цю гру завершувати команді навіть. Moonlight Shadow, але на кріпах спалився Ніку, і я думаю, що навряд чи Zero Tenacity. Хоча, ні, Zero Tenacity, до речі, і виходять в чисте поле, виходять під свій віжен. Прийняти бій, можливо. Бачать рівно от свій основний ліс Силсяєва. Все. Це все, що вони бачать. Ну от зараз зрозуміли, що десь там Дейз по фейтбол, по кріпам залетів. До речі, Дейза можуть зловити. Акс. Невчасно стрибнув, одразу ультує Валора. Агро від Піемея. Впала сюди Валора. Прибігає Гатеджус. Забрали Дейза, але за це життя всіх своїх гравців заплатять. Там же Піемея теж спалили Celestial Hammer'ом, але це 4 в 2. І, можливо, навіть дійсно не Рошана, можливо, навіть уже просто піти хайграунд довбити опоненту є непоганою ідеєю. До речі, бійка все одно в плюс, навіть за те, що вони вбили 2 героїв. Все одно по грошам ця бійка в плюс для Zero Tenacity, тому що от вони зірвали стрік. 2 стріки вони зірвали. Вони зірвали стрік з Дейза і зірвали стрік з PMA. Вони, втративши менше героїв, все одно Шива з'являється в Нік.
Ну, до речі, вбили Рідіса. Вийшли такі от, організували випад. Ну, але зараз буде атака на тіні. Він чомусь вирішив покачати крипів. Не встигають, не доїжджають до нього.
Там
Тіні він
камінчик не
відбувається,
поставив.
але знову хоче покачатися.
Ну, вони на варті бачили зараз те, що там всередині Ніку є Гатеджус, вилізає він, це байт, можливо, був, натискається одразу Soulbind, треба зараз кооперуватись з Наві, кого вони хочуть бити, там же Агр не точний, ну а все одно мають кинути герої, там, щоправда, Дейза вбили, Діференс його на підльоті.
Ти знаєш, як для такого дефіциту здобути 2 вбивства хоча б на сапах, це вже досягнення. Якщо подивитися на заробіток, то Наві у підсумку цього епізоду втрачають все ж таки от так комплексно гроші, а суперник їх заробляє. Тому що коли ти граєш з таким дефіцитом, ти завжди в розмінах однакових, та?
Брав рунку втік тут, тому будь-які розміни на користь. Напали на Піамея, він загрив 2 героїв. Ну і поки живе, до речі, Піамей, Ніку тут же Магнетайз стискає. Moonlight Shadow рятує ситуацію. Гарний інфест від Гатеджуса. Підхилив він свого офлейнера і завдяки цьому буде жити тут. Піамей не сфіра, побачили, палили його, знемовили, розштовхнули і розвалили камінчик.
Але все одно, треба якось бити хайграунд. Намагається Гадеджус це робити, я так розумію, він собі Кірасу везе. Так. Ну, з Кірасою справа трошки поліпше піде. В ідеалі, звісно, ще й Дизоль туди зверху, але ну, Кіраса вже непогано. Стрибає Дейс, нахабно, але дуже якісно. Намагається Грімстроука прогріти, ну, тут мапа від цього Рубіка шалена. Молодець. Дейс, подивись на його статистику. Просто вражаючі цифри. 10, 5, 22. Якщо так говорити. Ну так, там серйозно проведено.
Дейс. Я думаю, що він себе вже зарекомендував навіть проти найкращих команд. Якщо ми згадуємо там тільки перші турніри, куди ще Наві потрапляла з Дейзом, ну там були мапи, де Дейз самостійно на саппорті за 22 хвилини закінчував мапу. Там, по своєму таску, Рубіку і так далі. Тому в цьому плані, мені здається, там ніяких претензій бути не може, бо часто саме до гравця, яким замінили переднього гравця, дуже багато може виникати питань. До нього особливо прискіпливо дивляться фани, щоб він там десь щось не зробив. Дейс двох просто вривається тут, підтримує його Ніку з Amplify Damage, но Amplify Damage тут, вибачте, не подужати і звичайного Earth а з такою руною. Серйозні проблеми точно в саппорті виникають.
На жаль, не можна відмотати, як в Dota TV. Я б тобі тут сказав, куди подивитися. Там, правда, зараз ще момент з Брейкер закінчиться. І от наскільки, продовжуючи тему Наві не пофіг, та, і продовжуючи тему налаштування на цю гру і на цю серію, тільки що при такій перевазі, при тому, що відбувається, кур'єрами Наві
Болдер Смешом не вдалося тут трошечки. Та Наві. Мені як фанату прикро, що вони не на інті. Я як коментатор розумію, чому вони не на інті. Власне, немає такого, що хтось там заслужив чи не заслужив. Ви або виграєте кваліфікації і опиняєтесь на турнірі, або не виграєте. PMA гарно заграв знову на Сфіра, не Сфіра розрубають, Грім падає за компанію, GG. Ну там плюс-мінус той самий таймінг, насправді. 30 31 хвилина, 30 тисяч переваги.
Та, за годинку чисто ігрового часу впоралися, можна сказати.
Молодці Наві. Молодці Наві, друзі. І таким чином вони проходять в раунд наступний. Вже їх опонент відомий. Це рунит Наві на ЄВЦ. І, зрештою, забрала собі слот. І цей матч відбудеться завтра, друзі, о 21:00 за Києвом. Так само. От, і будемо дивитися уважно за цим протистоянням. Дякую, Олексію.
Дякую, Богдане, дякую глядачам. Нарешті можемо подивитися, як Наві перемагають. Так, не на НТ,